What a way to celebrate 6 months of Deadlock Fight Night action, then bringing your boy back to the show. That's right, folks. Welcome back to Deadlock Fight Night number 24, presented by Intel. I'm Mitch, joined by Jason Kaplan and ZP. Guys, you have no idea how many people I had to bribe, cajole, threaten to be back here, but I made it. Aren't you happy to see me?
I'm wondering where Dan went. Is he okay? Did you maybe get him hired for some of these CS events to make room for you on the show is my question.
Listen, my puppet strings stretch long and far, Jason. Do you know what I mean? They're everywhere. If you ever feel like your left trap is a little bit like smaller than your right trap, I've actually created this imbalance just to cause you paranoia as days go on by like slightly causing you to exercise harder on one side than the other. ZP, man, good to be back with you. There's obviously rumblings of things in the future here of Deadlock, but we're still on the current patch as of the last couple weeks. And we're going to be looking at, a couple regions with mild changes, especially over in the EU area. So what's been going down in my absence?
Well, what's been going down right now, some teams or some people may be tuning in going, who in the world is Abrahams? Well, in short, they're Paravision with changes where, the players had left the Paravision org, and, it's kind of the great resetting that is going on right now in EU, and Paravision, a team that, decided it was time to make some changes. So you got the Abrams coming on in here. And also to the previous note about Dan, this is the very first show we have done without Dan, of course, for good reasons. Dan's off, getting good work done elsewhere, but, as we're telling, the first Danless show.
That's right. Yeah. Well, he could be anywhere, but he's not being sponsored by Intel right now. And I think, honestly, that's a big L for him. All right, so we've obviously come off the back of the one-win bombshell tournament last month that resulted in Virtus.pro taking Paravision down at 3-0. Pretty convincing stuff, Jason. It seems as if, with Virtus.pro awaiting in our money match, of course, a best of one between these two teams, and then a best of three there. It seems like Virtus.pro is still comfortably kings of the heap.
It took them a while to get back there, I'll say. There was definitely a period of time when one win really pushed them to the brink. It took them 4 weeks to finally take them down once again. Once they finally beat them at the one-win bombshell volume 4, then they came in, slaughtered them in DFN, and then they lost 3 weeks straight. I think, as we've been kind of discussing within the last couple of weeks and within the one-win bombshell, this patch is definitely favoring more of a Virtus.pro than the likes of one win. But what's kind of weird to me is that this is Paravision's finally time to rise up the ranks here. They've been consistently the number 3 team in EU for such a long time. And then they place second in the one-win bombshell volume 5, proven to be a better team than one win. And then they kind of disband and fall apart. And that's so weird to me considering they finally had some recent success, but maybe, the failings of the past have caught up to them. But EU right now, it's pretty much just up in the air of who really is this number 2 team at the moment.
And we're here to find that out. Let's talk about our schedule and format here on Deadlock Fight Night. If this is your first time, we will pit 2 pre-selected teams head-to-head in a best of 1 for the opportunity to take on our current king of the hill in a best of 3 money match with $1,000 on the line. Thanks to Intel. Of course, your current kings of the hill are Virtus.pro. It'll be Abrahams. It's not even his name. Oh, God damn it. Against one win. That's what his mum calls him. Why would his mum call him longer? A nickname is supposed to be shorter. I don't call you Jasonius III, King of the Andals, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, first of his name, do I? I call you.
You could though.
Jay.
You could.
Not yet. Not yet. It might happen in the future. It's like when your mom's mad at you and she calls you by your full name. And I think Abraham's mom is like Abrahams, and he knows he's in trouble. Okay.
That actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah, the sort of the middle name, Abram, Hams, Abrams, for full. So we're going to talk about this team a little bit here because like ZP sort of, and both Jason mentioned, this is the splinters of Paravision, and with a lot of faces that we are familiar with in Europe, but another mixed team as Deadlock often is, populated by, but generally some generally very, very talented players on this team.
Yeah, I think when I look at this, right now, more than anything else, when I look at this roster, yeah, you have the players that are formerly on Paravision, but also you've added Jamside. And the most important thing with Jamside is playing is how much sleep did Jamside get before coming in here? Because Jamside has played at Deadlock Fight Night before, coming off like a 30-hour stream bender, and is just, more delirious than man at that point. But, I do wonder if we could see the true, form of Jamside here if he came in today, with a good night's sleep. That's what I want to see.
I'm kind of concerned, ZP, looking at the roster a little bit, and obviously I know they do have the potential to play quite a few different heroes. It's kind of towards Hoot and Saint. Looking back at these two players, they played a lot of Bebop, they played a lot of Paradox, which heavily aligns to what TAS plays as well. So it's kind of who's going to be playing what necessarily. I think TAS would most likely be sticking with the Paradox, the initial grab kind of heroes, And then Hoot's going to be flexing, I would assume, over towards more of like these DPS carry kind of roles, which is honestly kind of what they need. And I would love to see, you know, together Jamside, Hoot be this like trio of this roster to really carry them through in these matches, like we've talked about in a lot of these other teams, you know, looking at like ABL overseas, being like the two dominating players, with also Empty Dreams. Having 3 players who can carry a roster, it seems to be potentially the way we're going here in Deadlock, though Virtus.pro seems like anyone could carry the game at any given point.
Let's look across the aisle then at their opponents today. It's a 1-win team, obviously competed in the 1-win bombshell, and during this time, you know, we see them compete in Deadlock Fight Night number 23. They lose to Virtus.pro in that final in a pretty close 2-1, but in the bombshell tournament, they fall out in the lower bracket in straight games to Power Division. This is the team that's constantly been knocking on the door, has spent time at the, you know, the top of the heap ZP, but has not quite been able to stabilize there.
I mean, the most recent patch has not been kind to them, I think, for multiple reasons, not the least of which is that a lot of their big wins came off the back of Pocket, who, when Pocket does get played, he's not as high-powered and he's not as high-valued of a pick. I also think that they just, in recent times, in the last DFN and beyond, they've kind of had the wrong idea of where the meta is at, you know, too highly prioritizing heroes like Shiv and Kelvin together as a lane, relative to just playing the meta as it is, which, you know, prioritizes things more like getting, you know, Geist, Yamato, Mirage earlier in the draft. But this is a team that has adapted, right? Where the fact that they had to go and bring themselves over the hump to even take down VP, be Kings of Europe for a while, they will adapt to meta given enough time. And we've been on this patch for enough time now that I do think we're going to see a different 1-win today. And, you know, confirmation of that will be when we get into the draft.
Well, that's the hope, ZP, in my eyes, because I think hero pool has been a limiting factor of this team, because they played the same 3 heroes time and time again when they could: the Pocket, the Calico, the Yamato, and the Grey Talon. But with the patch changes making Pocket not as successful or strong anymore, with Grey Talon being banned out quite consistently, with Calico being nerfed, it really did take away from a lot of the power this roster had. But having, you know, last week off in DFN, I hope for their sake, as a team and individual players, that they've been able to broaden their pool a little bit and kind of figure out what they can do right and make their own in this patch. Because that death ball that they rolled in the last patch was very difficult for any team to combat, and you saw Virtus.pro struggle multiple weeks against it.
Right. Well, we've done a bit of highbrow analysis here, but it's time for some good old-fashioned argy-bargy Deadlock Fight Night style. That's right. We will be having a Mo and Krill 1 versus 1 to decide our team. That will be sort of going first here in the draft. So we'll have this one play up here right next, the Empty Dreams on the left. And I think that, you know, we are obviously, you know, 2 weeks into a patch CP, which in Deadlock terms is a hell of a long time, considering that sometimes like these changes sort of happen, you know, almost on a weekly basis. And it looked like a lot of the changes back then, ones that are still apparent now, are aimed at some of these early game heroes, or the power at some of those top tier early game heroes.
Yeah, that was the theme of the patch, right? Is that they went in and they realized so much is being done with the early game. Where, by the way, this is a long Mo 1v1. Like, I love how the meta has evolved here, where EU has really brought this to new levels. But, you know, the love tapping over.
Oh my God.
And it is going to be Empty Dreams take it for 1 win. That is ridiculous. But to fully answer your question, Mitch, is that, look, I think Valve looked at the data and realized, okay, you win in the early game, you win the game, period. And they just kind of went and did a sprinkling of nerfs and readjustments to the heroes that were really on the top end. And then, of course, they threw in the E-shift cost increase, which I think really gave some frontliners way more priority in draft.
It murdered the hell out of a lot of those frontliners. We see 7 like hardly played anymore. Calico as well, without the E-shift as a backup play to survive for extra periods of time. A lot of heroes got a lot weaker because of that, for sure.
Obviously, now at the moment, we're really prioritizing initiator heroes. You know, Holiday and Paradox always been quite important, but now it feels like their priority has been ratcheted up to 11 here. So despite Kelvin obviously having that Spirit Resist sort of now go from a flat 15% to now it's 1% per boon, still a real nuisance EP, really powerful in the early lane especially.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more surprised at Abraham's first banning the Kelvin here, because what went over prioritizing the Kelvin was to their detriment in recent times, and Abraham's is showing fear, I guess, to the early Kelvin. So this is unique. Normally you'd expect like a GT ban early on or a Paradox ban. So the Paradox ban is going to come in. You'd expect Abrahams to respond here with Holiday, but if they do that, they are going to be giving up GT in turn to 1 win. So this is kind of a big question. Do you value the GT or do you value the Holiday?
I think you value the GT. I'm thinking about Saf, man. I'm thinking about one of the highlight reel clips that I made for him of just popping off. And I'm sorry if you're in chat, Piggy, but just slaughtering Piggy time and time again when he was on the Ivy.
I heard that.
Okay, so it is great talent. The thing is, with Abrahams, they have that depth where you could have Hoot run Bebop. You could have Task run Bebop, but I would rate Hoot much better at Bebop. So you still have that pick potential if you let Holiday go through. I don't think you want to give overseas great talent to one win, but also I'm kind of curious what is Abraham's going to respond with, because you still have Mirage, you have Geist, which we've seen the Geistflation, as you called it, ZP, really having her rise up in pick priority, and we're actually going to see it first picked right off the bat here out of one win.
Yeah, it's super interesting, and in this case, you would expect Holiday to commit. If they don't get Holiday though for one win, and they let Abrahams get GT and Holiday, it might already be over. I feel like you 100% have to come in with Holiday here, or I don't know. Everything we've learned in the last few weeks, Jason, is going to be out the window.
I'm thinking like there's Mirage open. Vindicta. Okay, so now it's like, do we go Holiday? Do we let it slide a little bit further? We could do like Holiday Mirage as like a pickup. But also, if we're talking about Geist having a much higher pick priority of recent times, Yamato's also been one of the heroes that we've seen have a massive increase of priority for a lot of the players. And having a great town Yamato combo, that's a lot of burst for Abrahams that they could put some pain down on.
Obviously, Mirage still up here. Yamato available. Abrams. Okay, well, I'm glad at least Abrahams has been picked here by Abraham's roster. Obviously, a fun playmaker to see quite often. Obviously, like there's still like, Bebop Mo, in the mix here. You can absolutely like still work some of those mid-stage bands through. Curious to see what these last couple picks here are to round out for Abraham. Holiday finally gets snapped up.
If you told me like a week ago that we're gonna have Abrams picked before like Holiday, before Mirage, before Yamato, I would have not listened to you whatsoever. Like, there's no, how is this happening? How is he having such a high priority than like a Mo?
I'll tell you how. It's pure on lane control. I think the idea here from Abrahams is that they saw the early Vindicta pick and they don't want to deal with the Vindicta Abrams lane. That's the only logical reason, team name aside, as to why I think they would value Abrams this highly. The rest of it for one win now, makes reasonable sense. You're going to go with the Yamato higher value pick that's still here. And yeah, I think if you're one win, just given the fact that you have Hoot on the other team, even though they've already invested in the Holiday, I do think you ban the Bebop here. You get rid of it, and maybe Abraham's in turn gets rid of the Mo. We'll see.
Yeah, I think the double playmaker is going to be very tough to go against. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see it. Obviously, with Calvin already being banned out, we're not going to see a Shiv ban anywhere. A Shiv pick most likely. But I'm also kind of worried for Abraham's side. Like, what is Together going to be on here? And I know I said this so many weeks, but for me, he was like one of the best Yamatos when it came to EU. But then he was never focused on as being one of the carries for his team. For some reason, it shifted up to a couple of different players on his rosters within Paravision with Hojalice Cumbria, I believe he was on at the time. But to still see like Mirage getting to this point, I would assume it's got to be picked up here. But there's also like there's Mirage, there's Mo, there's like two already big priority heroes. There's still Bebop available. And one win right now, they are lacking that initiate. So if you're one win, you kind of almost have to commit to a Bebop right now, I'd say.
Yeah, I would expect the Bebop maybe to come up from one win. I mean, look, they're a team that can play it. And I think the fact that they don't value getting Holiday earlier, they'd go for it. I don't like the stall, though. Unless they're picking... Okay, they don't have the extra pick to go with it. If you're Abrahams, you deliver a gut punch here, and you make one of the next two heroes a Sinclair, and potentially even the Bebop if you think one win is angling towards it at this point. But you definitely get Sinclair here, and I think you've put one win in, like, just an awful position, because I think anytime you pick Warden when the Sinclair counter pick is on the board, it just has not worked out well for teams when they go up against that. And, well, to no one's surprise, here comes the Magician.
Yeah, I mean, I think when we did see Bandwise from Aegis Roar and the Woman Bombshell Volume 5 play it and pretty much single-handedly beat one win in that match, it was kind of a big showing of like Warden is still ridiculously strong in the right circumstances. So Sinclair, you're going to have already a very, very strong ultimate to steal away from Warden when it comes to these team fights, especially when they're running a combo with like a Yamato, a Geist, a Warden. They want to kind of deathball against you with this heavy front line. And that last stand steal out of audience participation is going to be massive when it comes to it. Not to mention, I think they need to still have a little bit more front line to give Grey Talon the room he needs to play towards the back of the team to really get that poke damage in. But already, yeah, I would kind of heavily favor Abraham's already off this draft CP.
Yeah. I mean, there's no other way to put it. Also, the fact that Mirage gets picked this late, the fact that Warden got prioed over Mirage, we have gone into a little bit of crazy town. The Bebop does finally get picked up for 1 win, so they have some form of initiation, you know, coming in later on that wasn't denied by Abraham's. But I don't know. I mean, they have a really good front line, but other than that, you look at how the fights are going to break down. You look at how Warden's ult is going to get used against them all game long, and the macro presence you're going to be dealing with the Mirage. To me, this is a cut and dry draft win so far for Abraham's.
You know, I don't hate a certain aspect of 1win's comp though, is that you do have like the hook into a stake into a binding word. Like if you hook someone and it's on a really low cooldown, there's a very good chance you're going to get a kill on that target, most likely. But the downside, as you pointed out, which I love, is that there's a Mirage. And the way we've seen teams play with these urns lately is we'll just hold the urn and we're going to split push somewhere against you. We're going to take objectives. And that's if teams respond to the actual urn turn-in.
Okay. Shiv rounds out the draft here. Calico still gets a look, but obviously like lowest priority now. Obviously with that Ethereal shift moving to tier 4, it's just much harder to get your hands on, maybe even not worth it. Calico though still seems to have some application here for 1win, guys.
Yeah, I think she kind of she rocks as like a frontliner for the team. I don't know why necessarily they didn't want to invest into a Mo, because again, that would be like another way to solidify a kill. But, you know, having someone who's frontline, who can absorb some damage with Yamato, can use their ultimate to, you know, mitigate the damage, to buy some time for the team to come through. They do have a very like heavy in-your-face combo with like 4 really big heroes who are going to be, you know, relatively tanky in your face. But ZP, I mean, the Calico just doesn't put out the damage anymore that we've seen in the past.
No, it doesn't. But I feel like when you look at this draft here, you are all in on frontline for 1win. And you're hoping that you get enough early to mid-game power out of your Bebop and your Vindicta to not fall horrifically behind. But you're going to get outplayed macro-wise by the pure presence of the Mirage. You are going to have matchup difficulties with the Sinclair anytime he's on the same area as the Warden. And also, you're still going to be dealing with like the outrageous pick potential of Holiday and the map presence of the Grey Talon. The only way 1win, I think, takes this is if they're able to get a lead despite all the factors going against them in the early part, because there is a world where if Abraham's ends up like 10 to 15K behind by like 12 minutes, it's actually like 1win is so tanky, it's going to be very difficult to get picks should they get ahead. I just don't know if they can fulfill the conditions to get ahead without Bebop just having the best game ever.
I do kind of look at this though, and I'm thinking if you have a great talent, that's a lot of high damage poke you can do to get those resets for Shiv. And that's one thing I'm going to keep an eye on, especially if you have Mirage there as well with the Jin's Mark. You can really poke at them quite heavily. But this would be a really interesting match. And I think you'd have value in saying, you know, which if 1win can get ahead by 10, 15K relatively early on, they could look to win the game. Though I do wonder for Abraham, since they have had a major roster overhaul, having to switch out half of their players, are they going to be able to handle these like mid to late game situations perfectly, where you need to know when you can split push and how to respond to the aggression that 1win can throw at you?
All right, moments away from jumping into our challenger game, Abraham's versus 1win. You guys in chat feel like Abraham's win the draft. I wonder how much that is to do with that Sinclair pick into the Warden or otherwise. Thanks, Blasty HF, for the 100 bits. We're going to jump in now. Take it away, ZP and Jason.
Jason, I'm intrigued by this draft here so far and how it's going to pan out. You know, as we kind of set up, Abraham's on paper, I think the team that's ahead, but you know, at the same note, you have to play the game, and I think there is a world where if 1win does get ahead here, Jason, you know, the entire narrative could be shifted on its head.
I think if I'm going to look at these two teams just based off of like raw, you know, players that they have, 1win are a team that are definitely going to know how to play the macro better and how to play these situations out better and invade your jungle better. Paravision, one gripe I've been giving them is that their macro really is a bit lacking. Like teams like VP will fall 10K behind, but be able to drag the game out long enough is what I'm trying to say, to find their ways back into the game. And I'm hoping maybe with the addition of Hoot, though I don't know how the communication necessarily works within this roster, that they're able to work on things like that, because that's where they've massively struggled as a team in the past.
Can I just say, I love the fact that they put Jamside on Mirage, because the when we've looked at Jamside play in the past, a common criticism is that Jamside has gone really, really farmed on heroes like Infernus, but then doesn't join the fights, like gets to the fights late. Jamside on Mirage feels like a match made in heaven, because you have all the time in the world to farm, and then when it's time to fight, you can just traveler in. You have less of the issue of fight timing for Jamside. So to me, just thinking about how Jamside usually plays, I kind of feel like Mirage is like the best hero you could put him on.
Yeah, I'd agree. Also, really quick, big shout out to Average Jonas there for the 5 gifted subs here to the community. Hope you've been well, man. But that's I can think of a game when it comes to Jamside that he played like a Wraith, and he was insanely farmed. I think it was like 5 to 10k ahead of the rest of his team, but the front line wasn't there. That the lead that he had against his own team and against his opponents, it didn't matter because he got absolutely just demolished once his front line fell by the wayside, which was relatively easy for the teams to do at that point. As we do see some of these lanes, the ZP, you can see that low HP Xenon getting bleeded away by the Serrated Blade down to 38 health. He's actually really trying to stick into this one. With the high velocity bullets, he's not going to have the sustain he needs. The dive comes through, and Saint gets the initial kill.
Yeah, I mean, as we evaluate lane matchups, I think Warden Vindicta, I don't love the lane, Jason, and in part because Vindicta can have a really, really good laning phase once she gets the 3K and gets Assassinate. But ideally, she wants to work with someone that also gives big threats. I mean, yeah, you can stake in the jail, but it's not as consistent as pairing her up with something like an Abrams or something with just more outright power. The Warden can get bullied a little bit early on, and when you're up against Sinclair Shiv in particular, I feel like how this lane is going down, where again you see the Sinclair going behind the Warden, it's no surprise.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of poke coming your way out of those two players, and you're going to eat a lot of that chip. There's really nothing Xenon can do to kind of sustain that lane, so I'd imagine he's going to have to go very regen reliant, as still a dive committed on towards the left-hand side. Damage already being done. You can see Xenon down to half HP yet again. Even ABL over the right-hand side is going to be just bursted down by Jamside. We didn't really talk about this lane necessarily, where it's going to be Jamside and Sap together with the Abrams and Mirage. And to be fair, you hit a charge, you got a tornado. That's a lot of lockdown and a lot of kill potential for them in this lane.
I think there's a lot of ways to construct a good Abrams lane, but just having a high tier poke hero like Mirage with an Abrams, I mean, you can still make it work. You still have to respect the Abrams getting close to you, but okay, as I say that, Abrams still can't get that low in HP. ABL back into the fray, immediately cutting Sap down, so equalizing things out. Middle lane is something that we haven't really looked at or touched on as much here, but also pretty intriguing. Just the interplay between the Holiday Talon, which is like some of the scariest poke in the game that you could have within one lane.
Yeah.
But also, if you get hooked, you're probably dead on the same note.
Yeah, I mean, overseas, he's definitely one of the top 3 Bebop players in EU by far. I would say he's actually probably the top player, whether or not the stats actually prove that to be true from just the impact we've seen in the past out of him. That dive on the left-hand side, it's still commencing here. They're really putting a lot of pressure in here, building up a pretty big lead. That is going to be locked under the Guardian, but he's not going to care too much as he backs away. And they're already at 3.8k for together, 3.3 for Saint, up against not even Ultimates online at a 1 win. You talked about a team getting 10k ahead. Well, Abraham's right now is on that track, ZP.
I think the scarier thing, too, is just Guardian control. They nearly have left Guardian down, and I think it's about at 50% HP already, so it's not even just the soul lead. It's what's going to happen when you lose the left Guardian that early into the game. And, the one key difference in Deadlock nowadays in 3 lane, your teleport is being removed from the game. You don't have the ability to necessarily help out lanes the way you did in the past. So, I mean, you just kind of have to sit there and hope it gets better if you're the Warden Vindicta lane. And the hook comes on in, and Tass is burned on down. What Overseas needs to do for 1 win to have a chance with their early game comp.
He's had to go full D-Mob, man. We've seen in the past when 1 win, just able to bring them back from the brink of almost a guaranteed loss. A little arrow going to be coming through. Looks like it's going to the right-hand side. Not to mention Tass is going to be ganking over this at the same time here. Gets a connection onto ABL and actually gets the kill on the Zanya. +5s in the chat for Hoop. Another 2 kills comes in for Abrahams. And this is starting to be a little bit of a slide here for them. A little bit of a snowball going. And ZP, not to mention, back in 1 win, we had a match of Paravision playing up against VP, where Together got in stupid far ahead on a Shiv that he solo carried the game. And he's already at 5,000 souls.
Yeah, this is a ridiculous start right now for Abrahams on the left-hand side. But again, this is what happens when you end up going in with a weaker lane in the moment. But 27k, 25k, still options here for 1 win on the whole as we look a bit more to the right-hand side, where if you're a 1 win team, what you're really banking on right now, you want either ABL or Empty Dreams to really get ahead here, Jason. And, those are both in lanes that are not the Vindicta Warden lane that's been struggling.
I do wonder what build Empty Dreams is going to be going for on top of this, because I'm looking at this comp and I'm thinking there's like 3 high priority heroes you really want to feed a lot of farm over to. It's going to be Xenon on the Warden, because if a Warden falls behind, he's probably going to stay behind. It's going to be ABL on the Yamato, though he's typically a player who would like to gank a lot and get his farm through getting kills for his team. And then on the other side, it's Empty Dreams, who likes to be the person to just like solo farm as much as he possibly can on this Geist and become this like wall that you can't really fend up against. But I'm curious for him in particular, what route is he going? Because I've been hearing a lot of rumblings about these Malice builds that can do insanely high damage, which is something maybe they're going to need. But at the same time, that Drain build you go just keeps you alive a lot longer and makes you have the survivability you need in some of these fights.
Jason, we just saw dirty bullying going on here, which is part of why GT is usually banned. The fact that you can just be in middle lane, send the owl. It's the full-on WWE tactic where someone gets an injured body part and you have the wrestler just injuring the body part even more. That was that great talent owl that just went over to the left to make things even more difficult for Flammable and what's been a very difficult Warden Vindicta lane. And now I wonder if we get a little bit of swap here as Flammable moving off to the mid after that gank.
Well, not to mention, we're seeing Together being left over in the left-hand lane up against Xenon. So one win, they're being methodical about this. They're thinking, who do we want to get farmed? It's going to be Xenon, but he's going to be up against Together, who already has a 1,000 soul lead. And again, in the past, we've seen Together be able to solo carry games. And I do worry for Xenon that if he can't handle up against Together, he's just going to snowball out of control. As we do have a little bit of fight breaking out on the right-hand side. Once again, it's still going to be the man advantage for Abrahams. And Sap to take a little bit of the brunt of the damage right off the bat.
Yeah, Saf, again, being up to an extent, but they're able to turn it back around on the Xenia. And now go back up the right-hand side. Abraham's now going to get really good pressure here on to this right lane tower, where they already have left lane tower exactly where they want it. 41k to 36k. Big advantage right now starting to develop here from Abraham's, but it's kind of what we expected right now, Jason, with the draft early on. It's something that one win has to weather to get to their good point. Oh, dear Lord, the parry coming on in. ABL in danger. Might get out of it. We'll see, but that is still brutal. And okay, Zanya's able to rotate in and still make it something winnable.
Yeah, if there's one person I trust to play Yamato in that situation, we'd definitely be ABL, man. Ridiculous stuff coming through. I think that was a melee lifesteal to heal him up, just what he needed to survive being parried out twice, or being parried out once, then getting meleeed twice. But Overseas now on one win side, set up for a gank on Together to get Xenon snowballed. But the counter push can be coming through. Saint's gonna be joining right back in here. And not to mention Task coming in from mid lane. It's gonna be the counter gank coming through of Abraham's, looking for the catch, and they're gonna get it. Xenon goes down right away. And Overseas, I don't know where you can run to. Maybe you can jet propel yourself over in towards the mid buff, but you're gonna be chased down by Together. Another 2 kills for Abraham's.
Yeah, not getting that one cleanly at all. And also, can we talk about economy allocation where Flammable is? This is the most broke Vindicta we have seen in a long time. And if she didn't normally not wear shoes, you'd be like, well, now you understand why she's not wearing shoes, because there's no soul income whatsoever. It is the worst possible place to have a Vindicta at about 10 minutes into the game.
I think to be fair to him, like obviously there's a lot of people you need to get farmed on this roster for one win when they're behind by 7k at this point. I think he's just more about the shred. I was really curious if he was going to go the assassinate build to catch them back up and potentially pull up a snowball. But I think he's going to stick to that crow build, give the shred to his team to hopefully have ABL and Xenon and Empty Dreams tear through the rest of that roster. But it's not looking too good. We're definitely going to see a push at some point, maybe towards the right-hand side of the map to look for that Guardian to get that first flex set unlocked for Abraham's.
Well, yeah, and on an individual player note, I don't know how much of that I lay on Flammable. I lay a lot on the lane comp. I think if you're giving your Vindicta Warden, it's not the highest value lane comp. But right now, contest going on near earned turn-in. And one win right now, swarming in and around. I think for them, they'd rather just get the Guardian here. It's kind of a double benefit where you pressure and defend the turn-in, and you keep pressure on the lane for the Guardian at the same time.
I do like this too, because this is like the perfect window for them to go. Considering the Urn was being dragged over to the right-hand side of the map for the turn-in, they just stack the players there. They get themselves a guard and they back away to close this lead from 7k down to just 4k. I think a very smart adaptation. And you saw Abraham's realize there's no point to try to go for the turn-in at least at that point. Also, as a side note here, ZP, I am so happy seeing Hoot play like Greytown, to play more of a carry role within a roster, because he was definitely back in the Maidong days one of the standout players when he was on the Bebop, forgetting the hooks, but just like the game sense he had and the rotations he would pull off, the timing windows that he would hit were always stupendous to see.
I think the funnier thing about Hoot is, I'll get to that thought later because we're swapping off to the right-hand side. Xenon getting caught out. Earn turn in. Now very much in play here for Abrahams, and we'll see how much this is contested. Goes on in, forces the drop. Earn still very much in contest. Anya, though, gonna fall in turn. And Abrahams, I mean, they're just getting a free kill on top of getting the earn turn in here. The contest not going to be doing too much of anything. And this is where Abrahams needs to be, Jason, realistically speaking, with their comp.
I mean, they're also going to get the Garden off the back of this, too. They get another kill with together, chasing that flammable, potentially another, as we do see the push coming out of Xenon. The last stand has been used. He takes down Hoot. I'm not sure how much more he's going to get off the back of this, though, as he has been cursed up by the Grey Talon trap. The counter last stand going to be coming through with the body word. Might have just saved him. Getting back towards that Walker. Xenon, it looks like he will live to fight another day, even with the Hex landing. But Abraham's getting, yeah, to the point that you said, 11K now, 12 minutes in, and they're making the pushes work out for them here.
Meanwhile, looking back here into mid lane, Abraham's getting perhaps a little bit over aggressive here. You see the chase down happen on the Jam side. Jam side going to be able to get away. Jam side right now desperately running. Still in hot pursuit is ABL on Yamato. Sliding on down, going, all right, where are you at? And they have lost the plot here. It looks like Jam side is able to get away.
50-50. It's a 50-50 choice, going left or going right. And well, here went left. I'd say at the end of the day, you're going to be happy with that, considering it means you're not going to potentially die. Yeah, you don't get the kill, but honestly, the kill is not going to be worth as much as the farm. But it looks like we might get finally a settling down here, a little bit of a slower pace, a very action-packed first 13 minutes.
I just want to note, Jason, I love the fact that, you know, we could be a year from now at some Deadlock World Championship, and you know, who could be on one of those teams, you know, doing well. He'd be like, I remember Hoot from back in the My Dog days. It's just, it's one of those factoids that's never going to go away. It will follow Hoot until the end of time.
It followed Vic in Overwatch as long as I was casted. I would always bring up his My Dog days, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, look, memorable team, no question, regardless of game. But hopping on and taking a look at the overall game state right now, Abraham's, even though they're leading and where they need to be, it's kind of a tenuous spot because you still have to respect what Overseas can do on the Bebop, and you still have to respect what the overall game state is, where if you get even or fall a little bit behind, OneWin's overall team scales a lot better than yours. So even with the lead, you have to play pretty methodically here, Jason.
I see, Holiday.
I'm kind of torn about the scaling, to be honest. Like, I know Yamato obviously is like one of the big factors on that, Geist as well, but I mean, a Shiv, a Grey Talon, a Mirage, at least with the way we see Mirage played in the past in OneWin Bombshell. I mean, I don't know, I'm kind of torn. I'm saying I disagree with you, but I don't know if I fully agree when it comes to like the scaling potential out of Abraham's, but I'm open to being wrong.
I think it's just the difficulty of taking down the front line should it get really far ahead, but that's also where Xenon getting picked is rough, because Xenon is the most farmed for OneWin. They've funneled a lot into the make Warden big strategy, and Warden is, oh man, it almost looked like he was about to hit. Meanwhile, Grey Talon arrow coming on in, looking for Calico is the target, is Venue right now. Just looking to get away. Big invade coming in here from Abraham's deep in the OneWin team territory. Last stand gonna be brought out here by Xenon, and this is where the 15K Warden, pretty scary, especially in a closed-in area. About a picture-perfect last stand coming on in as Abraham's, they dive a little too deep, Jason.
Yeah, getting a little bit too cocky there, to be fair, but they still are sporting a 10K lead. The next turn has spawned in, and it will be a turn in enemy territory if they do go for it. So realistically, I don't know if they're going to try to get it. They're trying to deny it away, actually, from OneWin at the moment. But OneWin have sent 2 players over there to secure it. Overseas picks it up. Saf going to be coming through together, takes down Overseas. And this is actually huge, because not only do you get these 3 kills, but you also deny that earned turn in for OneWin, which they desperately needed to get some sort of souls back on their side.
I think OneWin, the key there will have just been getting control of the earn, because if you're Abrahams, we've seen this a lot where teams will decide, well, we don't have to force a turn in, we just have to make sure you don't get the turn in.
Yeah.
We're otherwise ahead, we can grab more of your jungle in this sort of situation. Well, we'll see though, because sometimes teams do the opposite, where they try and force it on in where they feel they have an edge. However, this quick grab will give them the edge. The quick hit on the flammable, lasso in the killing blow. They're gonna get the Walker potentially off this, or at least draw resources off and make things a little bit more open for the earn turn in.
I mean, they're just going to get a ton of damage onto the mid walker and the right walker while all this is happening. Earn going to be moving back towards the mid lane at the same time. The thing is, for me, it's like you send Mirage into this right lane, you look for the turn on the left, you get yourself a free walker, or you give yourself the advantage for a turn in. But either way, they get the walker on the right-hand side. They're still continuing to dive even further together. Just doesn't really seem to care too much. And that's going to be a finish coming through. And the Al to find no one, because there's no one left to be seen, at least when it comes to the right-hand lane, as it's going to be going over towards the mid lane with ABL taking down Saint. But that urn, you can still see Overseas and Flammable and Zanya are going to be coming through to contest it.
Classic Warden problems there. Of Warden in fight, your most farmed player. Last stand not yet off cooldown. Warden still has the problem of being half a hero while last stand is unavailable. And you saw the problem in that last fight where if it took place even like 10 seconds later, Jason, Xenon would have been able to go with last stand and it would have been very different. But there's just a level of disrespect you can give to Warden comps, especially when Warden is your main threat, when last stand isn't off cooldown. And I do like how Abrahams is playing this, though, is that even with the kills, they realize what's coming up cooldown-wise, like what they had available, and they decide, look, we don't have to turn in this urn. We just don't want you to use it.
I mean, so they didn't, remember, they denied it, getting 3 kills. They get a walker in the right lane, getting another flex slot. They continue to grow that lead. Just keeping away from enemy territory, I think, is definitely the smartest play when it comes to it for Abrahams. And honestly, ZP, that makes me happy to see, because again, as I said in the past, Paravision have been a team that lacked when it came to the macro play. So I'm loving to see this switch up. And Zonic can be going for the fight up against together, dodges away from that lasso. Got to bring that up, of course, with Mitch back here on the show. But that fight is still going to pop off. We see the Xenon going to be coming back in once again from the mid lane, and he's got his last stand ready.
Yeah, the parry comes in, right place, right time. Still not enough to save Zanya's life, but got the lasso out for a time. Got a good proportion of resources. Opens up Xenon. The coming from the flank, the last stand. Takes down Hoot immediately. 1-1 team trying to make the most of this here. Xenon, though, looking pretty low as Saf just cleans up in close quarters here on the Abrams. The namesake of Abrahams, as it were. A 1-for-4. Still a team fight that goes very distinctly in Abraham's favor. And
Mid-boss.
Yeah, as I go for mid-boss here, this is probably a good time to bring in Mitch. And, Mitch, you've been watching this game. What insights have you had just, watching things develop here as Abrahams is about to take mid-boss?
Yeah, a couple big ones. I think, primarily, it's clear to see how difficult it is for Calico to frontline here at all. There's a, Return of Shadows used, and then Zanya instantly gets popped. And I'm still waiting to see when/if this Invicta is supposed to have any impact in the game for 1-win. Extremely starved out. Seeing just how fed together is, as well as Jam side quietly starting to get out of control of this game, I don't see how 1-win get back into it.
Headed to Broadway.
Yeah, and
the resource allocation, ZP, if we talk about on 1-win side feed to Xenon, it's been all Jam side. And it's kind of funny enough been slightly Hoot, even though together sporting 23k. Initially off the leaving him into that left lane by himself, he has been pushing up on that right lane, like we saw, taking that walker, getting quite a few kills. They've gone back to letting him feed and feast in this left-hand lane.
The only upside I can really give for 1-win team right now is that when you look at allocation, they have been able to feed a lot into the Warden and the Yamato. The problem is that's still less than where Together is at on the other side. It's less than where Jam side is at on the other side. And it does lead them to some scenarios where they do have some team fight winning plays that they could have, especially if Xenon's able to get a good last stand. But oh boy, here we go again. Tass with the quick grab on the Xenon, the best pick they can get with all the investment into the Warden, where at this point it's not just being up 1 with Rejuvenator, Jason. You've now taken away one of the only ways that 1-win can actually win a team fight.
And you're going to be taking away 2 more walkers, most likely, too. The push coming in towards the middle. 1-win trying to respawn with the catch over onto Saint, but Saint looking to escape here. He's going to be, I think, locked down by 3 or 4 players as the urn has been picked up. And maybe they'll get Saint. Maybe they'll maintain their left-hand walker. But they're not going to maintain middle and not going to maintain control over this urn, as Abraham's going to continue to get even farther ahead. And honestly, ZP, this is one thing I really dislike about teams who heavily invest into Warden, is that when his last stand's not up or he's dead, he doesn't really give you anything.
He's not great in fights without ults. However, 1-win team, they are going to full contest this. The last stand is going to be back up here. You got Vindicta coming in from the back. Zanya goes down, but they get sapped in turn. 1-for-1 here so far. Xenon going to drop the last stand. Close quarters. Is anything going to come of it here? ABL investing Shadow Transformation, same time. Diving on in his 1-win team. Abrahams, though, looking to weather the storm. The last stand is gone, and so is Warden together. In there with the Killing Blow. Gets a 2-piece right off the top. Not done yet. Killing Blow ready to go one more time. Gets knocked by the Bebop and says, what's up in turn? 3-4 together. And the Shiv Snowball has arrived.
Man, it's like looking at that one match against VP. It's all about together and the snowball he can apply with those resets, man. They're going to take down the base guardians, take down a couple of shrines, and most likely the patron on top of this, Zanya, is going to be back up. But honestly, I think time is just going to be ticking, and there's not much he can do by himself. Ridiculous stuff. I mean, to be fair, I don't think Together has this level of impact unless Jamside and Hoot were putting out some insane damage here.
There's multiple threats for Abrahams at the moment. You can't deal with all of them. And you're far enough behind now, Jason, that you're not going to be able to deal with any of them, is where you're at. And the heroes that you've applied farm to, it doesn't quite matter anymore. Your 23k Yamato is like nothing compared to the 30k Shiv at this point in the game. And if you're Abrahams, you sense blood in the water and you want to end it now.
Yeah, they said, screw it. We're not going to back away. We don't have the Rejuvenate anymore, but we don't need it. We just need your patron to get ourselves into the money match here, and that is going to fall extremely quickly. 22 minutes in, ending off with an almost 40k lead. Abrahams is here, and Abrahams is ready to play. What a fantastic showing for the first time we've seen this new squad.
Yeah, that is a ridiculous showing all in all. And I mean, look, we kind of called it when we looked at the draft and mentioned that it was going to be a more difficult game for one win team. And the reality is that Abrahams was able to just stick to their winning conditions. They had a team that was going to be better in the early to mid game, so long as Bebop didn't have a ridiculous game. Bebop didn't have a ridiculous game. Abrahams got ahead, and one win team, I think they did a great job of economy allocation, but in the end, they were just too far behind. And, this is probably a good time. Bring Mitch back in here. Mitch, you're watching all of it, and it kind of stuck to the script to an extent.
Yeah, I mean, I think there were some situations where, like, that 15k Warden at one point was getting a ton of value off those, final stands within those more close quarters scenarios. But something you guys touched on was that you felt like Paravision as a team, at least in that form, struggled a little bit on the macro level. Although you feel like today, it's looking like they've really managed to reverse that trend. Looks like they're actually looking very strong in that regard.
I want to imagine that's maybe what Hoot has given to this team, is like another way to look at the game. Obviously, you have Jamside coming in, you have Saint coming in, so a lot of understanding, I think, from all the players. We got to listen to these new ideas, because what was happening, or what was being used out of Paravision with their strategy-wise in the past, it's not working anymore to at least the extent in terms of how successful they want to be here in Deadlock. But a big turnaround, smart use out of Jamside as well with the earned plays we saw, and that's definitely a team who's looking to maybe take down VP.
I mean, we're going to talk about our player of the match here, presented by Intel. I think someone that you guys called on frequently over the course of that game. Someone you mentioned that if they do get out of control, they'll take the game over. That player is Together here on the Shiv. Almost 28,000 player damage done, and also top objective damage. He is 13, 0, and 12 for the map ZP.
Yeah, I'm also getting a little bit of whiplash here where, no, we didn't mess up our logos. The team logo is actually just Abrams, even though the player of the match is Shiv. Everything's working properly, even though at first glance you might wonder what is going on here. But look, this is a total performance from Together, where one of the earliest stories in the game was the Shiv Sinclair lane getting way ahead over the Warden Vindicta lane. And as a result, Together started the game off well in the early game and just kept going, got incredibly well farmed. And look, the way these team fights panned out, Together was riding the line between eating a lot of damage early on, staying alive, and being able to finish out fights strong with Killing Blow, eventually just ending in a completely unstoppable snowball. And it's also kind of interesting too, because Shiv Sinclair is not one of the more often seen Shiv lanes. Usually when Shiv has gotten picked at times in recent times, it's only been with a Kelvin. And you have the Kelvin Shiv lane that's really good, but Together says, no, we'll make it work with a completely different lane. And it just went well all game long for Together.
And I think one question we kind of get sometimes, ZP, as well, is do you think they intended to go up against that lane combo of the Vindicta and the Warden, or do you think they just got kind of lucky? I think in my eyes, they almost had a guaranteed lane win no matter where they went. Obviously not mid lane, you don't want to go mid lane with this combo, but if they're up against the Vindicta and the Warden, okay, you're looking pretty strong. You have a lot of poke, a lot of damage you can output. If you're up against the Yamato and the Calico, Hex is going to be such a hard counter to those two who are ever going to come in melee range, that Together is going to get a great amount of damage done on his dash, not to mention the melee damage if they want to go for on top of it. I feel like they had a win-win no matter what lane they went to, but obviously the harder lane to win the easier lane to win that they could snowball harder was up against Flammable and Xenon here. And this is why I keep saying, man, like, give Together some heroes he can carry on, because he was always one of those players in my mind. And we're seeing kind of why right here. 13-0, 0 deaths, and 28,000 player damage, as you heard Mitch say before. I mean, no one even comes close to where he got except Hoot.
Yeah, and while the stats are still up here, I mean, it's a shame we're not getting sponsored by Skittles, because you look at Together, just the color that you're seeing on the stat page, he was full on tasting the rainbow. You know, Mitch first to point it out on the stat screen, but you look at it, that is ridiculous. And that's not just the stats showing it. That was the eye test long before we even saw the stats. So ridiculous game for Shiv. And the fact that we've seen Together pull games together on Shiv like this in a variety of different situations, it does make you wonder, if you're VP, do you look at this and go, maybe we just don't let you have the Shiv because you're disproportionately good on this hero.
Now, before we cut to a quick break, I want to remind you guys, it's pinned in the chat, but Jason is putting together a great little episode of Deadlock Family Feud, and we do need your help. So check that pinned post, because we need some of your answers to some fun questions here. That's going to provide the basis and data for some of those Family Feud-like questions he's going to be asking in an upcoming video. So we really appreciate if you could help us out with that one. But for now, folks, we have Abraham's advancing to our money match, and their Isaacs will be a Virtus.pro. $1,000 on the line here, thanks to our friends at Intel's a best of 3. Abraham's look pretty good. They've shored up the macro game. Together's popping off. Hoot definitely seems to have a feel for the game. It's ripe for a bit of an upset, but we know VP are hard foes to try and topple. So keep an eye out for that one. We're going to be coming back with that one on the other side of this break. Don't go too far, folks. This is Deadlock Fight Night number 24, presented by Intel.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to Locked In. Now, normally here we're going to have some recaps of the last week of the Deadlock Fight Night, which was number 23. But honestly, it's been a little bit too much work having to do them for every single match. So I'm going to be switching things up from now on, and I'm going to be doing my Locked In match of the week from DFN. And this week for number 23, it will be the final match of EU with one win up against VP. While we dive into the first map, Michaelis is met with a giant mechanical hand of Overseas Bebop 2 times in a row. Really far from behind of the lane, just trying to play extra saves. That's going to be the hook coming through.
That's what Jake is saying. And Jake is not wrong.
Don't let that happen again.
I think is another interesting thing too, because just the versatility on this one. Winty below again. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, twice in a row.
Realizing they were unable to contest the first urn, VP decided to focus on taking their second Guardian to get their flex slot. Second urn spawns in, and VP still felt like they couldn't contest and instead took Rejuve. With this, they were able to bully down the right lane Walker. Flash forward to the third urn, and one win again are able to lock it in, getting them a 12k lead 21 minutes in. After picking up the Rejuve and getting the last Walkers on VP's side and confirming the fourth urn of the game, One Win managed to extend their lead to 24k. One Win used their now 40k lead to catch off Shark from behind and show that the urn is something you can't turn a blind eye to, as One Win get their first win in the series. And Virtus.pro, that window you had to work with, it's gone.
And here are the follow-up kills coming in on the lane. Not too much for VP to do. They're trying their best to try to withstand the might of One Win, but the difference in advantage is far too big at this point. Oh my god, what are you doing, ABL? Okay, he's in that base like he's in my DMs. ABL is just so hungry for the wins, for the victories. And I don't know if that joke makes sense unless you guys are around in the beginning of the broadcast, but in the pits,
to me, and that's all that matters, Dan.
Well, this looks like it will finally be a One Win, looking to start off as they have continued here in impeccable form.
Well, there's a reason we've seen Virtus.pro consistently ban away Bebop from One Win, and we're seeing why in particular. Overseas finishes things off for One Win to get themselves their first map in the series, and one step closer to taking home the $1,000 prize pool here in this money match. VP learned their lesson from the first match, banning away Bebop from Overseas. Listic, having a strong start yet again, decides to roam early on, helping alleviate the pressure from the Shiv Kelvin lane.
We do have an engagement here on the right side or left side of the map, and all the shelter's going to be coming on through, and a very healthy Yamato actually might still be able to get the... Yep, there it is. ABL's down on the Shiv. A really good conversion coming in from Virtus.pro. Using the Frozen Shelter against them, it feels like, is Listic. and it's also going to find flammable as well.
VP getting PTSD from map 1 of the series contests the urn only to let it slip through their fingers, but they don't let one win get away for free.
It's a little bit by Listic and Zergy being ahead, but okay. Frozen Shelter just being used here for the quick urn secure.
And Trade's coming on through in this fight.
Go ahead, Dan.
There's a swap as well. So VP able to capitalize despite losing the urn. They have the cleanup crew ready on call.
In a show of their changed mindset, VP managed to contest the urn in a second time, allowing Zergy to finish off a walker and turn it into a mid-boss, all the while not allowing one win to secure a turn-in. Virtus.pro realizing this, actually pushing up aggressively and trying to go for the catch. Gmod's able to do so yet again, this time on the overseas. The soul exchange had come through, but it's just not enough health for him to survive. He's gonna fall, and VP continues to go on the chase. I don't know how Listic gets into the subway from where he was, but Flammable's so low on HP, gets around the corner, and eventually in towards his death. VP managed to get up to a 20k lead and let the urn finally turn in so they could take the last walker of the game instead. But as the next one spawned in, VP managed to get control with their lead and force a turn in through enemy territory.
Engage here as a unit so he can get that flank working. And there we go. We do get a Frozen Shoulder to kick things off here as well. And Zanya will be coming in from the back. However, all the attention is getting turned on to Zanya here. This is looking pretty precarious right now for VP, actually. He's beginning to get actually focused for once, and there is the pickup. Absolute chaos in this fight, and the disengage starts to come in from one win because they have multiple players that are critically low and they're getting chased down, and the kills are coming through as well for VP.
The next minutes turned into VP wanting to be secure about their victory, getting another urn turn in while already being 40k in the lead. With this, Zergy shows its impact as he puts down an overwhelming amount of damage in the subway, leading to VP taking the map.
Yeah, certainly. Somewhat of a chase. I mean, obviously, if you're in Furnace, you want to kite, but Furnace is getting absolutely mobbed here. Oh my god! But look at the life leech coming in, somehow still up. But for how long? How many players are going to be beating on the Infernus? Oh my god! Zergy takes down the Kelvin. Oh, that is not a good result there when we needed that to be somewhat clean.
Team as well, finally figuring out what didn't work out for them, but they've done it before. They did it last week when they took a map. Taking 2 seems to be the trouble.
Yes, absolutely, and indeed, it's the victory there in map 2.
The pain continued for one win going into map 3, with Zergy getting a very early double kill at 7, and Listic doing the same in mid lane on Yamato. This lead is reflected in the fact that the first urn turn-in is actually in one win's jungle.
They are going for it, and one win are going to respond.
And they're wasting multiple players' time, to be fair, as well on the win-win side. That's the last one coming through. The Frozen Shelter can be used to try to confirm the soul or the urn turn in, but it hasn't been locked in just yet. Size is planning to come through just to help them escape, but Listic's gonna be there to clean up that kill. Maybe was able to get down Obi-Kim. The urn still trying to be deposited. Looks like it will go last second. The parry came in from D-Mob to save it. And Shark's able to confirm the urn and 2 more kills on top of this. It's all going the way of Virtus.pro, 11k lead. VP get a bit overzealous going for a reju 12 minutes in, only to have Overseas steal it away. This led to the defensive play from VP while OneWin tried to catch up. With the next urn spawn, VP hold on to it while taking the left lane walker, taking mid-boss, then going in for the turn-in to extend their lead to 35k.
Zenon going down very low, very quickly. The pick-off potential, the damage output is crazy from VP right now, and they still have everybody up. They've got their big heals from Kelvin coming in from Obi-Kim. There's a healing Nova going down, Walker going down, and potentially more one-win players to follow suit.
With their shrines already down, OneWin are forced to look for fights on VP's side of the map. Thinking they have a catch on Obi-Kim turns into their demise.
Not a good place to be. Frozen Shelter is used for the defense. We've seen it used for defense or urn secures only so far.
I mean, as we said before, OneWin, they're going to be committing for a fight here for this urn. At least getting Obi-Kim low here. You can see him just burning away. The Tux bullets coming out of Empty Dreams. Combustion off the back of this. We can see the Stormcloud on top of this, just able to create so much zone control for the side of Virtus.pro. But Michaelis, he's going to fall. At least OneWin able to get one initial kill, but the rest of the team so low on HP as ABL's going to go down Overseas. He's probably going to be finished off here momentarily unless he's able to escape back towards his base, but he's heading over towards the VP side of this map. And Listic, well, he's unhinged. 29,000 souls, and he wants to close out these kills. He wants to close out the series as well. Only 3 players left alive for OneWin. And Virtus.pro might have finally broken the curse with the win against OneWin here. With the final Hail Mary play out of OneWin, they try to get a catch in mid, but quickly find out a 50k deficit is a bit too hard to come back from.
Players here, there'll be more along the way, but will that first few seconds of engaged in their favor count here in this fight? It's looking pretty difficult here for Empty Dreams, getting chunked down real fast here. So much spirit damage. Oh my god, it is a death ball to be sure. a tornado of Virtus.pro players, and they're going to consume everyone in one win. And I mean, they don't even have to do mid boss; they can just run in and win now. At this point, oh, I think this is it, Jason.
This is it indeed. The final member of One Win goes down in Virtus.pro. After 4 weeks in a row of losing out against One Win, they get the well-played, good game spam that they had to deal with every single week as One Win continued to be the best team in EU. But that championship belt, it's got to be handed off to Virtus.pro as they finally take themselves DFN 23 in the rightful place of being the best team in EU. Well, it took them 4 weeks, but finally, Virtus.pro have been able to take their title back once again, proving to be one of the most adaptable teams in any patch that seems to come out here in Deadlock. Well, hope you guys enjoyed our match of the week. Make sure you guys like and subscribe over to Locked In, and we'll see you next week.
A relatively quick first game in our Challengers matchup sees Abraham's advance to our best of 3 money match, going up against none other than Virtus.pro. Great to have you back, folks, here at the Deadlock Fight Night number 24, presented by Intel. I'm over here joined by Jason Kaplan and ZP, and we're still reeling after the pure pace of that first game. But Jason, this Paravision Remnants mixed team looks like they've got what it takes. Curious to see if they can put a scratch on VP.
It's definitely going to be tough. If you want to ever be tried and tested as a new team or as a team coming together like this, VP is definitely the route to go, and it's definitely going to be that unstoppable force that you have to deal with when it comes to Deadlock over in the EU. A star-studded lineup on the VP side, and they've shown really no weakness in recent times.
Yeah,
now,
and sorry, go.
You're good. You're all good. I'm just going to pivot across a little bit and say, like, we've seen Virtus.pro turn up in some of these big tournaments already, ZP, off the back of this. They're also a team that adapt really quickly to changes in metagame. So now you'd think a couple weeks into this patch, they'd really be looking dominant as they start to have things worked out, as they tend to cotton onto these things a little quicker than their contemporaries.
Yeah, I mean, VP usually is very solid meta-wise. Like, I'll give you an example. Relative to the previous map, you're not going to see anything ridiculous like Abraham's coming out and getting both Great Talon and a Holiday at the same time. It simply is not going to happen. You're also not going to see draft errors, in my opinion, like picking a Warden with a Sinclair still up on the board. VP, they're a well enough coached team that they're not going to make simple mistakes like that. And I just think, generally speaking, their read on the meta is probably going to be more, tightly tuned at the moment.
This is your VP.
About the Mitch. No, don't say sorry. That you know how that makes me feel. That Virtus.pro, the most successful thing that they have over any other team that I will still say, and I will die on this hill whether you agree with it or not, is the fact that every player on this roster has such a deep hero pool that no matter how the meta shifts, no matter what patches may come, that they are going to have a team who could always be a top 2 team in EU, maybe a top 2 team in the world. Everyone on this roster can play a plethora of themes, except maybe Zergy. Now, obviously, he's the one that we can maybe make fun of a little bit because he does play a very limited kind of pool in terms of like the role he's playing for Virtus.pro. But the rest of them, they can play anything, and that's what makes them so damn deadly. That any patch that comes, they are prepared. Like Listic, I think has been probably one of the most standout players on this roster because he has truly shown to be one of the omnipotent players of any hero on this squad. That I really find it hard, ZP, to ever say that I think Virtus.pro are going to fall off. I don't think anyone can say that with confidence.
Yeah, I mean, VP, they're not invincible. They have had periods where they have had bad reads every now and then, but they're very brief periods. Going all the way back to their Buff Enjoyers days, they have been the most overall consistent team in EU. Not always on top. There have been eras where they've been beaten by DMS when they were a team. They've been beaten by Pajulaya Scabria. They've been beaten by One Win or even Aegis Aurora when you go earlier in the year. But the key for Virtus.pro is that they learn, they adapt, and usually even when they're losing, they're not looking bad when they're losing because, as you point out, when you look at the roster, this is a roster that is incredibly versatile in what they can play. We've had drafts with VP where we'll just spend what feels like close to 10 minutes wondering, how is this going to pan out hero pool wise? Because there's so many different combinations and permutations that they can play.
We got it wrong so many times in terms of who was going to be playing what. But I think one thing that we can pretty much all agree on is that there's no way, as you kind of already hinted at, ZP, no way we're going to see Great Talon get through. Not with Hoot having a good game on it, not with Listic, Mikhail S, and not to mention some other players on the roster who could play it for VP side, even though I'm sure you all at home who are watching have seen some of those sick clips out of Mikhail S and his owls. If you guys haven't noticed, or haven't seen them, he's like literally sitting between queues practicing on like the test map of flying his owls through, and some of the things he pulls off, I mean, I would want him to fly a drone any day of the week for me.
I mean, can only hope we get a chance to see that. There's no guarantee that it gets banned out as we head into this draft, but we talked about VP. Let's quickly touch once more on Abrahams, because they're obviously a mixed team, a team under this banner that we're not super familiar with. They, though, had a really strong showing. They managed to get, though, a ZP, a draft that was pretty ridiculous. Abrams, Holiday, Great Talon on the same team. Feels like VP are not the team that's going to let this occur.
No, certainly not. And we'll see here in first ban. I would guess coming in from VP, but we'll see if they ban the Talon or not. I mean, if they can ban a playmaker and angle to get the Talon, force the Talon ban out of Abrahams, or at times just take away the Talon and make sure they get a good playmaker. And by taking away Talon, what they've ensured here is that they will get either Paradox or Holiday guaranteed. And if you're Abrahams, this means that usually maybe you ban something like a Sinclair, or you ban something that VP likes in turn, because if you ban a Paradox or Holiday, all you do is hurt yourself, because you're not going to be able to get that hero in turn.
Probably Vindicta, I would guess. Take it away from Mikhail S or take it away from Obi Kim, because then, like you're saying, you leave open the Paradox and the Holiday, and you don't want to say you don't have to depend on picking Bebop here, because now I think ZP, Abrahams are forced to pick Bebop in their top 3. Otherwise, Virtus.pro, I think they're going to ban it away, and then that puts you in a really awkward position. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. There's only such a small pool of them available. 2, I guess 3 if you want to count, Bebop and his hook potential. So that's the risk here. Virtus.pro not afraid to leave those playmakers open. I'm being first pick. They know they're going to get one if they don't ban him. So they take Abrams first up here.
What happened with Abrams' stock recently, ZP, in this 1 week off? Because we were seeing games without him existing, and now all of a sudden we're seeing him pick top 3?
I got nothing. This is a dream. I did not wake up this morning. I don't know what is going on. I cannot think of any justification to be picking Abrams first. However, in terms of draft, Abrahams is definitely going to respond with Holiday as one of the 2 picks. Okay, they go. Do they go Kelvin Shiv? I mean, okay, we know they like together on the Shiv. You can force the Kelvin Shiv lane this early, but then you're going to be giving up like Holiday Vindicta on the other side. We've entered Silly Town. This is ridiculous for just 1 week off, and this happens.
I mean, the Kelvin Shiv, if you guys are unfamiliar with it, so strong because of the amount of sustain you give a Shiv and the guaranteed kill power you have. Once you get your ultimates online, you lock someone in the frozen shelter, you're gonna get someone low in that frozen shelter to get the insta kill out of Shiv. And that's why we talk so highly of it. Though we've had some varied success, but it's one of those S tier lanes, ZP, where you have Kelvin Shiv, you have Abrahams. Oh my God, it's gonna kill me. Abrams Vindicta as another S tier lane as well. That it makes it like a lane that you can kind of depend on getting that Guardian down right away. And as we were saying, ZP, it forces the Shiv counter pick out of VP.
Yeah, you knew the Shiv was gonna be coming on in as soon as the Kelvin got prioritized that early, but okay, clearly it has to be Holiday for the last part here. They took Vindicta, so you can't do the Abrams Vindicta. Surely you have Holiday here, because if Holiday dropped below 3 and VP decided, okay, we want Mirage or a Geist over this, that would be why. What?
Oh, you kind of set
I don't understand. I don't get it.
Well, now, as we know, you have to shoot Ivy in the head, not the ears, to find the hitbox. Massive buff. It's really catapulted this hero into sort of ubiquity.
So for any viewers out there as well who haven't seen, Virtus.pro have actively rocked the gun Ivy with Zergy. We have seen it happen actually a couple of times, or Obi Kim can play it. So again, it's a hero that has a lot of versatility in terms of who they can play it on, and it gives that flexibility within the roster VP for their picks later on. But ZP, can you wake up? Can you pinch yourself for something? Because we didn't have a Holiday pick top 3 out of either team.
That is very, very odd from what we were just seeing in recent competition. They banned Geist. Okay, I don't know why you would pick Warden and then not ban Sinclair. There is no way that VP does not come back with the Sinclair at a minimum, but also the fact that it's just wild because you still have Holiday available, you still have Mirage available, you still have Yamato available. Like all the heroes that usually were getting vacuumed up in the first half of the draft, the last few weeks of competition, are all still available, minus the Geist in this case that gets banned. VP banning the Lash, it's not because VP themselves like playing it. They just know that other teams have kind of liked playing it a little bit more later into the draft. But if you're Abrahams and now you don't take the Sinclair, you have been the architect of your own destruction, because there's no way VP does not pick it in turn.
Well,
I mean, you would think.
If they take Sinclair, then VP, they can get themselves a Holiday and a Bebop.
Yeah.
And then you have no initiate for Abrahams.
No playmakers whatsoever.
You're about to watch my greatest trick.
Okay. Here's the Sinclair. So Abraham's protecting themselves from that final stand, the stronger final stand, having to fight against that for most of the game. Playmakers on the table. Do Virtus.pro want to go for them? Powerful lanes already.
It's going to be Michaelis on Shiv, most likely. It's going to be Listic, most likely on Abrams. I don't know where Ivy's going yet, because honestly, it could easily go both ways. It depends on what they pick later on. But I don't know if Zergy will be playing like an Infernus or Seven, because we haven't really seen those two heroes being highly prioritized in the last game or in the last weeks in general.
Do you even want Bebop here alongside the Holiday? Like,
yes.
Are you picking yourself into a corner by snapping both of them up?
No, I think you want it because Bebop is actually like better than the norm at picking Warden when Warden is available. Like Warden, if Warden gets hooked, Warden's actually like in big trouble. And it's also not bad at like getting Vindicta out of the air too. I think Bebop as a final pick, should they go for it, would still be pretty good for VP. But okay, they go. But also Mirage is still available. I mean, Abrahams probably grabs it here with one of the final two picks, but the fact that Mirage has gone this late, when honestly Mirage's macro element is still really, really important, is also a little bit ridiculous. Although on the same note, Abrahams is also a little bit low on frontline at the moment. Their only frontline is Warden.
Darlings.
Okay, and now they're going to bring in Calco. So Calco makes sense. I mean, maybe Calco Mirage at the end, but this draft is still kind of throwing me for a loop because it is so different from what we saw just 1 week ago.
I don't really know what happened in this last week, man. I'm honestly so confused. And I guess maybe that's one thing I do like about, or one of the things I really like about Deadlock, is that the meta, even if the patch hasn't happened, the meta can change so often. And to see Mirage pick 6 when he was a top 3 pick, I'd say 100% of the matches we saw in the last 2-3 weeks of play, it blows my mind. But the last pick out of Virtus.pro, this is where things get a little bit interesting, because you have Zergy can play Ivy, you have OBK can play Ivy, D-Mob's going to be on Holiday. Listic, I'm assuming he's Abrams, but the thing is, we've seen him play Yamato more so for the team as of late. But if we see an Infernus pick, then we know how things are going to be playing out here. Or, oh no, it's going to be Obi Kim's Haze again. We've seen it once, and I don't remember it working out well for him.
I'm dead. I'm out. I'm out.
I mean, in fairness, obviously, there were some mild buffs to Haze, right? You can't slide while you're affected by the drowsiness effect of the, the sleep dagger, and also reduces stamina regen, which can be pretty important for locking people down. Also, the ultimate got a bit of a buff that bullet dance. So, look, this is a spicy one. Maybe VP feel like they have enough of an edge that can be a bit exploratory. Abrahams don't. They don't have like a hard initiate here. Is that really that big an issue? Is that a huge problem? Sinclair can copy the lasso, no?
I mean, sometimes you can see that happen where you can get a copy off, but like the overall initiation is going to be a problem for Abrahams over the course of it. You're hoping just to kind of get ahead in general on the game, have more efficient farming, and just kind of win out there and hope that your front line with the Ward and Calico backed up by the Kelvin will be enough. But the reality is that VP is going to have a way better advantage in just getting fights started, and as a result, you're gonna see them being more aggressive into the early and mid game. Where, by the way, part of the reason why you do pick Haze and why VP would argue that Haze can work out well is that Haze is probably the most uniquely mid-game hero in the entire game in terms of where she's good. She's not the best late-game hero. She's not the best in laning phase, but there is that, the window for about like 10 to 20 minutes where she can go around the map with stealth and set up like really good hits with Sleep Dagger and, bring a decent amount of power to it. That's where Haze shines before all the, late-game protective items come in.
I love it. Oba Kim being spammed in the chat, not only on our stream, but also in game. But to notice, Shark going to be over on the Shiv, Michaelis going to be on the Holiday. I kind of like this. I kind of like how they're letting Michaelis show he can play quite a few different heroes as well. That means we will have Zergy over on the Ivy. Susie be going to gun Ivy. Obikim over on the Haze, as we kind of expected. Things are about to get spicy here, gentlemen.
Yeah. I did not expect this waking up today. You know, I thought a pretty good routine in order. You know, my sleep has been great recently. You know, everything has been going like clockwork for me life-wise over the last few days, as busy as they've been. And yeah, I don't know. My life is in shambles right now, Jason, after looking at this draft.
Yeah, this is, I mean, okay, a Haze and a Shiv lane. Can't say we've seen this very often, and I'm gonna go on a limb here and say we've never seen it actually as a lane combo in DFN history. I think I'd be safe to say that, right, ZP? I think you can probably get my back on that.
Well, probably because back when we saw Haze played more actively with Shiv at the same time, that was back when we had 4 lanes, and usually you would see different heroes in solo lanes, and you wouldn't see the Haze and Shiv usually paired together.
Yeah.
So I would say you're probably right, or if you're not right, then there's only like 1 or 2 outliers that would be proving you wrong.
Well, again, just not to hammer this too much, but as we said so many times with Virtus.pro, the flexibility they have in their roster is ridiculous. Seeing Michaelis pick up the Holiday, Demoff, who plays the Holiday, I would say like 9 times out of 10 for Virtus.pro is on the Yamato. And then Zergy, of course, you know, him and Obikim can flex between the Ivy. It's so cool to see, and there's really, for me, no team out there like Virtus.pro when it comes to the flexibility within their roster. But as you start to focus on some of these lanes here, this Holiday and Yamato lane, played by Michaelis and Demoff, could be insanely dangerous, but they're going to be up against some pretty decent poke out of Jamside and Hoot in that mid lane.
I kind of see mid lane as a bit of a wash. I mean, Mirage, Sinclair versus Holiday, Yamato. Maybe a slight edge to the Yamato Holiday lane because it is pretty intense poke-wise, but both Mirage and Sinclair really good early. So to me, that's more of a player skill diff. However, the thing that's ridiculous to me, given that it got obliterated last round, and it was Abrahams that did the obliterating, they decided that, no, we want a piece of the ward in Vindicta lane. And we'll see how this one pans out. It's not up against like as tough a competition with Ivy on the other side, but you know, the Ivy Abrams lane. So we'll see. But they decided they want to run that lane back, and they weren't even the ones that ran it last game.
Yeah, it's kind of scary, I'd say, to play the Warden in that lane, actually, because if you ever go in to get aggressive, there's a charge you have to worry about, not to mention the stone form out of Zergy. So vice versa, either a charge hits you into a stone form or stone form hits you into a charge. So you're going to take a lot of damage, and I would expect Abrahams to actually play a little bit passive when it comes to that lane in particular, because the aggression, as we can see, it's all in that right lane with the healing, the sustain that Saint can give Saf on the Calico with the Kelvin. It makes them have this ability to do so, especially when you're up against Obikim and Sharik, who are not really going to have the sustain they would want in this lane necessarily.
Been a relatively quiet lane phase here so far. Neither lane getting massively far ahead nor behind, which is a little bit interesting. I mean, I would suppose the poke power back and forth is relatively even in middle. And as I say that, Zergy getting caught out, and it's Orton doing the damaging blow at the very end. So not entirely expected. We didn't get the full angle on it, but I assume it was just a stake in the jail. But also onto an Ivy is a little bit weird, just because usually you would save stone form.
I think he was like really near the Guardian too. I think he was like pushed up on the plateau of the Guardian, but obviously it's hard to tell from the angle we had. But either way, I mean, Abraham's able to get the first kill, and very important note you do point out with the stone form used as more of an escape mechanism, but maybe they use it to get aggressive initially. But either way, good start here for Abrahams, and honestly, they're going to need a good start and a good middle and a good end to beat the likes of Virtus.pro, who are one of the strongest macro team. I'm going to correct myself there, who you really can't count out at any stage of the game here, especially the lineup that you have in this one. I mean, if we're talking about late game power, I'd say you really would have to give it to Virtus.pro, the fact that you have Demoff, Sharik, and Obikim all together.
Demoff under pressure now in the Yamato. Got to do Shout Transformation, 100 HP, looking over and in, going for the extra parry on tops, chasing down Sinclair, in turn Hoot, in real danger, can't get away. Demoff gonna fish off. Meanwhile, Jamside dying on the other end, so 2 quick picks coming in for VP. This thing start heating up a little bit as we approach 5 minutes.
And this is where I'm getting a little bit worried for Abrahams. You cannot fall behind against Virtus.pro, period. Doesn't matter what their comp is, because they will really punish you with it. I swear I sound like a Virtus.pro fanboy, but I don't think I'm wrong in any of these statements I'm making either, because they have proven time and time again, week in and week out, to be the strongest team in EU. So for Abrahams, we're talking about a way to get into this, a way to really control things. It's looking towards Together to be the one to get farmed up on that Warden, to really be impactful. Frozen Shelter had come through. Shark is somehow staying alive in the midst of all this, but he should be going down. Saf's going to close this one out. And I believe Obikin was locked out. So good position out of Saint here with that Frozen Shelter.
Once best friends, now enemies in this game. The Shiv versus Kelvin lane as opposed to the Shiv Kelvin lane. And look, Frozen Shelter makes opportunities early on. And not only that, but a lot of Guardian pressure on top of it. They do have Shriek rushing back on in. It's going to force an immediate back off from the rest of Abrahams. And okay, maybe they don't back off in time. That is a deeper dive going in on the right-hand side at the moment as they're chasing down both the Kelvin and Calico. At the same time, Saint right now just trying to get away. Same with Saf. And they're able to back away, but they lose a lot of their health to have presence in the lane in turn.
Oh, look at that though. I mean, you see healing right, you see extra regen, you see restorative shot, you see infuser, all picked up here for Shark, just trying to survive the onslaught they have to deal with in this lane. Tornado comes through, knocks up Demov, and he will be finished off in the mid lane. Good response here out of Hoot and Jam Sign. I mean, you know, funny enough, if we looked at the damage numbers at the end of the last game, I thought Jam Sign would have been higher on damage than he actually was, considering like the presence we saw out of him. Then again, Together just kind of overshadowed everyone on his own team. But I do wonder, how are they going to split the resources, the soul resources on their own side? Because Together has to be someone you have to focus on. Jam side as well. I think Saf has to be someone who kind of roams around and gives that enemy information. As you do see an airdrop come through, throwing a seismic slamming Listic directly into Tass. You shouldn't be escaping this one.
Listic on the hunt right now. Vindicta on the menu, hopping up and over. Going to the ceiling. Going, where are you at? Gonna chase this one to the end. However, Tass making good clearance right now. Bringing Listic on a ride. Up and over. Vindicta goes. Up over on top of the rooftop. Healing right popped. So close and yet the stake. Hitting at the very end. Triggers reactive barrier. You got Sinclair coming in for the save. Tass perhaps able to get away. And now the real pain coming to Listic, who may have gone too deep. Is Listic gonna get any help in turn right now? You look at the minimap. Doesn't appear to be the case. You get the cloned seismic slam on top of this. Listic's just gonna beat up. No one coming to Listic's aid on that long chase.
I don't know how he survives that, honestly, for so long. And also, not to mention Tass with a great tether coming through. Great stake to keep himself alive. I mean, Listic bought a lot of time. Just unfortunate for Virtus.pro, they weren't able to punish it anywhere else on the map. And actually, speaking of that, take a look at Listic. He's going to the right-hand side. He's looking for a gank here on a Saint and a Saf, trying to turn things around into 3-on-2 and maybe look for the first tower of the game.
He finds it. Saf goes down right away. And interesting enough, Saint doesn't decide to drop Frozen Shelter. I think it's one of those cases where even if the shelter was dropped, it just would have been creating a Thunderdome for Listic to continue to beat on Saf in that case. So might as well save the ultimate in turn. But 8 minutes in, still even across the board, anyone's game.
And a slight 3k lead at the moment for Virtus.pro, but honestly, that 3k doesn't really seem to amount to much considering where the waves are going to be in these lanes. But that left-hand Guardian, you know, funny enough, has taken a chunk of damage, both sides, to be fair. And I didn't expect that to be the lane where the first Guardian would be potentially falling. It would definitely be, in my eyes, the right-hand side, where currently we're seeing Obi, Kim, and Shark being pushed back to their own Guardian.
What I'm curious on here is how Obikim leverages the haze as we start getting past the 10-minute mark. And it's really after the first set of buff fights, first earned fight, where haze makes her presence known one way or another. And it's where you're expecting haze to get you ahead in the game. If Obikim isn't able to take advantage of that window, having the haze as opposed to other options really does start to hurt as you dig deeper into the late game. So very interested to see the haze storyline develop here. Quick little sleep dagger off towards Saint on the other side, and right now right-hand side lane staying mostly even.
It's just so crazy to see just the presence of a Kelvin there with Frozen Shelter. It's very similar to what we said with Bebop, right? Where you, even sometimes not using the hook and having it ready to be used is already a big enough threat as itself. The fact is you can't really dive on that right-hand side unless you do it really well organized together to make sure you're both in that Frozen Shelter. And even then, you might not be able to out-damage the healing that Saint can do. And speaking of that, Frozen Shelter has come through. And once again, Obikim gets locked out.
Yeah, Obikim in a world of hurt here, potentially. Frozen Shelter has been used. Haze right now on the chase down. Still Obikim. Yelling right now. Tries to bait out the parry. Unable to connect. Carry down. Bullet Dance going to be invested as you see Saint just dancing around the pillar, trying to buy a little bit of extra time, waiting for help to come into play. Help does come into play, and now it's Obakim on the back foot, getting forced back. Arctic Beam slowing him on down, has to take refuge back by the Guardian, so there's some great footwork there by Saint to outlast Obakim, who drops the Bullet Dance and more.
Okay, well, there's the first 2 Guardians for Abraham's being taken. Flex slot already going to be unlocked. And just as quickly as we talked about them being down 3K, well, they're going to be ahead 3K. But it comes down to this first urn here. And again, I'm not necessarily sure we're going to see VP try to turn this in, considering they typically like to use the urn as a way to take objectives. But I don't think Zergy can take on together in a 1v1 on that left-hand side, even with the tower being low. You can already see both teams starting to group up towards this right-hand side. Actually, Together's going to ditch his lane, giving over a Guardian to Zergy if Zergy continues to go for the push here.
They just go for straight turn-in.
Are you serious?
They decided they had a window where they could just go for the turn-in, wouldn't get punished, and they were correct. However, what do they give up in turn, if anything? Gonna get a Clone Chow transformation coming in here from Hoot in response to D-Mob's dive. Chow transformation down now for D-Mob. D-Mob taking a step back here. 3 for VP in middle. 2 for Abrahams on the other side. So in the end, I mean, VP does get the urn relatively for free, gets them back out ahead a little bit. Take a look at Listic right now. Tornado comes in, he's able to dodge, goes back in, and sets up Sharik. As Sharik goes in, lands a killing blow on the Jam side, who is definitely just way too deep.
Okay, well, Listic, he's going to fall from this one. Oh, gets a heal up, actually. Health Nova comes through, not going to save Saint, and Listic will survive to fight another day, but this comes Saf trying to come through, not to mention the Assassinate not doing enough damage on the Listic, who just barely survives here. But Shark will be the one to fall. So weird for me to see the response out of Abraham's here when it comes to like the macro plays. Maybe I'll have to put a footnote on that one. No, okay, I'll have some time to talk about it, because they saw the urn heading that direction, and the response you're supposed to make is either you contest the urn or you go for a big push on another Guardian. So they could have pushed like maybe left lane for a Walker, they could have pushed mid lane for the final Guardian. Instead, they let the urn go for free, they get overwhelmed in the right lane, and then they don't do anything in the mid lane. And that's kind of one of those macro plays that I was talking about in the first match that Paravision had struggled with in the past, and they didn't have their appropriate response, I would say, with how they played things out.
Well, speaking of responses here, we got Obakim. That's now here on the mid-game haze, now activated. And we'll see how Obakim is going to make this work, because this is generally about 12 minutes. You're going to see the haze get very, very active on rotations. You're usually not going to see Obakim stay in one lane for any amount of time. We're trying to make things happen. Meanwhile, though, Frozen Shelter going to be dropped on down, and it's Mikhail S in real danger, isolated out. Lasso already on cooldown, 20 HP, desperately trying to get away. Gets a little bit of cover from D-Mov, who was able to, you know, provide a little bit of a physical barrier, and somehow, some way, at like 20 HP, Mikhail S lives.
I mean, I wish I could do that in my own games, but I always get chased down. Well, let's be honest, I would have gotten that far. I would have died way earlier in that engagement. I think we are seeing some sort of response, though, out of your question of like, how are we going to see the haze utilized? The only thing I worry about it, I mean, the thing is you could like split push with it, you know, pretty decently well. You can be relatively safe. You can get your smoke bomb off. You can do a lot of damage to these walkers. And also, I think you could duel pretty decently against Jam side with someone like Obakim with the mechanical power he has as a player. But then that means Zergy's not able to get farm in those lanes. So I'm like curious, how are they going to actually work around that fact? Because they would typically feed Zergy as much as possible, especially since Gun Ivy takes a little bit of time to get going.
A little bit of time to get going is generous. It is your late game backup plan, where if you look at VP and segment who's most important at what stage of the game at the moment, it's they want Mikhail S to really be the main driver, Mikhail S and Listic in the early game, into Obakim being their big play in the middle game, into Zergy and D-Mob in the late games. However, Frozen Shelter can be used here versus Shadow Transformation. The old 2-on-1 in the freezer. As we see D-Mob just bouncing a little bit back, using terrain to his advantage, able to get out as the Frozen Shelter is over, but it's turned into a big scrum here into the middle. Blue and yellow everywhere. Mikhail S goes down while trying to give a little bit of cover. So does Hoot in turn. 1 for 1 thus far in the middle.
Well, there's the last stand coming through it together. He's the slowest, needs some way to chase. Maybe just going to go for the Guardian instead. They will be able to take this one down. You can see Zergy still farming off the left-hand side. Shark still putting pressure on the right-hand side. Either way, Virtus.pro have already got themselves a flex slot, but Abraham's able to get the initial Guardians down, but they have lost the lead here. as they're sitting down by 3K. As we're approaching the second urn, this is definitely where VP are already poised for, as they have multiple members on the right-hand side of the map here looking to pick this up. And it will be a...
I don't love VP going for this urn. If they're not able to pick up the urn, I don't love their 6v6 fight right now while you're still waiting for Gun Ivy to come online. I feel like this could go quite poorly for them based on the comp and where we are at, especially open air versus the Vindicta. This, I don't know, if you're VP, you'd love to just get the urn and go away, but Abrahams is all over the pickup point right now. They're going to force things here and get the early urn pickup. And if you're VP, Jason, I almost think you let this urn go and you try and get macro objectives elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, that's the style they would typically go for, to be honest. And it looks like they're going to be going for a lot of pressure on this left-hand walker because they're also leaving open the right lane guardian to be taken. So they actually kind of transition into like a subtle bit of control around the turn-in while also still pressuring. But Obicam getting caught out. A tether pretty much turning into his noose, but he does somehow get away from this one with the back of the rest of his team. But the urn, it's in hot pursuit of being turned in here. Saint looking for the extra souls for his team. There's a teleport coming of Obicam to get away.
That is ridiculous that Obicam doesn't die there. Tash just a little bit off. However, now you know for sure that there's no haze here and you're going to get the urn in response. Meanwhile, Obicam decides to go off the other end, go for a little bit of walker pressure. So it is the trade-off here where VP, I think, correctly recognized that they weren't equipped for the full-on urn fight and they just try and go for walkers instead here, Jason.
Yeah, that's, again, very smart macro play of them. Saf's going to fall in mid lane, trying to get some farm as a return kill had come into Obicam on the right-hand lane. They don't get the walker down. They get some initial damage onto it. And the soul difference is still about 2K. So it's not even like Virtus.pro really lost much with letting the urn turning go for almost for free. And now we're going to hit a little bit of a slower part of the match here, going back to some farming of the jungle. So a lot of time before we do see the next urn spawn back in. And with all guardians being taken, it comes down to like who can get these catches in the jungle to start to snowball into some walker takes or maybe even a mid boss, to be fair.
I don't love some of the scaling for VP at the moment where you look at the average souls of the game, you look at, or the high end where together is off at 20k. Abrams being down at 13, 14k, I think is a bit of a problem. The front line for VP, you're really heavily hoping on the Amato Shiv, and Listic has almost been reduced to support Abrams to an extent here. And I feel like most of the times when you end up in games where your Abrams ends up like really behind the curve, teams struggle to get presence in the front line of the team fight the way that they otherwise would. So I think to me, as this develops, it's not great for VP. I think any 6v6 fight that goes on right now is actually a bit of an advantage to Abrahams, even though they're behind in the aggregate by about like 4k at the moment.
I want to say though, like for him, I don't think you can be this like brute wall force for Virtus.pro, because I don't think as Abrams right now you can afford to get so aggressive in the enemy territory, like into a fight, that you're not going to get caught out by a frozen shelter or a tether and then just be demolished. Like he doesn't have his debuff remover yet, so he can't really get away from like a tether or a binding word. I think he's more acting like kind of supporting ZP in my eyes, like the warp stone as well. I think he's looking for like some initial catches with the warp stone to allow a kill to come through. But I mean, I definitely agree overall is that, an Abrams on low farm isn't really going to be that impactful in a fight.
Right now we got rotation here from Abrahams going off to the right-hand side, looking to keep the walker protected. We'll see how this goes here. Lasso used early on together, assassinated as a result. No last stand able to be popped, so a very surgical hit coming through for VP. And now Abrahams, though, still rotating over, still looking to make something out of the situation as Jam side. Faces off against Zergy in the Gentleman's Farm Agreement lane, which is what best described left-hand side. Rabbit Hex in on the Demov. Demov backing up, still has Shao transformation in reserve. Off here in the middle lane, and Jam side immediately going back for a little bit more farm as you see the pressure is still on the right-hand side right now, Jason. They're just trying to buy time for Together to get back up.
And then VP trying to get some chip damage onto that walker, maybe a catch as they are in hot retreat here. 30 seconds till the buffs, and of course the next urn comes through. And you can definitely see both teams going to be turning their eyes towards those next objectives coming through here in just a few seconds. I'm also really curious about the builds. We're seeing a ton of warp stones already picked up here for both sides. But also Obicam going for the slowing hex to make sure he can lock someone down with his bullet dance. There we go, 7 seconds EP. And both teams have stacked up on this left-hand side.
The stage is set. It's on the high ground. It's on the low ground. It's blue looking at yellow all the way. It looks like we have a little bit of engage here on the ground floor side. But now going to be rotated more off towards the urn. Airdrop going to be used here early from Zergy. Almost more of a reconnaissance airdrop right now. Again, a lay of the land, driving on down. Looking a little bit for Saf in turn. Either team, though, full committing here just yet. Urn pickup, though, going to be grabbed here by Listic. And that's a quick grab and go for VP. They are done with the rest of the engagement.
Do you think Zergy, when he's airdropping, he switches over from his ball mouse to like his flight joystick? If he has it like on standby at his desk, just switch over to so he can fly a little bit easier.
I wish.
Yeah, that would be hilarious. But yeah, there's a little bit of reconnaissance coming through. They get the urn. I mean, the turn-in's still going to be insanely hard to pull off here if Abraham's tried to reinforce it. But the lead, you know, even though we haven't seen many kills in like recent minutes, it's still quite heavily going in favor of Virtus.pro, really maximize the amount of farm on the map here. They have a 7-8K lead at the moment.
The problem is a lot of the farm is put in on the Zergy, and Zergy doesn't really want to join these fights if possible. You see a lot of these fights may be like 5 for VP, while they're just waiting for Zergy to truly come online. And as a result, I don't think they really want to go for the urn turn-in just yet.
No, I think maybe you send Obikim and Zergy over to the left-hand lane. Maybe look for that walker, because that flex slot would be a very good time to have. So just see actually Shark going to be there. So again, they're feinting towards the right, and they're going to be heavily aggressive over towards the left jam side. I don't know if he's going to know what's going to hit him here in a few seconds. And I don't really see a world where you defend this walker. I mean, they're sending Tass over here now. They're sending even Hoop. But I mean, there's still going to be a man advantage for Virtus.pro because Obikim is in hot pursuit.
Yeah, for VP, you're using the urn to just draw people off, and you're looking for things on the left-hand side. We'll see if it pans out. Zergy looking for jam side in turn.
Still the airdrop.
Yeah, I mean, who's just gonna fly away? Meanwhile, you take a look back near the urn. The urn is dropped back in lane. You got Together going in pretty deep, backed up by the Kelvin. We'll see if this pans out. Frozen Shelter gonna be dropped. Here comes the last stand. It is the Freezer of Doom. Is Dimov gonna live here? Dimov looking very outgunned, eating the full brunt of the last stand, but is able to just get on out to a point that Together doesn't want to deep dive, knows the last stand is about to fade, has to back out and can't fully get away. So even with the last stand Frozen Shelter combo, Dimov far enough ahead on allocation to not end up taking the L.
Well, the pressure is coming down towards the mid lane, though. Abraham's looking for a walker in response. Virtus.pro and their own response can push in the right-hand side, where they're still going to have 2 players to deal with. It's going to be Saint, and it's going to be Saf as VP go on the chase. They're trying to catch out any single player they possibly can. And Jam side, well, I think he's going to be the one to reap his own death here, as this is able to take him down. Also to note, Dimov ends up surviving that Frozen Shelter because of the rescue beam that Listic picked up, which we did see actually used out of Saf, I think it was last game. He picked up rescue beam too on the Abrams.
Meanwhile, Hoot in real danger right now versus the Holiday, hoping for a parry, and no. Michaelis knows you don't have to throw hands when you have that level of HP lead. No reason to give an opportunity for escape. With 3 pickoffs, the path to the urn is clear. The path to the mid-boss is clear. VP potentially going to get serious payment off of this. Dimov, even under pressure, able to get the urn turn in done, and Saf gives his life for it, while the Rejuvenator is getting grabbed by VP. VP, a full, clean sweep of objectives that has firmly put them ahead in game 1.
So remember what I was saying about macro play out of Virtus.pro and how like no team comes close? This is the reason why I say that. They're gonna go for the chase down over on Together, the debuff remover cleansing the binding ward. There's nowhere gonna go, Warden, only to your grave, and they're gonna continue to push forward for more here, ZP. At least they're initially looking for those Guardians. They have to wait for their wave to push up to help out. And even Tass is like, I'm gonna teleport out of here. I don't want a piece of this.
Well, now VP, they've gotten everything they want and a 20K lead. Yeah, it's been about 24 minutes. Good time to touch base with Mitch. You know, Mitch, you've been watching this entire game. You know, what's really stood out to you here so far as we've, kind of watched the VP macro show?
Yeah, we were honestly like in like a bit of a downtime where there was no buffs to play for, no big objectives, and VP just out of nowhere, they just magic up this like 8,000 soul difference. It's really hard to see where that comes from. And obviously they snowballed that into a big earn take, which is impressive. I think Dimov getting to soak up like a Frozen Shelter and that like final stand combination really hurt Abrahams there, because they had nothing for the crackback that inevitably came in. Guy soaked it up like a champion. I literally look away, and all of a sudden VP are way out in front. These guys, like you mentioned, Jason, you cannot make a mistake against this team. They will punish you for it badly.
Let's go blue.
And it's ridiculous. I mean, that's the thing about Virtus.pro. They've been together as a squad for such a long time, making only one roster change with Picky coming out and Obi-Kim coming in. This team has stuck through it, and they've had great success. How do you hit that lasso? I mean, you're going to be punished from this, at least momentarily. And you should be falling with only 7 HP. Still would hit this man. Eventually, Michaelis goes, but the rest of VP are still going to be here and also running Earn while all this is happening.
If Michaelis had gotten out that time, I don't even know what I would say at that point. One good escape per game, please, when it comes to that. But one pick off here for Abrahams, trying to even the sides here. And they do just that. They take down Sharik. 2 down here so far. Abrahams able to catch VP a little bit off guard. It's not going to fully stop the deficit, but it is going to get them a little bit more into the game. And also, you look at the Earn situation. I don't think if you're VP, you're ultra keen to go for the turn in here just yet. Maybe once Sharik is back up, you try and use the last little bit of Rejuvenator to push Earn. But, Abraham's still hanging in there despite the deficit they now find themselves in.
I mean, this deficit is just going to grow larger and larger. Not trying to be a VP fanboy, but again, one thing they're so good at is being able to take any sort of lead and continue to grow it from there. At least for Abrahams, they still have 2 walkers left, and the Earn turn-in will be on the left-hand side of the map, meaning they can defend these with relative ease. But you see Obi-Kim dropping it over. He's like, you know what, Shark? You carry it. You're not on Mo and Krill, but you're still going to be our Earn carrier because he wants to go in for the fight here. He wants to go in and be the frontline damage dealer. The body ward had come through, the debuff remover, not to mention the rescue beam on top of that to help get his teammate to safety. And Zergy, I mean, he's nowhere to be seen. He's just like, I'm going to keep farming. And he's at 34k. He's kind of hit that point now as DP, I would say, where he's going to be a massive threat in these fights.
Yeah, finally, it's just you're waiting here. It's like, is the Ivy done yet? Is the Ivy done yet? You're just waiting forever. It's like waiting for someone to finish up in the bathroom before you can finally go somewhere. Ivy just really takes her time. But 34k. Zergy likely about to be a much bigger force in these team fights. Interesting, though, is that when you go for the lasso and don't immediately get value, VP wasn't really interested in fighting either, even though Together had last stand on cooldown, too. So, it's interesting how the readiness to engage really changes depending on what cooldowns are available in the moment. And, Listic, in a little bit of danger. That's Warpstone out. Really nice Warpstone to get some clearance.
I think VP are definitely respecting the last stand out of Together, not trying to give an avenue to actually get insane value off of it. We did see the cloned on Seismic Slam coming through too, but only to really sit there and observe where Listic was going, I guess, at the end of it. But at Virtus.pro, I mean, they had Rejuvenator, and they didn't really get much value off the Rejuvenator, right? They only got the right lane Walker. They didn't get really anything past that. Obviously, denying it away from their opponents is a major factor to that, but not really getting a lot of control off of it. Maybe a lot of farm, extending their lead a little bit further because they're almost sitting at 30k now as we hit the 28-minute mark. But I almost feel like ZP, the next Earn is where the game is going to take a turn. Either it's going to be Virtus.pro closing out the game, or it's going to be Abrahams having a really good foot back into this match.
Abrahams basically has one more team fight on somewhat winnable terms. If they lose another big team fight, the game is over. If VP loses a team fight, they still got opportunities. And by the way, Listic right now getting run on down by Warden, who gets awfully quick in the late game. But Together also realizes, no, I don't need to do that. Also, meanwhile, Obi-Kim gets punished. I think got trapped out by the frozen shelter, got the business by Jamside at the same moment. And now looking here down into the Cosmic Veil, the pressure coming in from Abrahams, a quick 2 picks. And Jason, this is where you can get things going. Mid-boss isn't going to be up in time to capitalize, but this is where you keep looking for engagements. You try and add on to it. Right now, we're taking a look at Saf, who does have Sharik in his sights for a moment. But now with this period, this about a minute of time to go where you don't even have to worry about the most farmed in Zergy, what do you get if you're Abrahams?
I think they want to push 2 walkers at the same time. They're going to make sure Shark stays on this left-hand side while they're trying to overwhelm them on the right. Get a walker for yourself, the second of the game. You already have the flex slot, but the extra souls would definitely help. Oh, with no frozen shelter, like, I don't know how they're really engaged this. They don't have a Bebop. They don't have a Holiday. They don't have a Paradox. They don't have a way to force this fight unless they dive under that walker, or they're able to just take it down outright, which might be exactly what they could do here, considering there's only 2 players left to defend this, because it was Listic trying to keep the Earn out of the hands of Abrahams, who have stolen it away.
Last stand gonna be used here by Together. Together though at half HP. I don't know if he can withstand here versus Yamato, but the frozen shelter will save Together's bacon, freeze him out. But how much longer? The flying strike over and in. D-Mob still wants a piece. Head in for Together. However, the jail gonna come in. Together still can't get away. The pressure from Yamato and D-Mob just too overwhelming. Meanwhile, though, the urn was turned in by Abrahams, so still not the worst engagement for Blue.
I mean, I think this was fantastic because they were almost down 30k ZP, and now they're down 9k. A massive swing. If they can get this urn turning as well, they would be setting themselves up perfectly. But look at the damage that Zergy is able to do up against Hoot on the Sinclair, just shredding through him. The airdrop is going to buy him a little bit of time, and it actually will allow him to escape to safety here, it seems. But the rest of the team, maybe not so lucky. Shark on the charge, will back away, realizing he is outmatched in the amount of players. But look at this, VP are set up ready for the mid boss and immediately go for it, knowing that Abrahams is trying to defend this urn.
That's the real downside for Abrahams, is that they got 2 picks. They were able to get presence on the map, able to get urn, get a walker, but they lose 2 people at a timing window that they're just giving up another rejuvenator. And also VP at the same time, they have enough map. Wait, hold on, hold the phone. Going for the steal right now is Hoot, but not gonna get it. But because Sinclair could just use the assistant to TP out, doesn't give his life up for the attempt. Still smart play by Hoot.
That was sick. Listic came in for the charge to actually knock Hoot away, and then the spectral assistant to safety was so cool to see. Again, Hoot showing how he is a very, very strong player. Through the bolt dance coming through again, Spectral Assistants able to escape. They weren't able to get the damage down with the lasso. They're starting to get themselves another walker, and Abraham still hold on to the urn in the meantime, trying to keep it towards the base. And look at Together. He's actually trying to just push this left-hand wave, trying to force someone to go back and deal with him. I think that man will be Zergy. But Abrahams are still knocking on the front door here. They're looking for the Guardians. They have to be careful that Obikim's not there. Neither is D-Mob, but they're still keeping this pressure on.
I think it's a perilous spot for VP, especially when you get frozen shelter opportunities like this. Are they going to get anything off this isolation? They're looking for Michaelis. Michaelis dancing to and fro, trying to buy time, gets away for a moment, and now Listic being the front line, just making even more space for Michaelis, who is very, very low in the moment, off the frozen shelter by Saint.
How does he survive that, though? He's locked in a frozen shelter with, like, what, 3 players of Abrahams? Like, his movement tech alone saves him inside the frozen shelter. It wastes a massive cooldown for the side of Abrahams that now Virtus.pro could be like, okay, you don't have frozen shelter, we're not afraid to push into you. They get themselves the last walker of the game taken down. They continue to push for more as well off the back of that. I don't know how Michaelis does that. Not once. He's done this multiple times now in this match.
I mean, Michaelis may be playing Holiday, but you can tell me Michaelis was playing Sinclair, and I believe you, because some of the escapes have been nothing but magic from Michaelis over the course of the game. And yet, the game is still very much in contest. You got a fat Ivy on one side, a fat Mirage on the other. You know, in terms of carry potential, you know, people can make the argument that late game gun Ivy is better than Mirage, but Mirage is still no slouch. And even when you look at the frontline matchups, the opportunities you have with heroes like Sinclair, still a lot of ways that Abrahams can turn these fights even down about 30k at the moment.
So 2 things, EP. 1, you can see on your screen, Obikim, he has Curse now. Also, Shark has Silencer. If you get lassoed in, you're not escaping anymore, even if you're Hoot on the Sinclair, you're gonna die. But on the prior note you're saying about, you know, the fat Ivy, the fat Mirage, but what else is fat on Abraham's side? Virtus.pro, you have Shark and Dima both sit at 37k, and the other quote-unquote carries are at 32 and 30 for Abraham's side. So honestly, Jam's side, I don't know how you really pretty much single-man army this defense for them, because Virtus.pro have catch potential. They have 3 carries who are fed. I don't know how they survive this. They could even kill Michaelis inside of a frozen shelter, let alone the rest of Virtus.pro.
I think it depends really how the fights open up and who is there. You know, particularly your usage of frozen shelter, your usage of is TAS there, the land to timely assassinate after people get low. There is the execution window for Abrahams to make things happen, but it is, man, the terms of how the fight gets started are so incredibly important. And, you know, not the least of which is that if you're Abrahams, you can't have the fight start with Michaelis landing a lasso. That would probably be the worst case scenario of where you're at.
Yeah, and if you do, I think you have to frozen shelter instantly so you don't lose your player. Like, I don't know if you want to be using that just to try to kill Michaelis, because we already saw before it didn't work out too well. But at least for now, Abraham's able to maintain control of the urn, though we will see the next urn spawn in 20 seconds. So this one should not be getting turned in. And Abraham's starting to overload the left-hand side, maybe looking for that walker. But we do have the reinforcement Shark and Michaelis. Yeah, they've been over here to help protect. Obican coming in from behind as well. He might get a catch. He might get a knock off the zip line into a stun. And the rest of VP are looking to maybe storm over it.
And they looked like they were about to be all in, and then they decided, no, not the time. A little bit of look-see over towards Hoot on the Sinclair, but does not end up with Abraham's getting caught. I thought for sure with Obican coming in from the back that that was going to be it. I get the only thing I could think of there, we didn't have a view on it. Maybe the sleep dagger missed is where you're at, but okay. A little bit of Calco versus Mono action here. Obican though coming in to make it a very unfair fight. Return the shadow, trying to save Saf. Saf up over onto the rooftop. Saf still somehow alive, but not for long. Finished off by Sharik, who's there, but they give up Demov in turn. Actually a pretty worthwhile trade for Abrahams at the moment, but okay. You lose together right on after as the fight evolves. Better for VP for sure. Now you're going on top. A little bit of Listics versus Kelvin here. Dropping on down, looking up and over. It's Saint trying to do anything to get away. It actually does frustrate Listic, who can't quite keep the chase up.
He's bought time though. You see Task come in. You see the reinforcements coming through. Who's going to join the party? Jam side has joined once again, and Virtus.pro actually might be over committing into this. Oh no, Listic got stuck.
What are we looking at?
He's stuck.
Wait, is he actually just?
He's stuck.
No, Listic.
There you go.
Book, man. That book. It's cursed.
It is, but the urn's still going to be picked back up for Virtus.pro. A turn in on the enemy side. A hook has come through, or a lasso has landed. I don't see a kill happen off the back of that. But that's still be Virtus.pro taking the urn away, still taking the man advantage away from this one. I mean, credit to Saint. The movement there was pretty phenomenal, because even after those first two kills out of Virtus.pro, Michaelis is like, here, I have another treat, another present for you guys, because he brings in Saint. But keeping himself alive was very important to the defense. Speaking of defenses, they need to put one up here at the urn turn-in.
See how this one works right now. They have the edge on the urn turn-in. They're going to get it. Just too many down for Abrahams at the start. But do they catch any on the backhand side? Right now, the answer is looking like no. Though, Saf and Ava for him. Still doing a little bit of scouting, seeing if anything is grabbable. And they are looking like they want a piece of Listic. Listic getting very low, potentially caught right now. Over and in. Listic, though, able to get a little bit of support. This is turning into a larger fight. Last stand now going to be used by Together. Looking for targets, was looking for Obican, who's just got Warp Stone out of there. Frozen Shelter going to be dropped on down. The pressure into Zergy, into the freezer. Are they going to be able to take down the Gun Ivy right now? The answer may be no. Jamside caught on the back by Michaelis. Zergy still alive despite being thrown into the Frozen Shelter. Take a look at Demov right now. Full HP, ready to rumble still. Has Shout Transformation, good to go. Flying Strike used. Together, falling on the end. 3 down for Abrahams, none down for Virtus.pro, and Jason, for him, the beginning of the end.
I mean, Virtus.pro just proved to be too strong here, and you know, we got our answer when it came to Listic, is like, what are you going to be doing if you're not going to be a frontline Abrams? Obviously, caught up in souls, but him and Obi came together with these rescue beams, have been the savior, and the pain in Together's backside of trying to get these last stands off. They're keeping their distance away from their team, so the last stand comes in, they save their players, they save their teammates, so the last stand doesn't get any kills. And with the 5th kill coming through for Virtus.pro, they immediately turn their eyes over towards mid-boss, and they turn themselves into a 50,000 plus soul lead. This has to be the beginning of the end. Well, I think this is definitely like the middle of the end, I'd say, for Abrahams here in this first map.
Well, as we approach the end, and we need someone that maybe to declare it, Mitch, we're about 50K up for VP. They got the Rejuvenator.
It's absolutely cooked. Just flip them over. They're done. They've been on the Barbie too long. I've got to say, like, just Virtus.pro being able to play around the Frozen Shelter, I think, has been huge. Obviously, that's like, you know, improve reach, superior cooldown, Frozen Shelter. Really big investment here on Abraham's side and catching people out, and they've been good. You guys have pointed out mechanics, though, of people like Michaelis, who gets solo caught inside one of those bubbles and is still able to survive. It's about done, boys, so take us home.
Yeah, well, he got the lasso grab there. Not an immediate pickoff. Saint still down. No Frozen Shelter. We saving Abrahams this time around. Obican, though, actually diving a little bit deep. Ends up getting caught by Hoot. May have been a copied lasso, actually, that set that one up. And no, wasn't even a copy. That was just raw damage. Obican, wrong place, wrong time. Still, though, is Virtus.pro pushing, and with Rejuvenator, I don't know if they're too interested in leaving Together, though, able to take down Demov. 2 down for VP right now. Frozen Shelter going to be popped. As VP overextended himself a bit here. Listic Again, pretty low in turn. Abraham still looking relatively healthy on this defense. May not be over yet. Saint able to get Listic. Michaelis can't get away. VP, a little bit of throw action here at the end here, Jason.
It's a great copy lost out of Hoot, though. He catches Listic, pulls him forward to take a brunt of damage, and eventually they finish off. They get themselves technically the wipe. Obviously, Overkim respawning back in with the help of the Rejuvenator, but the Patron, it's the phase 1 Patron, had been taken down by Zergy last second. So they will still have that advantage in hand. 32,000 souls in the lead. I mean, it's one good defense of Abraham's, but you're still 30k plus souls behind. Obviously not that big of a difference when you're 40 minutes into a match. Overkim. Okay, actually just scares Hoot away and picks up the urn once again. And I think, I wonder if there's a world where we see Virtus.pro shove all the lanes. And again, use this urn as a, either you're going to come contest the urn, or we're going to take your stage 2 patron in the first match. I don't know if they're going to go to that level
It's interesting. By the way, Seth had the blow return the shadow real early there. At the very least, didn't like where that could go. But 30k out is still Abraham's. Not as bad as it would be at other stages of the game in terms of relative power. Last stand nearly back up. You know, VP's still heading into this with an advantage, but that near throw into the Abraham's base, I mean, it's made it a little bit more contestable than you'd expect here, Jason.
Yeah, I think that hold obviously gave, I don't know the actual number, but a large amount of souls that Abraham's needed to kind of make this gap not too detrimental 41 minutes in. But you can kind of see like how hesitant Virtus.pro are to go for that like final nail in the coffin here. They're still respecting the frozen shelter out of Saint. The hook going to come through. The lasso gets a catch, but again, I think that was Jamside who, actually it wasn't Jamside, it was Saf for sure that actually went down from this one. So the man advantage oil for Virtus.pro. Demov, jet transformation to come through. He's locked in the frozen shelter trying to buy some time. Taylor's like, okay, I want out, let me out, please. This is a frozen death fridge for me. And he will fall right after. And Virtus.pro, it might have taken him 2 attempts to ZP, but this should be them closing out the game. Yeah,
a certified Rorschach moment towards the end. And that's just what happens when your motto is at this level of farm late game, especially versus a Warden that, you know, hasn't engaged as much into Spirit in terms of buffing up last stand. You're just not that terrifying relative to a Yamato at that stage of the game. You get the pickoffs you needed, you hop on in, and you put an end to it officially. VP taking map 1 over Abraham's.
Man, fantastic stuff by Virtus.pro. And to be fair, if I'm on a ZP, Abraham's did much better than I expected. Obviously, I know they're like a core of 3 players from Paravision, but they have to adapt to the additions of Saint, Jamside, and Hoot. And I think they did a much better job than I kind of expected overall from them, dragging out to 40, plus minutes of time. They definitely had their individual moments as well. Looking at Jamside, picking up a couple of kills here there, especially tornadoes in the early stages of the game. Saint had some great movement with the help of his frozen shelters. But honestly, I think we have a series on our hands here at the moment.
Can we double back, guys, now that we've sort of seen how this plays out, and talk about the draft? Because it was really unexpected, I think, kind of what both teams were going for, but especially, Virtus.pro. Now we've seen what they were trying to do with the Haze, with the Ivy, kind of made sense to us here, with the Abrams. Looking back, obviously it looked a little bit surprising, ZP. How does it now sit with you?
It's still weird because I feel like VP wasn't necessarily punished in the draft phase for what they were highly valuing. I don't really know how you see them go with the Abrams that early and you don't grab the Holiday in turn. I mean, we saw Michaelis get amazing value off the Holiday. It was part of their linchpin to keep them up and relevant in the early to mid game. And I don't know if what was valued by Abrahams on the other side was worth giving up the Holiday and where it went, because it was a very weird draft on both sides, and both teams arguably gave up value at different ends of the draft from what we historically know. And look, meta knowledge changes all the time and what teams value changes all the time, but when you look at this in full, I just don't entirely know about giving up the Holiday when you have the opportunity to take it that early. But overall, in terms of where the Haze was, I was kind of mixed on the Haze value. I think Obakim had some decent moments on the Haze in terms of mid-map pressure, but I also think part of why Abrahams was able to keep it close and competitive for as long as they did was the fact that as you get later into the game, the Haze does lose a bit of relevance at the same time.
Well, so I kind of enjoyed the way they use Haze if the intention is the way I'm thinking, because I feel like they used Obikim on the Haze to get some of these ganks set up that they wanted to pull off. Whether it was like, okay, so you have Zergy pushing the left lane. He's got Together to deal with their jam side. You send an Obikim. You have a 2-on-1. With the way Virtus.pro like to bait with the urn, I feel like it can play really well into the use of the Haze if that's the intention of it. But I know what you mean about the hit or miss part, because it definitely had some like awkward moments. But the way he built it with the rescue beam again to help teammates escape from the last stands of Together, which, you know, to be fair, Together did not really have that many good last stands. Not because he didn't perform well, but because Virtus.pro were so good at disengaging from them.
I mean, Obikim ends the game with like a pretty respectable amount of player damage, but goes for Curse first at tier 4 and is, like you kind of mentioned, building a lot of the more utility focused items, right? Like heading into the sort of middle part of the game, just being a bit of a gank threat. Yeah, this is unlucky. At least look, at least it expired, right? We've had situations like I go back a few months where people literally, I think it was like I want to say Mirage got stuck inside a building because they TP'd to someone on a stairwell and just couldn't get out at all, which was pretty awkward. But here's your breakdown towards the end. I've never really seen this more utility focused high roam pressure Haze, right? Like building like superior stamina, like I said, getting that curse in there seemed to be pretty effective. We know what kind of looks Obikim likes to go for. I think the last thing I wonder is if we see a gun Ivy, should we be expecting the game to go long? Because Zergy was a monster by the end of the game, and look at that objective damage, but it definitely took a little while for them to get online and put them in a bit of an awkward lane on that left side.
The short answer to that is yes. You should expect things to go long when Gun Ivy is going to be played. And, you know, for VP, they're going to telegraph that pretty immediately when you look at who is playing the Ivy. If it's Zergy and you don't have another Zergy hero, then yeah, they're trying to set up a team that will ramp into the late game and give the opportunity for Zergy to be that effective. In terms of Haze building the curse, I think that's one of the parts of the build I did like quite a bit, just because I think in general, when you think about the value of locking someone down and completing kills and all the different ways that people can sort of get away from pick-off attempts, I think Curse, you could still make the argument that to this day is probably one of the most underbuilt items in Deadlock relative to the value it can give you, especially into the late game. And, you know, I'm happy to see VP bring it back, even if it's on a Haze.
Now,
it's not even necessarily for his kill potential, right? It's for like the team's kill potential. Yeah. When you saw Saf get lasted in, pops a curse on Saf, and now you can't enter the shadows, you can't escape, and you're going to get that guaranteed kill. But that's kind of I think the style Obikim likes to play, is that he will build supporty items to help his team win these matches.
Yeah, you guys mentioned the rescue beams were really important, especially against a team that was trying to make use of a lot of those proximity-based ultimates, right? Like Final Stand, we saw, of course, that, you know, Frozen Shelter was made extensive use of there as well. Now, quickly, Jason, before we head to a break, it's not just Deadlock Fight Night powered by Intel. It's pumping out some great quality Deadlock tournament coverage. There's more out there.
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago, I did, inform you guys, if you don't watch Deathy's stream, he did put on the Deathy's Death Slam, where he takes some ordinary players, gives them some coaching, and has them go head to head in a bout. They had an insane amount of applications within like the first 8 hours. They actually had to shut it down, and they got their team settled up. But they are going to be heading into their playoffs over on May 10th at 2 p.m. EST, which if you're over here in Europe, that is going to be 8 p.m. CEST. And you can check that out over at twitch.tv/DeathyDL to see how the playoffs break out. I love to see him putting on something like this. And there's a lot of people in the community who want to get like their toes dipped into the competitive aspects of Deadlock, improve their own gameplay. And I'm so happy to see him put on this tournament for the community.
Yeah, it's great to see him pull back the curtain a little bit on what it takes to become a competitive Deadlock player. Obviously, Deathy, friend of the show, or enemy if you're referring to Jason, but obviously great to have him involved a bit more in the community. And hopefully we see more from that. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll have the second map in this best of 3 money match. It's $1,000 on the line, thanks to our friends over at Intel. And we're going to leave you on the break with some trivia questions to keep your brains engaged while we take a quick break. Oh, it's heating up here at your Deadlock Fight Night number 24 for EU, presented by Intel. Uber, Jace Kaplan, ZP here, bringing you all of the action. And a long game in our first map of this money match best of 3. You might have been surprised seeing a bit more of a mixed team in Abrahams really take it to Virtus.pro with a much more competitive game than we saw in the Challenger match. That is for sure. ZP, you were mystified by quite a number of the picks through the draft. But see, VP, they always seem to find a way.
And they do. And I mean, their fundamentals are still really hard to argue with. I'd say the best example of that in the entire last map was where they turned 3 picks, a mere 3 picks, into Earn and Mid Boss at the same exact time for what would eventually be their lead that they would not give up the rest of the map. Their fundamentals on macro are really good, regardless of where you may rank what they're doing meta and draft-wise. And look, the reality is that behind the scenes, a lot can change over a 2-week period of time. And I think we've clearly seen that here in the European region, where we are looking at a very different meta and what is getting highly valued relative to, the last competitive play that saw the light of day. So it's always interesting to follow and, seeing the reasons as to why and, seeing the games play out and sort of get insight as to why things have actually changed. It's all super, super cool.
I mean, we can't forget that it was an Abrams first pick for Virtus.pro when Holiday was open, when Mirage was open, like when Sinclair was open. You go back 2-3 weeks and you would never have seen that as a first pick. You would have almost guaranteed seen Holiday every single time. But there has to have been something changed in this last week between how the teams are playing to see Abrams prioritized so highly. Also, Mo and Krill, he was picked or banned, I feel like, every single game, ignoring last week since we didn't have DFN, but like the 2 weeks before that, every single week. And yet we haven't seen him in any single match so far.
Really feel like he would have had a home in that previous game, especially with the Vindicta composition, right? But not even looked at, no sort of lockdown to pair with what the Vindicta can do. So curious to see how that plays out. We'll know, if that was just like a random freak, weird draft, or if it was something that was here to stay when we go into our next game. Something else that's here to stay, though, of course, is a new line of merch over at deadlockfightnight.com. That's right. We are continuing to churn it out. Big fan, of course, of the Dynamo merch here as well. And honestly, that 7 merch is looking pretty darn anime. So big shout out to the crew over at DFN that are, churning this out. It is legally distinct, folks. That means that nobody's going to come for you. Valve are not going to send their minions there to, appropriate your apparel. So that's there to stay. Don't you worry. It won't be a shirt off your back. Deadlockfightnight.com. You can head over there towards our merch tab. There's other ways to support our show on there, but this is a big one. So if any of these designs particularly speak to you, it'd be great if you could, pick some up, but also share us, a photo on Twitter. Let us know that you're repping the DFN brand and also some of these fantastic designs out there in the real world. But back to the cursed apple now for the time being, because we're heading to our second map in this series. Virtus.pro wanted to play a long game. Gun Ivy was one of the things that got them there, alongside a Yamato that was able to get out of hand a little bit here. We saw a composition from Abrahams that didn't have a distinct playmaker, right? They managed to get the Warden and Sinclair set up, ZP, so there was no threat of that Warden the Sinclair, getting turned against them. They were trying to make plays with Kelvin.
Yeah, I mean, their idea was they come in with the Kelvin and Frozen Shelter, Last Stand. I think the problem that you have there a little bit is that, well, you let the Yamato get through or you didn't let the Warden get farmed enough because, again, you had the certified Rorschach moments, twice in that game of, all right, Frozen Shelter, Last Stand, let's get at the Yamato. Uh-oh, Yamato got hands. We didn't want this at all. So there's kind of a problem there, is that if you're going to lock people down for guaranteed kills, you better make sure that you're locking down people that you can actually kill, which was not the case.
It wasn't even Yamato. They couldn't kill a single Holiday. I mean, and I think they had a Warp Stone and they have the bounce pads, right? But they didn't actually have any like ethereal shift or anything like that, Jason. Just the mechanics of the KLS made it hard to catch them. I mean, what are you supposed to do about that? That's the only way of making plays you have. And I think that Abrahams have realized that's not enough to win.
I think is I'd have to go back and check how many people were actually in the Frozen Shelter out of Abrahams to go for the kill in the KLS. I want to say there was at least like 2 or 3 players, but I don't know if it was like the damage dealers or it was just kind of like supporty sort of players for them. But the fact is they couldn't kill him. And Abrahams, the response to what happened last game is to ban the Ivy. I mean, Great Talon's still open. Obviously, they want to leave it as a potential pick for them, but we know VP, they're not going to let it get through. This is where things get interesting. Will we see a Paradox or Holiday pick right off the bat here out of Abrahams?
Do we target Zergy's hero pool here? I mean, obviously we talked about maybe sometimes Zergy being forced to go in that Ivy direction. Is that consideration?
I think they're trying to take away the Ivy because they don't like the game style it went through. I don't think you could fully ban out Zergy because I don't think you want to prio in Infernus. I mean, you could prio the Geist. I don't know if you want necessarily prio grabbing Infernus that early, but okay, Abrahams is going to pick up the Paradox early. I'm happy for this. I'm glad it did turn into, you know, an early pick Abrams and then giving up Paradox Holiday, because I still think from all the objective evidence we've seen in the last 2 weeks, letting a team open up with Paradox Holiday seems like an absolutely atrocious idea. And on the same note for VP, I think you have to take Holiday in one of the next 2 picks, but based on their previous picks in the last round, they presume they go with Abrams. Like, I would expect Abrams Holiday in response.
It's so based. Shout out Hoot in the chat asking for a patch. Brother, you got a game to play. You know what I mean? We need to stay on this patch for the time being here. Although it's funny, isn't it? We get towards the end of the patches and the metagame just tends to evolve in its own direction. What is it that makes Abrams such a priority pickup for VP, Jason?
I'm for an adventure.
Your guess is as good as mine, man. Like, I don't know. I think maybe it's the way they're playing it with the rescue beam and not necessarily using him. I mean, I guess they're playing him in a flexible style where he could be that like front brute force of a hero, but he also could be more of a backline to help punish anyone that charges into your backline, not to mention with the rescue beam to help them get away. But with the Kelvin being picked up alongside it, I mean, that's to me, it's not like an S tier lane, but it's like an A+ tier lane that you could have happen if you do pair them together, which is possible. But it depends on if they get the Vindicta, because then if you have Abrams Vindicta, you leave Kelvin open to join someone else in a lane.
Is it ever worth it to take Holiday and Paradox in the same draft, ZP?
Yeah, yes. When we've seen teams get Holiday and Paradox in the same draft, again, 2 weeks ago, it was dominating. It was crushing to have both in the same lobby. So the fact that the opinion has seemingly changed a little bit from Abraham so far, it's a little weird. They're gonna grab the Vindicta here, I think. Well, you take a look at this. It was double lane deny is what you saw here, because you don't want to give up the Shiv with Kelvin and you don't want to give up the Vindicta with Abrams. The 2 picks Abrahams just came in here were both direct immediate responses to the first 2 picks that VP came out.
How are they forcing Abrahams to draft a certain way when they first pick Abrams? Like, it doesn't exactly sound like they're taking control of the draft. It's like a reasonable pick that maybe is just like a comfort pick for them. But just taking a Kelvin has created this situation.
Yeah. I mean, you fear the lane combos. I don't think any team wants to give up those particular lane duos because they're just kind of been seen as like the 2 strongest side lane combos you can have in Deadlock right now. But on the bans, it's going to be really interesting because I think if you're Abrahams, if you don't want to play the Holiday, surely you got to at least ban it.
But I like the adaptation because Virtus.pro, I don't think they want to see a Geist possibly be banned away. So instead, they take the Geist now, knowing that they're not going to ban Bebop or Holiday. So they're guaranteed to get one of those 2 heroes off the turn in the next pick, most likely.
So they have to pick Warden now, Abrahams, right? Sinclair banned?
Too.
I would say, if anything, to me, the signals that VP wants to pick the Warden.
Which is why you take it.
Yeah, which is why they may take it themselves, or I mean, potentially ban. Okay, this side, the ban Yamato. If you're VP here, I would surely think that this is a time you stop messing around, you pick the Holiday. But in turn, they also might pick the Warden because they've gotten rid of the Sinclair, and now they've created conditions where you can reliably play the Warden. And in terms of what's available frontline wise, especially with Yamato being gone, it wouldn't be bad for VP to pick up the Warden here.
Okay, so obviously, yeah, VP not first pick, but they do get first pick after the first round of bans. So here's the Holiday. It virtually says Abrahams have to take Warden here, otherwise they're going to be in a bit of a scary spot. There's nothing to really answer the potential devastation of that hero. Obviously, Yamato and Ivy both banned away here. Still plenty of options to work with. We've got to start asking about, like, we saw Haze pop up. Infernus obviously is an option for Zergy. You can always last pick some of Zergy's heroes because they tend not to get looked at too hard. And there's the customary Warden pick.
Kind of interesting, Jason. When I look at this, I would have thought that VP would prioritize Warden more after banning the Sinclair, but instead, Abraham's just like, well, I guess we'll pick the Warden now in turn.
Shout out Pop Penno with the subscription. Thank you.
I don't think they needed to pick Warden for Virtus.pro because I think like Kelvin could be such a good counter to Warden in my eyes, because you can lock him in and pretty much like out heal the damage he can do if he's not super fed, or you keep him out and then you make that last stand do nothing. Like you do like some control in terms of like the landscape you can play in by denying him angles. Yeah, I don't know. I think Shark doesn't really want to play Warden. He doesn't want to play Mo, to be fair, either, after what we see the last few weeks.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't think it's necessarily like a guaranteed pick, but I'm mostly looking towards like, what is Zergy going to play with Ivy? Oh, sure. Okay, well, there's the Mo and Krill for Shark. This is a very insanely beefy front line for them, but they really need like a really strong carry right now. Obviously, guys can get to that point. I'm assuming we're going to see an Infernus come in for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, it's got to be Infernus, Jason. Like, if it's anything other than Infernus, I will be shocked. Like, they haven't gone to 7 ever since the E-Shift change. And you think about Zergy's hero pool, it could be Zergy on the Geist, by the way. They could go something else and they go there. So, okay, well, it's going to be Zergy on Geist is actually what we're going to get here. And VP valuing the Lash is interesting because I know for a fact that VP thought Lash was like one of the worst heroes around just 2 weeks ago in their internal team logic. So things have changed.
Okay, so you're satisfied with the carry option on this VP side then? Because Geist was obviously already in this draft. Now we realize that maybe it might even be built differently, but you feel like the damage is still going to be there for VP?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you have so much kill potential. You have the lasso, you have the combo, you have the death slam. Like, you have a lot of angles to open up kills, not to mention the frozen shelter. They don't really need an insanely high amount of damage because Geist is just naturally going to have it in her kit anyways. Especially with like the malice build up, the drain, have a lot of sustain. You have a lot of sustain across the board for this team right now. A lot of escape potential as well. I mean, Virtus.pro, the combo they have, I sure as to hope Abrahams builds toxic bullets, because you're going to need it against this team with how beefy they are.
I think when I look at this, I value the Paradox a lot. I think one of the more interesting things for the matches prior to today was that even though teams were really valuing the Holiday, they played better with the Paradox when they had it.
All right, here you have it, folks. Virtus.pro going up against... I should have done it like the counter pit announcer. That would have been so much better. Raise your cans for Virtus.pro versus Abrahams here. One game down already in this best of 3. $1,000 on the line. You know the drill. Show some love over to our friends at Intel. Thanks for you guys for keeping up in the chat. Big shout out to those new subs as well. Thank you for your support. Let's get it on.
Okay, that is the deepest cut that I was not expecting. That just brought me back a long time to go back to the raise your cans guy. Like, Jason, what in the world?
I don't remember how many years ago that was, but it definitely makes me feel old in esports. Oh my god, 2016. Yeah, that was a long time ago. My lord. But you know, we're gonna be heading into this game. And before we do like fully get into this, because we know the sides are different over at the top. There they go, gonna be fixed. I just want to give a quick shout out actually to if you guys head over to our public Discord server we have for DFN, you can do exclamation point Discord in chat. I'm trying to get some in-houses running. If you guys are tired of playing pubs, then you want to get in more of a competitive environment where everyone's communicating and playing together, just head over there and join the server. Not to mention there's a lot of conversations about DFN that happen in that server at the same time. And let's get some in-houses going over for EU players. I'm not going to stay up till 5, 6 a.m. to do some NA ones.
Also, the interesting part to me when I'm looking at this draft, it's Hoot on the Mirage and Jamside on the Warden. On one hand, again, it makes sense because you want your Warden to just kind of leave the game and ascend to greater levels of farmhood, which is very naturally within Jamside's playstyle. But I'm not entirely sure. I mean, we'll see where it goes. I do think, though, on a baseline level, what TAS is able to do on the Paradox relative to some of TAS's other heroes is at times otherworldly, which is kind of why the point, even back in the last major set of tournaments, I thought it was a mistake that Holiday was getting valued over Paradox. So we'll see how the Paradox factor goes into play here, because for me, Jason, as I'm looking at that, I actually think this series is going to go to 3. That is how much faith I have on TAS, on the Paradox, and the Abrahams team comp over VP for now.
You know, I was thinking to myself of like, who do I think's better as Paradox, TAS or Michaelis? And I want to say TAS, but not necessarily for the right reason. I think TAS has had to be a better Paradox or has more standout moments because of supporting roster around him. I think Virtus.pro in general have such a strong roster that Michaelis doesn't need to hit these ridiculous swaps. He doesn't need to do these ridiculous damage. Whereas TaS, he constantly puts up, you know, the most, if not extremely close to the most player damage in a match. And he's also hitting some like ridiculous hooks.
That's really good. But also, we're getting down and dirty over here on the left-hand side. Hoot gonna fall early to this Mo Geist pressure. Coming on in here from VP. They make it a 2-for-0 on the back end. And HP-wise, Zergy's a little bit low. Shriek still in decent sorts. So even when you get people back in the lane here, you're not going to be giving up too much lane presence, which sometimes you do on these early kill trades.
I mean, obviously a good, very good start for VP with their lead that they currently have. I mean, the lanes like Shark and Zergy together is going to be really interesting to see. But I think, you know, honestly, I feel like we're kind of Stockholm syndrome. I don't know what I want to call it when it comes to the Lash plays, because I feel like we've had Lash plays so often these last like 2-3 weeks, AP, that we're kind of like really afraid of it because we don't know how to feel about it.
It's right now, to me, it's kind of triggering my player versus the hero. I have all the faith in the world for Dimov. I don't have that much faith in the Lash overall. And I think what VP has to accomplish with the Lash is, you know, it's a difficult game set up for VP at the moment. And I mean, there are ways it works out, but I think Abrahams has more traditional ways to kind of make this team comp work out for them. But man, oh man, the Calico Mirage lane is again bullied a lot more than I would have expected on the left-hand side, which is kind of a testament to the level of poke and pressure that Zergy and Shriek have been able to put out. But back over here into the middle. So a little bit of an interesting back and forth.
I mean, just really quickly on the Lash comment though, I think the only team we saw be like exceptionally well against it, or to play really well against it, was actually Virtus.pro. Well, I don't know if it's against Paravision or One Win in the One Win Bombshell tournament, but they did such a good job of like working around the Lash and like not allow it to be as effective as it can be with the death slam. Obviously, the changes to his ultimate take a lot longer to charge, not a lot longer, but I mean, considering that was it like 0.1 second they added, it has had a major effect on the way you can play Lash and how easy it is for people to escape. But Virtus.pro were so good at like denying really great death slams that you would have to assume that they're going to be hitting some really nutty ones.
I mean, there's an argument to be made at points where the threat of the death slam is more effective than death slam actually going out, particularly in how teams will try to play around Urn when death slam is available. You don't usually love going for Urn fights when you can get death slammed in the early to mid game, but again, just look at how deep both Shriek and Zergy are at the moment. Zergy, though, may have bit off more than they could chew. A little bit of blood in the water right now. Could be pursued by Hoot on the other side with Saf. See if Zergy's able to go. Zergy real low at the moment. Still, they're giving respect to the Mo. Combo gonna come on out. Here comes Zergy off over dead. Can't go in for the swap in time. Hoot able to finish it off, and they lose Shriek in turn. Well played by Abrahams.
I like how you see him like try to bunny hop in and then just dies before he gets the soul exchange. I mean, in theory, it was going to be a really good play and it probably would have netted them a kill, but a great turnaround for Abrahams. The dive going to be coming in on towards this right lane. And Jam side, you're dead. Yeah, this is the power of a Kelvin, man. You hit that ultimate, you dive on in, you're going to get a guaranteed kill. And why I still put this as like an A+ tier lane compo. Saint should not have gone back in for that.
Why was Saint there? That was Sage's solidarity saying, I don't want to live on this planet anymore without Jamside. Like, take me now. That was, I mean, that was about as certified organic feeding as you get. Meanwhile, though, other side, Saf gonna fall. Looking at the left, Zergy and Shriek reestablishing dominance in lane. Hoot, though, still pretty healthy, getting poked down on the other end. Oh boy, the Jin's mark. Making Shriek fear for his life a little bit, Jason.
Chunky as the death slam coming through. I'm not sure actually what it caught on to, but Michaelis going for another great escape. This time he won't be so lucky. It's the other's going to take him down.
I know exactly what caught it. It went on to Together, and Together used Killing Blow to avoid the death slam, and that's why Together ended up going deeper and turned what would have been an instant death into at least a trade. That's what happened there. It was really good timing from Together on the Killing Blow, the just get rid of the death slam impact. However, Dimov still might be making something of it here, although he's eating a lot of Guardian damage for no reason.
I mean, there was like, 40 souls there. But yeah, definitely no reason there. Healing right immediately going to be taken away too, so that's not a good start for Dimov in this lane. Actually, his teammate, Kalis, being pressured a bit as well. He's down to about half HP. So Virtus.pro, while they are having some good luck in the right-hand lane, which it looks like it might see a dive yet again happen, even though there's no frozen shelter available, Abrahams are still able to fight back.
Looking back off to the right-hand side. See Jam side get pushed a little bit back. Meanwhile, Listic off and in. Finds Saint one more time. Going into the church, and they don't have praying on the mind here. Even though, you know, they don't feel like they need absolution for their sins. Instead, they're just gonna go around, focus on the Guardian, and dare the Warden to come out and contest them for now.
I mean, he is.
Okay, well, he's coming out.
But I mean, again, like, what is he gonna get? Maybe Kelvin, maybe Overkim is low on HP, but I mean, that's the downside of Warden, is that if you don't have like some assistance, you don't have a slowing hex, it's really difficult for you to kill anyone, I'd say, in the last stand, at least when it comes to the lane stage, unless they get stupid aggressive, or I guess you get a really good tether to come through. I don't think Saint was in a position to assist in that one. But all tied up here at 35k apiece. We're getting close to seeing our first urn and rune spawn in. This first Guardian in the mid lane is getting very low in health, and I almost want to see the commit here.
Oh, the swap over and in. Tacit together, crunching through the mid lane. Mid Guardian already down against VP, and I feel like we're seeing the Paradox power at the moment here, Jason, where Tass, I think back to where Tass looked best on Paradox. To me, it was back in the double soaking era, where Tass, I feel like, did double soaking better than basically anyone, would get wildly ahead of the game, super mobile, and now you got Tass rotating off into the left-hand side. Saf, though, down early, right as you see the rotation coming on in. So we'll see what Tass is able to make happen here down the Calico.
That Guardian, they really want it. You know what? They have Frozen Shelter. There's no way you can contest this as Abrahams. You have to give this one up. And that will be the second Guardian of the game going down. First one for Virtus.pro. And Shark just charging straight through on the Mo and Crow. We didn't see Zergy fall before. The Paradoxical swap comes through, and Shark should be dying here. Another kill coming in for Abraham's. Tasks doing God's work.
This has been a ridiculous game for Tass here so far, where Tass does well in the middle lane. They get the middle Guardian down, rotates over the left. They get the left Guardian down, and together is just picking up freebies here on the Shiv. Just getting people low, finishing them off. And to me, Abrahams, I mean, they're starting to build up a lead that may be unsurmountable for VP. I don't think VP has the greatest amount of comeback power within their team. I mean, it would be mostly on Mikhail S and Sharik to get things going, but the supporting cast behind it, it's not what normally VP runs with.
Might see another catch. Big skirmish breaking out in towards middle as the Sinner Sacrifices have already spawned in. Death Slam coming through. And a Carbine does land, but so does the Death Slam. Catching out onto two. The combo as well onto the other player. That's going to be Saint, who had the most HP of that trade. A fantastic use of the combo to come through at a Shark to get themselves the 2 kills, but still Sass going to chime back in. The fight's still breaking out in favor of Virtus.pro right now by 1. But Obakim is just trying to defend this urn turn in up against Hoot.
Yeah, Hoot's damage is chunking Obakim repeatedly here. I'm not sure this is a fight Obakim can win. It's, you know, pretty close between the two, but Hoot doesn't necessarily want to fish off. He knows that the cavalry is coming and can't fully get away. He was trying to just sneak away with the urn. However, Listic able to chase on down, but guess what? We got respawns of the urn. We got a swap on in. Listic now in the danger zone after the swap. You got Saint in the sky. Everyone right now challenging for the urn, but it is going to be the Mo. Shriek able to get the urn out, but while this is going on, Jamside's able to pick up his pound of flesh on the other side.
Well, you talked about Jamside before and wanted to see him, you know, get farmed. He's currently at 10k, but so is Hoot, so is Together. So 3 players able to get off to a very strong start here. And again, now with Shark able to get away with the help of, or not with the help, but get away with the urn, I should say. Definitely not looking for a turn necessarily on the right-hand side. They're looking to actually go for a push on the left lane to get themselves 1 more Guardian taken. And Abrahams, I'm curious how they're going to respawn. And it's going to be at the moment with Jamside and Tass to defend.
I think right now you're looking at what is the pulse of the game. Wherever Tass goes at the moment is where the pulse of the game is. However, Tass facing a 2-on-3 right now on the left-hand side. VP looking to overload it a little bit. And they got Tass in their sights. Tass getting chased down by Listic. Off and over. However, Time Wall being played around by Tass pretty masterfully, puts Listic in a bad spot, kind of breaks his ankles at the same time, and here comes Hoot, laying in the damage on the Listic. Listic running for his life, thrown into a tornado and dead. The chase down that does not work as Tass just blends him through the time wall and the swap.
Zergy didn't have soul exchange up just yet. He's gonna fall. Hoot comes in after taking some farm at his own Guardian to get the next kill. On the other side of the map, that's gonna be response. Demov taking down Saf, and Virtus.pro do get the turn in. So at the end of all this, it's still gonna be all tied up at 65,000 souls apiece. Though when it comes to who's getting farmed, I mean, Virtus.pro pretty much all equally spread out between all 6 members, and Abraham's really coming in a lot to jam side together.
I think one thing that you start to be a little bit scared of right now for VP, I don't know if you love the fact that your most farmed is Lash, and on the other hand, the most farmed is Shiv and Warden. The scaling problem here is problematic, on top of the fact that TAS has just been very spot on continually making great opportunities for Abrahams via the Paradox at the moment. Even with it being even right now, Jason, you just get the distinct taste of VP being a bit behind for how the game has gone so far.
It definitely feels like that, but the funny thing is it's not really reflected in when it comes to like the soul lead. It's not reflected in the objectives either. But I don't know. I want to see how this works out for together, because we've already talked to VP before when they dropped that map up against Paravision and One Win Bombshell, and together just completely popped off. He like single-handedly carried the game, and they said, yeah, we just let him get out of control, and we don't, I mean, they don't really normally let that happen too often. They sent him at 13K, and he's already having a pretty strong game so far.
I don't know about the choice of target here. You go for the Calico, the Return the Shadow immediately comes out, able to get away from the Mo for the moment, and yes, Saf not going to get hit with the combo, but also gets hit by the Death Slam, so okay. It was dead from multiple angles there, but a lot being invested to make sure Saf doesn't get away. Right-hand side. See how VP takes advantage of this momentarily man up. Still 1 minute to go here till buffs, so shouldn't be too much.
Oh, it's just going to be a lot about pushing out the lanes, jungle farming. They're going to be spawning on that right-hand side here. And how our both teams kind of position. Abraham's not really leaning into a way to go for the initial contest unless these 2 players respawning back in are going to head in that direction. And well, I'd have to correct myself. With Together heading over here and with Hoot heading in that direction, it looks like they might try to go for the initial contest. But the problem is, like, Virtus.pro has such a good wombo-y, combo-y kind of comp. Like the Frozen Shelter, the Death Slam, the combo, the Seismic Slam, the Lasso. Like, they have such good catch, such good initiate. And honestly, I think in my eyes, it's up to Abraham's. Are they going to play around it? How are they going to make that wombo combo ineffective?
Right now, you got the jump in on the Hoot. Hoot, though, gotta go full tornado, gets away. Wait, what? What in the world? That lasso actually hits. Hoot is down. That is ridiculous. The KLS grabbing him back in from the abyss. And now, VP, they want a little bit more in this fight. They're going to go for the Frozen Shelter. They isolate out TAS. No big swap coming in this time around. Holiday, still ultra good HP, able to go on over. VP, the 1 for 3. But that lasso from the KLS was the stuff of pure filth, Jason.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that hits, but at least while this is happening, Jamside making the smart plays, going for a push on the left-hand Walker, and he's going to get it. So honestly, what is it, 4 for 1 trade? I don't really hate that, actually. It's just about what they can deny after this. And Virtus.pro, they immediately say, hey, you know, you're going to take our Walker. Well, we have the urn. We had enough kills that we can just take mid-boss right off the bat. 15, almost 16 minutes in. I think a very smart response, honestly, out of both teams, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see how that fight broke down. I think getting the Walker is not the worst consolation prize. I don't think they're going to be able to do much to contest this Rejuvenator. But, I mean, 86k to 87k down the Rejuvenator. It could be worse. Also, we got a little bit of skirmish going on the right-hand side. Listic could be in real danger. You get a lot of yellow over there, and not too much in terms of blue. He is able to stay around his own Walker, and now here comes the Cavalry. You got the Lash over, and Demov has Death Slam good to go. Demov going to catch anyone. As you take a look on the right-hand side, it's Demov looking for it while the Urn's trying to get turned in on the left. Demov's able to get one off the Death Slam, takes down TAS as the turn-in comes in from Sharik.
I don't know how he gets that turn in. You can see the collapse immediately onto him of Abraham's. They're going to lose 2 players off this, but they get the Urn turn in and a kill, and they have Rejuve. It's still really not that bad of a trade for VP, even though the lead is only at 4k. Maybe that kill coming through will extend up to 5. But you can see minions have gotten all the way to the base of Virtus.pro. And I don't know, honestly, I've been very critical of, like, you know, Paravision and Abraham's when it comes to macro play. I think they made some very good decisions there. It's just unfortunate they lost so many players throughout this skirmish.
Super interesting to see it develop. And at 92k and 96k, still any team's game. Good time here with a little bit of a lull in the action. Mitch, you've been seeing this pan out. What have been your thoughts so far?
Yeah, look, I mean, we talked about like the lack of initiation potential with Abraham's team last game with just the Kelvin. Now VP have like 4 different ways of starting these fights. I think the flexibility to take engagements where they want them to, and also decent soul allocation suits them well. Another such situation though is Tass tries to start something up.
All right, Lasso again focusing here on Tass. Bring him on then for the big slam on the Walker. Tass though, still alive for now. Swap is gone, but Time Wall able to buy some cover, able to go back in and be like, yo, Hoot, we got this Walker? Answer is yes. So even with the Lasso, Tass still able to get out of the fire. And the macro presence from Abraham's, even losing some of these team fights, even down the Rejuvenator, has not been too shabby here so far, Jason.
No, but I still think that's a favorable trade for Virtus.pro because they get a Walker and they get the flex slot. I mean, yeah, you do lose a little bit more control of your own jungle, losing the right lane Walker, but they still have their mid lane up. The flex slot's going to be worth quite a bit at this point. Knockdown going to come through. Initially catch on to South, the knock above the barrel. No lasso for 15 more seconds, though. You can just see, I mean, you can't really see anything. I don't know what's going on in this fight initially, but the Frozen Shelter has come down, trying to buy some extra time, some extra healing to keep Michaelis alive. The assassin had come through out of sync, but not enough damage to get the kill, and they will finally get the kill on the South, still giving them the one-man lead.
So you take a look at where everything is at objective-wise. It actually is Abraham's a little bit ahead. But, in ways that could be, you could look at it almost as a bad thing in the sense that once the last Walkers go down, there's a little bit more latent souls available for VP. So VP will get even a little bit further ahead soul-wise if no favorable trade-outs come in. But also, you look at the entire idea of, okay, who's getting your souls? Where's the economy going? I mean, Jamside has done the typical Jamside and has gone way ahead of the rest of his team. But we also haven't seen Warden necessarily be a big impact in these team fights either. It's been the Jamside farm show, and I feel like at this point in the game, you kind of, if you're Abraham's, you need to get your Warden involved a little bit more in some of these team fights. And, now would be the ideal time as we're coming up on the next turn.
It's all about translating that farm and the resources allocated to you into actual impact in these matches. And that impact has to come in towards these team fights. As Virtus.pro, 6K in the lead, and I'm definitely gonna be looking towards the next earn spot in 30 seconds to be that point. Lasso is up, and gonna get a catch on the cat. And Saf will enter the shadows for now. But I think he might be entering his grave as he somehow gets... I think he used the launch pad to actually...
Yeah, he used the holiday jump pad to get out of there. With the return of the shadow, it actually turned out to be the one-way out. Rescue beam over in here from Obakim as you look at a mole in real danger. Sharik still can't get away from Jamside, drops the last stand, walks on forward, a force of destruction when the last stand is up, but also... Now the last stand's going to be down for a while. If you're VP, you're going to look to engage once Sharik is back in play. But this fight is still going on a little bit. Death Slam still available right now for Dimov. Looking in and around both teams, playing around each other. Zerhi able to get the better of Saint. And now we got the jump in from Dimov. Abrams floating. Listic comes on in, goes for the charge. Together, looking to be his prey. Charging off the jump pad. Looking over and in together. Getting pretty low right now. Listic still in hot pursuit. Down he's going to go. And VP end up making it very much in their favor at 1 for 3.
It's starting to feel like a runaway with the game too. 20 minutes in, the next turn has been spawned in, and Tass picks up trying to run away from it. But honestly, the chase is coming through. The slow and hex going to be used out of Obakim to allow Listed to get in position. The reinforcement is going to be there with Hoot, as they do have 3 players to defend this urn. But I mean, I guess they will escape with it, but they're already taking a lot of damage on the mid lane Walker. The second of the game now going down, though I don't think we're going to see the right lane go down just yet. But Virtus.pro have created a really big buffer of a lead here, ZP.
Yeah, it's not too bad. 15K, we're kind of at the point where Abraham's, they're running out of time to solidify the game. They're also at a point here where, look, you could doubt the Lash, but if you have this level of farm as Lash in the late game, you are more of a threat beyond your Death Slam. Just simply dropping in for the right ground strike can do enough in the team fight. So it is one of the benefits of your Lash actually being farmed. But now, Abraham's, they have the urn. They're looking to turn in the urn, and okay, this actually could just be it. They're looking for it now. They know there's no Death Slam, so they just want to force it. They do. Task gonna drop the time wall, play around it. They actually play around the time wall real nicely here so far. Don't know if he's gonna live. Drops the swap though towards the end. Avoids the Frozen Shelter in turn. VP committing here onto the fight. They catch Saint out, Taz is still low HP together. Getting burned down a bit. Zergy, though, getting caught into the back. Zergy going super, super low. Zergy getting live. Gets a little bit of heals, but no, he's going to go down. Hoot able to finish it off. 1 for 1 here so far. Saf right now getting chased down. So is together. 2 more down for Abrahams as VP stabilizes and chases.
They get the earn turn in, but they lose 3 players, and VP are just knocking on the front door of this last walker, though I see them actually backing away considering how low D-Mob's going to be. Not to mention Michaelis. They cannot afford to continue to push in towards this lane. I thought that might have been the avenue they wanted to go for, especially set themselves up nicely, but the mid-boss can be spawning in about 25 seconds time, and Abrahams, they're going to have their entire roster back alive. I don't think we're going to see VP try to force this down on the respawn. Instead, just trying to create some distance here with the jungle farm up 10k.
Time to move.
I mean, yeah, it's good timing, as you pointed out by Abrahams. Task realizing no death slam. Got to go for the turn in there. Secures it. But they're still just losing like quite a few players in every one of these fights. You have to credit to Virtus.pro of like, even if they might lose the objective, might lose the earn turn in, they're still getting, 3-4 kills.
I think the problem you start running into, though, is that we think about Warden and getting good into the late game, but I actually feel like the peak Warden window is where Jamside had it, where you're like really farmed in the mid 20Ks and most of the game is at like 17, 18K. I don't think the Warden is a bigger threat. However, swap coming in right now from Tass. Right now, they're going to be able to finish off Shriek. They do. The focus onto the mole continues. So a quick little pick off there. Minute 45 before buffs. And one thing that I think has been a little bit problematic for Abrahams here, Jace, is that when they have been getting picks, it hasn't been timed around good objectives to get. You get the pick on the Mo here, but you don't immediately get a ton off of it.
And they're not really like set up somewhere to do that. I mean, the thing is because I feel like that mid walker is what's still up. If it was like a left lane walker, right lane walker, you just have Hoot continue to farm up and push one of those lanes to get an objective while you're forcing them to group up against you. And they're heading for mid boss here with a death slam up, with a lot of AoE damage with the frozen shelter, and no guaranteed way to commit it or to guarantee it for Abrahams. I think this is something you have to back away from.
Yeah, I thought mid boss actually was still down for a moment, so I take back the part of that. But I also don't think against this team comp that they can do it with just one pick. They need to get low and then get a little bit more from this. So we're on mid boss. Everyone is very, very split out at the moment. We'll see how this one goes out. Hoot, though, gonna fall early. Zergy able to isolate. I think it was Obikin with the frozen shelter to actually set all that up. And okay, Jamside's gonna last stand, but VP's looking pretty healthy overall. Maybe you get the Kelvin here, and you're looking for at least that. You get Kelvin, but what more can you get? The last stand is over, and VP is still in your face, ready to go. A 1 for 4 in favor of VP, done in the depths by mid-boss, and surely VP's gonna go and finish it off in turn.
Man, they're gonna go finish that off. They're gonna get mid walker as well. Sorry, they already have the right hand lane walker as well. I mean, that death slam was ridiculous at a D-Mob. He just like popped up to say hello, saw like 3 or 4 players there. I don't know if he actually death slammed anyone down inside that corridor, but he at least got the vision, and they just outlasted the damage that Jamside had with the last stand. If you're going to invest this many souls into your Warden, you better make sure those last stands do some ridiculous damage. But as you saw there, the disarm came through at a shark. He wasn't able to put out the damage, and that like 1 versus felt like 4. And if that's your like linchpin, if that's like how you're going to win games, if it's obviously not with Task getting these swaps, I don't see how Abrahams comes back into this.
I think, again, we didn't have the best angle on it, but I think the way that kind of worked out is that you had Kelvin just land a really good isolating frozen shelter, and it just completely messed up the game plan for Abrahams. Now they are firmly behind economically. The Rejuvenator is against them, and they're looking for the earn turn in here. And okay, this actually could just be the final fight that may be winnable for Abrahams coming on up. VP, Abrahams, open air into the urn. See how this one goes, Jason.
And the swap's still available. And they're just going to stick it. Shark gets it. Swap comes in late. The Death Slam's going to be here. Catches on to multiple players. They're going to be bursted down here. Task immediately going to fall as D-Mob picks himself up a quick double. And once again, Virtus.pro with the man advantage. Yeah, Hoot was trying to push out the right-hand lane, but he had to Traveler in to help assist this, but he comes in too late. Abraham's down 3 players. This is most certainly going to be the Shrines going down.
We've passed the event horizon at this point. I don't think there's a lot of opportunities for Abraham to get back to the game, because we just hit the classic element where, let's say you get a swap and a kill and it goes up perfectly. VP's gonna beat you 5v6 with this level lead, especially with your swap on cooldown. And as we're seeing the Patron get pummeled, maybe this is a good point here in just a second to bring in Mitch. Mitch, what are you seeing right now as the Patron is about to go down, and VP kind of gets to do whatever they want.
Just do your job and finish the game, mate. Oh, yeah, we are seconds away and you're throwing me in. Get back to work.
Hey, they might not stay. They might not stay. Oftentimes, VP will play it safe, but, you know, to Mitch's point here, Jason, right now, they do look like they're staying, at least for now.
Well, while they're staying, it's a good time to bring in our host once again to stay here and talk about this. Uber. No, I'm not going to bring you back in. We're going to see the push back in towards the Patron. Frozen Shelter comes through and catches out to at least one, and that's just going to be the demise of Jamside. The most fed player on Abraham's and Virtus.pro, I think, are to go ahead once again here after having a week off, changing the meta, changing the picks, the draft order, everything. Are going to secure themselves another DFN victory, ZP.
$1,000 going the way of VP, your return champions once more, holding firm on the throne of Europe. Abrahams, they made it interesting, but the wheels fell off the wagon, and Paradox's task could only do so much. VP, they did it with the Lash, Jason, so the Lash stocks have been going up. Even VP is playing it now. And while it may not have looked great when people first started bringing it back, clearly it has turned into something that is now, in fact, quite good.
I think it's a perfect time now. I can do it for the first time here to bring in Uber once again.
There we go.
About this series. It's been a while, Mitch, but you got to see Virtus.pro once again. I'm pretty sure the last time you were here casting DFN, Virtus.pro at the top of the table, and you come back and they're still top of the table.
Yeah, it's like nothing's changed. I do know that there was obviously a bit of a churn period, and one win, for example, Paravision as well, were able to stand up. Look, a decent game, but not quite as close as the first match in this series. One thing that really stood out to me was just how many engagements that the entirety of VP were involved in. These guys were all across the map. Michael Essence with 25 assists, Sharik 21, Obikum 21. Your playmakers are playmaking. They are setting up so many of these engagements. And this is ZP, bearing in mind that a lot of the early fights and just some of the laning and the pressure on the Guardians, for example, actually goes the way of Abrahams. But they can't manifest that. They can't convert that in the mid game because it seems as if the VP's ability to decide when, where, how, what, and why they fight seem to have given them the edge.
Yeah, I mean, I think the devil was in the details there. And yeah, there was a period of time where you saw the full unfiltered power Paradox coming through from TAS. TAS went somewhere and the good things happened for Abrahams, but the overall team rotations, the way the bigger team fights were getting played. I mean, look, you think back to that mid-boss fight where you just see Jamside up in the attic going, I guess I'm gonna last stand, as like half his team is dying in a frozen shelter beneath him. VP just had better team positioning, better initiation, even without something like the Paradox. I mean, they still have the holiday, which is, roughly equivalent, but, regardless, VP just a difference in how they're played together as a team, but also kind of the expected because the VP roster has not changed for months and months. And while there's a lot of familiar names in the Abrahams roster, the reality is they're a little bit newer in terms of team cohesion. So for their first outing as a major team together, not the worst.
No, I'd say pretty good, honestly. I think they showed some growth when it came to macro play. I think we're still seeing them settle into how they want to execute some strategies. We're seeing Hoot getting to play some more of the carry roles, which I'm really happy to see. We're still seeing Task play extremely well. We saw Together do some sick things when it came to a Shiv. Saint had some great plays when it came to Kelvin. I think we're seeing there's a lot of potential in the team, but A, they need to stay together, and B, they need to keep grinding. And then I think we could see them one day take down VP.
Stock player of the match here presented by Intel. One person I think that really caught our eyes, it was a last pick Lash here in the draft, and there was some confusion about who might go over towards. But Dimov here being credited as a key playmaker in this game with 12 kills, topping the lobby in that particular metric, and also 15 assists, only dying the one time, ZP.
He made the Lash look good. That is the reality, is that oftentimes we've seen Lash get played and you don't get any value from death slams, you lose lane. None of that happened to Dimov. And I mean, before we even get to Lash, you gotta go back game number one, where, look, this was a well-played, by-the-books Yamato, generally right place, right time, and, kept pace farm-wise, where even with Abrahams throwing so much farm into Together, you had moments of, all right, we got him, Together goes to Saint, drop the frozen shelter, we're gonna get this guy. And then Dimov's like, you got who? Who do you got exactly? And you see Together running away for dear life as Dimov just doesn't care on the Yamato. So, I mean, you're just getting consistency regardless of who Dimov is playing. And that's why even when you saw Dimov pick the Lash, I was just like, well, I don't necessarily initially hate it, because as much as, Lash has been a negative for teams a little bit in the last 2 weeks at times, Dimov playing anything has usually been a positive.
I think Dimov has been kind of like the the heart, not the heart and soul, but he's been like the rock of the team. I can't think of like a single bad match he has. He always plays solid. He always plays exceptionally well on any of the heroes he's playing at the time. I think he's just a good all-around player, and I don't want to say like one of the best players on VP, but in my eyes, I think I kind of have to say he's one of the best players because you just don't see him have bad games. You see him always playing to the level they need him to have victories like they've been able to have here across all the DFNs, across one-win bombshells, any events they played.
Here, of course, is your breakdown at the end of the game, so you can see a lot of this stuff for yourself. The Overkim frozen shelters, pretty nasty. Overkim spent much of the game actually getting locked out of frozen shelters in our first map, watching as their teammates were picked off, but here they were huge on the setup. Do we know yet why Abrams is going at first pick? Do we have any more information to sort of even guess as to why they're so hotly contested? Because Listic on Abrams is of course going to make it look good, but you know, is there anything that really sort of points out why this is such an important hero to secure first?
I think it's the evolution of frontline mattering a lot more in this patch relative to the previous patch where E-Shift made more squishy things good. E-Shift isn't ruining Abrams' initiations as much. Abrams is still one of the best early laners in the game with one of the more deadly lanes that you have to like pick or deny away in the Abrams Vindicta lane. So I think just the part where, what do you get at Abrams? You get pretty good early lane power that has kill potential in a way that a lot of other characters don't give for frontliners. And the fact you have a great combo with Vindicta that forces draft action out of the other team. And so long as you don't fall terribly far behind, I mean, Abrams has pretty good scaling into the mid to late game. So, I mean, you could argue, does all that justify an early pick? Maybe, maybe not, depending on where you land on, you know, Paradox, Holiday, and some of the more traditional early picked heroes. But I think the idea of Abrams being a strong part of the team right now is pretty well justified with what we know about the fundamentals of this current version of the game.
It feels like it's less about trying to secure an objectively powerful hero, even though Abrams is, but more trying to make sure the centerpiece of your strategy is in place over multiple games. And it kind of helps, right, when you're prioritizing a rarely banned or first picked hero, and it's one that tends to characterize like the core of, or the soul of what you're trying to go for, if I can use Deadlock terms. So nice that VP can have a consistent look in their comps going forward. Now, before we wrap here on the Europe show, Jason, this might be the last snapshot we actually get of this, you know, metagame before we go towards potentially, so we've heard, you know, big patch. How would you sum up the European scene, I guess, in short, you know, before we depart for the other side of the Atlantic?
That's really, I think this last patch, this is a really difficult question to answer off the top of my head. This last patch has shown holes in some of the teams that we've seen being at the top in EU. Virtus.pro, no, but for one win, it showed some holes in like the rosters that the hero pools they have across the board. We've seen it show holes in the old Paravision in terms of their macro play. It's also been very punishing to EU teams, I'd say in general, not to sound too grim, but we've had a lack of teams actually in EU. I mean, every week it's been Paravision, one win, Virtus.pro. It's been I'd say a rough patch for some teams, but we've seen some teams, you know, thrive in it. Virtus.pro have just proven to challenge the test of time and just be still consistently one of the best teams, if not the best team in the world. But for over in NA, actually, funny enough, it's kind of been the opposite in my eyes. It's actually given birth to a lot of strong NA teams and some good competition.
Yeah, can't wait to sink our teeth into that right after the break. Folks, this has been Deadlock Fight Night number 24 for Europe, powered by our friends over at Intel. It's once again Virtus.pro taking away that $1,000 prize. We'll be back after the break to sink, again, our teeth into NA and see what's what across the pond. It's North America time, folks, here at the Deadlock Fight Night, number 24. And for those of you that do a little bit of math in your spare time, that's 6 months of Deadlock excellence out here on this show. With a big thank you, of course, to our friends at Intel, keeping the lights on and keeping it going. Quite a milestone for us. NA is in an interesting spot right now in Deadlock. So I'm very excited to sink my teeth into it alongside Jason and ZP. First of all, you're sitting down to watch this. This is not related to me at all, though. Maybe could be construed that way. You haven't maybe, watched Deadlock for, a few weeks. What is going on in this NA region? Alcatraz, Troopers in Paris. What are we dealing with?
Go ahead, ZP.
Oh, okay. So I said Jason. I thought you were Jason, but look, I have to take this one. So Alcatraz, effectively, it is hydronation, but not hydronation because they haven't made the official decision to change teams or anything. I know Calc right now is dealing with a wrist injury, but they don't want to play under the hydronation name with like big roster changes that are happening. So it's a lot of your, same great hydronation players, slightly different reformulated taste. And Troopers in Paris is a newer team around the block. I think they may have played a little bit some of the community tournaments here and there, but they've been in the doldrums, have been scrimming teams, getting used to the Deadlock competitive scene, and they're going up against some of the veterans of veterans here today. But what better way to get your feet wet here than the challenging match here on Deadlock Fight Night? So I'm excited to see how this one comes about.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see how they perform with Xeno, because this is technically his first showing in DFN. But we had seen him played over in the one-win bombshell where his Yamato was kind of ridiculous. And we also had a very special match, actually, where he was playing Yamato, where his team, I guess he told his team, let me farm, because I want to hit like 50,000 souls and then come in 1v6. And we had that happen. They drive the game out specifically for him to do that, which was kind of funny.
Yes.
We also had, I kind of wish we had cameras actually here on DFN because he had some funny reactions, whether he was face palming himself or he was fighting his camera.
I just love it. You guys, obviously, it's probably like 4 a.m. You know what I mean for you, and they're just dragging out the game a little bit longer so we can see this like Super Saiyan Yamato Ultra Instinct go out onto the field. Don't know if we'll get the same thing today. However, Alcatraz, you feel like are the favored team in this first matchup. Let's talk a little bit more about what is further down the line in our NA Deadlock Fight Night show, because of course, this first game is a best of one. These two teams will of course play, and then the winner will advance to take on Melee Creeps in a best of three. That of course is our money match. That's the main event. And of course, it's going to be very interesting to see these two age-old rivals in North America renew that same rivalry in a best of three format today. Now we're talking off air a little bit, and Jason, I'm calling you out here. You did not feel like either of these games would actually be particularly close, and you felt the grand final, even if it were, let's say, Alcatraz advancing, you felt like it wouldn't be close either.
So I think ZP and I are on like opposite sides of this. I think there is potential for Hydration Alcatraz to do some work with Xeno on the team. But I think Quig has taken Melee Creeps to an entirely different level with his in-game calling that he's been able to pull off. What's up?
Jason, Quig isn't playing today, by the way.
Why is he on the roster?
Well, we haven't gone to the rosters yet for Melee Creeps, but they had the sub out Quig today.
Okay,
just to be clear, like this was a last-minute substitution, just so you know. So if your entire premise of like, oh man, Melee Creeps has it because of Quig's not even playing today, man.
So ZP is holding some like aces up his sleeve, not telling us that Quig's not playing today.
just so he can score brownie points on you. That's actually funny. ZP is the Venom. ZP is Venom dunking on Spider-Man, right? Like,
I don't care. They don't need Quig because what Quig has done within the team. Who's playing instead of Quig? Actually, is it Lord M?
Actually,
don't tell him. Don't tell him. Secret.
Don't tell him. Okay. It's a secret. It's an actual secret.
All right, I'm not gonna say something until I reach out to AVG or Poshy Pop. Then, so give me a second.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I know Doodle Pop and Poshy Head, so I'm gonna hit them up as well, and they're gonna give me all the details, guys. All right, we're actually really good friends. His name's John. If you didn't know, but I know because we're cool like that. Yeah. Big shout out to my boys out there.
So wait, so Rocker's playing?
Yes.
Instead of Quig.
But Rocker is playing for Melee Creeps and not playing for what's it called, Alcatraz.
ZP, you got some explaining to do because Rocker's on Hydronation.
Or, Alcatraz. Okay, so clearly something got switched roster-wise at some point. Look, man, it's NA. It changes like every 5 minutes before broadcast. That's the best I got for you right now, Jason.
Okay.
That's
Man, the Creep's still winning. Don't care. 2-0.
I mean,
it's gonna be an insanely one-sided game.
If you're wondering why like Alcatraz is called this, is that they've changed names because they're not the same 6 as they were in Hydra Nation. I think there's like a a principle thing. They don't want to bear the same name while mixing players up. No. That's fine. That's whatever. That's totally fine. I think here it's probably worth talking about heading into the draft in just a moment. We had a coin flip, by the way, for who would start the draft here. We weren't quite able to get a Mo and Krill 1 versus 1 because these teams basically just pulled together pretty last minute, especially in Alcatraz's case with some of the move around. So a bit of a hectic week for us there. So we'll have to go without the Mo 1 versus 1. But draft will be coming up in a second. Let's talk a little bit about what we should expect to see, because over in EU, a lot of the expected stuff, the playmakers being heavily prioritized. We saw Abrams really looked at closely by VP, but we suggest that's probably just a preference of theirs, trying to build their comps around him. What are the trends in NA? What should we be looking for as this draft comes at us soon?
I think what the number one thing is when you're playing against Alcatraz, in particular Xeno playing, you have to prio the Yamato. Either Alcatraz is going to try and get Yamato early, even beyond the norm, or if you're against them, Yamato is going to be getting banned. Other than that, I think in terms of power picks, I don't think you're going to see a whole lot of different movement for, say, Paradox, Holiday, Mirage. I think that's going to be high. I think one of the bigger differences between the regions is I think NA is still going to value Mo a lot more highly than EU is valuing Mo. And we'll see for things like Geist and Shiv and Kelvin where that lands, because that could go either way for me. I don't think it'll be exactly parallel to EU.
I will suffer this indignity quietly.
So Rocker quit Hydra Nation, so that's why he's playing for melee creeps. You guys have been talking. I haven't been listening. I've been focusing on my, my good friend ABG, who lives over in Toronto, where I lived for a couple of years. And Quig's internet's out apparently, so that's why Rocker's coming in. So that's interesting. So with Rocker quitting Hydra Nation, who actually did they pick up instead? But we don't need to talk about that now because we do have some bans coming through. I just wanted to get that clarified because I was tired of the bowling. I don't want to allow it here, okay? It's 1 a.m. my time. I'm going to get cranky Jason here because I'm an old man. I need my sleep.
As opposed to not cranky Jason. Yeah, just to be clear.
The other Jasons you've seen, it hasn't been cranky Jason. That's how bad it can get.
Folks at home, we just love giving Jason a bit of stick because he hates not having the current information at his disposal. So Troopers in Paris, they steal Yamato away straight away. Already, the 9 is from Xeno.
But great talent's available.
GT's going to get picked. You got Vegas on Alcatraz. Vegas likes himself a little bit of GT. So GT is picked. I would guess, based on history and what teams value, I would guess GT Holiday here. But the GT for sure. And there it is.
So real quick though, right? Because we're talking so much about Alcatraz. We haven't talked too much about Troopers in Paris. I think this is probably one of the most difficult matches for Troopers in Paris to show what they have in DFN, because it is basically Hydra Nation and they have been the longest standing win streak in DFN at 12 weeks, though obviously not all this entire roster. It's going to be a very tough game, and I don't think you can outban them. I don't think you can necessarily outpick them. You just try to get as many comfort picks as you possibly can for your side, while still indirectly denying some potential key points for Alcatraz. The Yamato pickup, I think, is very smart because you denied away from Xeno, and now Xeno has to play something different, but you still give away so much with the great talent in the Holiday ZP.
It's quite a bit of power that you've left on the board, but you're going to get Paradox in turn. I don't think anyone's sad about opening Paradox Yamato in particular. Now, normally I'd say this is where you grab a Geist, but Geist is off the table. So the third pick here is going to be kind of interesting in what they decided to go for. Traditional power levels in Deadlock would say you go Mirage. Like you go Mirage at this moment, and no one would feel sad about that. And okay, they go Mirage. So NA's more historical standard here than EU was today.
Which is so weird because normally it's NA that has the wonkiest picks, with like Infernus going last when EU's picking it like first or like top 2. But to see them switch things up and go towards more of the norm, or maybe it's more of the week behind the EU meta. Who knows what's going to happen with okay, so Mon Krill locked in last year for Alcatraz. Again, it kind of makes sense. It offers a lot of kill potential, lockdown for some early kills. I was gonna say I wouldn't be surprised to see Holiday Mo mid lane, but let's be honest, we're probably not going to see those two paired together in the mid lane at the moment.
No, I mean, gives you that roaming power, to have your sort of playmaking potential spread across lanes. But this is for my own benefit, honestly. Having been out of the hot seat for a little bit, where is Vicious gone?
Viscous will get picked at times as like counter Mo picks. So if Viscous was to get played, Troopers in Paris would potentially pick it up on the backhand because teams were picking Viscous a little bit more actively, specifically when Mo was getting picked because someone gets comboed, you throw him in the cube. But Viscous has turned into more of like a late stage counter pick than something that you base your comp around overall in the last few weeks across the regions. But I think for Alcatraz, they picked the Mo because they want Hydration to play Mo. It's kind of turned into like one of Hydration's favorite heroes, so to speak. But I think as we go in here and they need more frontliners, I'd probably expect the Shiv to be coming out soon here, just in thinking what Xeno would play, because Xeno's also played, I feel like Jason, has it mostly been just like Shiv and Yamato? I'm trying to think what we've seen other than that. Okay.
I think we've only seen those two in One Win Bombshell when we were casting him with the NA team. I guess you could say plus Hoot in the roster at the time.
Thanos.
Yeah. Oh man, Thanos. That was Thanos versus Lotus was always a fun thing to say. But for Troopers in Paris, to be fair, I think one thing we really criticized teams on, Lotus was another team at One with Bombshell, and they.
I was going to say, like, you guys have casted Pudgelias Cambria for how long? And you think that is hard?
Well, because you think Thanos, but it's Thanos, and we definitely messed up a couple times. But when it comes to like newer teams into DFN, one thing I always criticize, and we did criticize Abraham's, was like your draft. And I think they've come in with a pretty solid draft so far. I mean, the Viscous being picked this early, I don't think you necessarily need to secure it at this point, because realistically, I don't know if we're going to see it counterpicked. But to deny the combo kill or the lasso kill, I think it's a very smart pick, and I'm actually impressed so far with the draft that they went with.
EU is screaming right now. They're screaming available. Why have you not picked Vindicta? How is it possible that Troopers in Paris will get Vindicta Abrams with the final pick on the Vindicta? Maybe Alcatraz goes Vindicta, but also I don't know if you love running double flyer in turn. I mean, you can. We don't see it a whole lot, mostly because we don't see GT a whole lot. But
it seems feasible, I guess. A little bit hard for him to interact with, two of your bigger carries, but the front line definitely seemed like it had to be built out with just the Mo and Krill that represented any form of bulk on this side. So Calico's going to get in there, maybe less durable than she used to be, with some quality of life increases to her ultimate. We just have not seen her be that sort of perennial lane bully that we did, back in her heyday. She's definitely been tuned pretty extensively, but the Vindicta is up. You might not feel like you need another damage carry. You can always there's Warden here, especially with Sinclair banned away. There's no easy answer with a last pick to sort of have a better Warden ultimate, and there's that Vindicta to round things out, Jason.
Yeah, so I think the problem that Troopers in Paris is going to have is you could draft any kind of comp right now. You could have the most ideal composition ever, but just based off raw skill, Alcatraz or Hydration, like they have individually some of the best players in North America. That comp isn't going to matter too much. So it really comes down to can you fend against them in lane? If you can do that, then it comes down to how are you going to play out the macro in the mid game, where Alcatraz could eventually punish you once again. I want to see Troopers in Paris get through this laning phase with, not necessarily relative ease, but not too scathed, because I want to see them have like a mid game and see what they can do.
Interesting. Yeah, the Lash coming out is a little bit interesting. I mean, it kind of mirrors a little bit of EU and picking the Lash late. I was wondering, okay, maybe it would be an Furnace coming in last for Troopers in Paris, but nope, they decided to go for the Lash, or even like a Gun Ivy. Like, I feel like if it was VP on the right-hand side, they'd be like, yes, Zergy, time to go farm for the next 40 minutes on Gun Ivy, because that was also available. But they go with the Lash, and I mean, look, they are going to have some explosive playmaking power between the Paradox and the Lash in the early to mid game. They have a little bit of macro control with the Mirage. They have a really big late game threat with Yamato. The problem is that the early to mid game is going to be really atrocious to deal with, because you're going to have Vindicta powering up at 3K. You're going to have Mo and Krill and Holiday and the lasso and the combo power that you're going to have there. And on top of it, you're going to have Grey Talon just sending out, drone strikes every ultimate from the mid. So I think for Troopers in Paris, surviving on a reasonable level into like the first 15 minutes is actually going to be pretty darn difficult.
Yep. And obviously Viscous can't get the cube anywhere on the map. It's really only going to be in that lane. Even now with like how the soul splitting works in lane, to maybe incentivize roaming a little bit more, because you obviously it's tough to like double stack him in the same way now. It still feels like teams are not roaming a ton before that 8-minute mark and are still trying to play out these lanes pretty extensively. Well, both sides have pretty mobile, pressure onto side lanes here with, you know, Lashes in the mix, Calico's there, Holidays. There's a lot of options.
Well, I think that's why Zeep and I have been talking a lot about these taking Guardians really quickly, because you don't have to wait till 8 minutes to start stacking souls onto one player. If you take a Guardian, you know, pre 8 minutes, you just kind of have one person lead the lane and let them just solo feed, and then they're going to get extremely far ahead and can snowball very, very quickly. But it's just about if you can get that Guardian, if you can get, why we've been emphasizing these S tier lane combos.
They nerfed the range of like the Guardian's attack and also like the melee hit as well. So it does seem like it's a little bit easier just to post up and sort of pressure down those Guardians. So it still seems really important in Deadlock ZP to have like an oppressive lane duo, or just have strong lanes in general, providing that you actually have the vehicle to, you know, manifest that pressure elsewhere on the map, to actually take those souls that you get in lane and then turn it into like these larger objectives like the buffs or specifically the urns.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting how the early game is kind of developed in Deadlock, where, you know, the very first stage of the early game is what are your lane combos, where we've seen teams just straight up lose games because, you know, there's one recent game where a team gave up both Shiv Kelvin and Vindicta Abrams in the same game, and it went about as terribly as you can imagine, where they got blown out entirely. So your laning phase has to be good, and then as you hit the 3K phase, you know, basically, you know, the 6 to 10 minutes, you need compositions that give you some amount of early game threat. You get it, of course, from things like Holiday and Paradox. You get it from things like Vindicta. Anything that, you know, has a stronger than average power spike once you get your ultimate will kind of fit that role. And, you know, and all of this kind of plays into the idea of like getting to a ramp where you're really allocating farm on the things that matter. Like, for example, if you have a Yamato on your team, right? You're using all this early game presence or like lane wins to create a scenario where you're now feeding something like the Yamato that will, you know, carry you through to the end and make sure that your lead actually ends up in a victory.
See, that's why one of the reasons why I'm so excited for the future of Deadlock is when we get, you know, 30, 35, 40 heroes into the game, because this is a 3D shooter MOBA. There's so much that goes into a draft, and I feel like you can really set yourself ahead of other teams by how you approach the draft and like keeping in mind what compositions you can run while still trying to maintain as many S tier lane combos, and then figuring out, you know, when is our power spikes going to be. There's so much potential for like strategy in this game when you get to, you know, 35, 40 heroes, if not more than that, that it's going to just completely make this game so cool to watch at the highest level.
I wish we could show this. I wish we like, so we're in touch with the players here as we're trying to get the game ready. Vegas hits R in chat, which means ready. And then he edits the message. He edits it to never mind. So we're not really sure what we're waiting on, but let me just tell you, these NA teams are genuinely a cure for hypotension for our admin team. I'm not going to lie. They have 3 people pissing.
No,
that's not a meme. That's a production meme where there was one week where Hydration basically gave us the update as to why Hydration was taking a lot of time. And it went like, never mind, one's in the bathroom, 2, 3. Like, he just continued the update. How many players could not control their bladder on Hydration repeatedly? And it just turned into a production meme. But, you know, particular.
Just get a bottle.
Yeah.
By the way, that is flavored water.
Oh, okay, buddy. Yeah, buddy.
You know,
okay.
For proof.
Yep. Yeah, there it is.
Lemonade flavored water. Okay.
In esports. That is crazy. Jason just recycling his own hydration. Very impressive stuff. Alcatraz. First Troopers in Paris are about to hit the cursed apple, folks. We are moments away from jumping into this first game. Jason will have a seat, drink some more of that suspicious colored liquid, and we'll catch up with him midway through the game, ZP. Let's dive in.
You never quite know what you're going to get on any week of Deadlock Fight Night. That's why you got to tune in. It's a challenging match. It's Troopers in Paris versus Alcatraz. We got ourselves a pause to kick off the game.
You know, dude, you know when someone's a little bit annoyed where like immediately someone pauses and immediately someone's like, reason? Question mark. Reason for pause? Hello? Slight audio issue. That looks like it's been dealt with. And we're going to be in the game in just a moment. Dash here is the one that has snuck the Yamato away. It's going to be playing in the mid lane alongside the Paradox. Holiday and Grey Talon will be facing them here in mid. That, of course, is going to be Vegas and Flick, the dynamic duo.
Man, oh man. Jason, we're into it. We got the lane combos out and about here. We see what we're seeing. And, you know, middle lane is about as you'd expect, but you got Lash Mirage off in the side lane right now for Troopers in Paris.
Okay. Versus the
Oh, that's
Calico. The Calico Shiv there, I think. Is it Lash Mirage? You might be right. Yes, it is. And then Abrams Viscous on the far right. So some very interesting matchups. Abrams Viscous one curious. Vindictor, of course, Mo and Krill, the classic combo. Once we get to 3K, that's when things start to get a little silly in that lane potentially.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see this pan out. Also, just get a power level check for Troopers in Paris. They're, the new kids on the block, and sometimes you just get out-mechanicked against the veterans. Where Alcatraz, again, different name, a lot of the same overall components of good NA Deadlock on this team. So, to me, I think the question number one here is, are Troopers in Paris going to be able to hold their own here in the laning phase?
Already, as you'd expect, a bit of a fight going on here as Girate is trying to throw down with the Viscous. Get Vegas in the mid lane now, going a little bit low. Back on board with Rokane, of course, with this Vindictor, Mo and Krill combination. Decent amount of pressure being put down on Troopers in Paris on this right side lane. Of course, with a distinct range advantage, although the poke from the Viscous can be a little bit annoying. Expect to see Rokane put some pressure down as Hollow Point Ward is the second auto choice.
Now, right now, about as expected, off in the right. Middle lane is where I'm curious to see if we're going to see, anything break down, because, of course, once you get Middle Guardian, one of the higher prizes you can get early on. And, of course, between the Paradox and Holiday, both heroes that, if they get the Middle Guardian down, will very likely be aggro and roaming from there. I mean, as we saw in the last game where, Tass was able to get down Mid Guardian and was a huge threat for Abraham's, up until, the excellence of VP kind of took hold.
Okay, Resto Locket Rush here for Dash. That one's already been picked up. It's obviously an item that's been looked at in the past, being quite powerful. Now the range to get charges has been reduced pretty drastically, but in lane, the 35 meters still gets you what you need. Elsewhere though, Hydration in a bit of trouble. He has to burrow away from the pressure of Girate. That's how I'm going to pronounce it, folks, from here on out. So apologies in advance.
I think Girate, that's what I would go for there, and all of it. And also, we're playing a Valve game. Valve game is it is kind of the homeland of Girate if you go look further back. But take a look here at the left-hand side, the Calico Shiv lane holding its own right now versus Lash Mirage on the other end, where actually more so than I expect, just because I don't hate the idea of running Mirage and Lash together, where just the general poke Mirage can create some opportunities for Lash, but as Lash, you're not necessarily looking to dive in deep if you've gotten poked down to around half. It makes your gameplay a little bit more defensive.
Yeah, it definitely could be a bit of a nuisance in the lane. Obviously, Calico is at her best when she's kind of getting all in and getting good purchase with the Gloom Bloms and the Feral Slash. So that's something we'll try and track here as the game goes on. Obviously, Lash's sustain makes him quite the nuisance in that lane as well. Rhino pops up there, a little bit of poke, but as Alcatraz lane are pretty happy to take this early game slow. It's Troopers in Paris here getting shoved back. The dive came in from Leffer. Eventually, it will be traded out. A lot of pressure on this left-hand side of the map here. Xeno has now developed that ultimate. First player on the map to get it. Still looking to get farmed up, 3.3.
Xeno, of course, usually known for being completely horrifying on the Amato, but also hasn't looked bad on the Shivs, so probably the biggest carry threat at the moment for Alcatraz. Off here into the right-hand side, though. Vindicta taking flight, and you look at the response in turn from Troopers in Paris. Just gonna back it up a little bit, not give Rokane a ton of free damage.
Yeah, that free poke is just not something you're looking to hand over to this Vindicta. Soften you up when that Mo combo comes online and there's an assassinate available. It can result in a very, very quick kill. Flossie being pushed on. Alcatraz really aggressing this lane. That sustain that's offered here by this Lash combination. And of course, the ever-present threat of being dove on by the Calico. It's serving to keep Floss honest. Someone who normally has a great time just poking and being a nuisance and getting chunked down pretty heavily.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mirage is kind of interesting, where barring just, being up against something like a Bebop where you get hooked or otherwise, Mirage is always a lane presence where it's rare to see Mirage outright lose a lane. You could get pushed back, you might, slightly be even, but full losing, not super common. And honestly, I gotta say, for Troopers in Paris being new kids on the block, I'm shocked at how close this has been. This hasn't been Alcatraz just taking over in the lane phase the way that some may have expected.
Look at Rhino, fully teched here to try and stop the combos. Divine Barrier picked up. Of course, we know what the Cube is capable of doing. There's the combo coming in, though. Goo Ball going to be used to try and disrupt a little bit. We saw in that moment, Rokane trying to line them up. No assassination stack actually spent there, though, from Rokane. But if that's a glimpse of what's to come, Durante has to keep his wits about him.
Rokane still out here looking for the setup. Assassinate, good to go. Looking off to the left. Getting pressured all the while. Meanwhile, here we go. The Owl over and in special delivery from Vegas. Is that going to be enough? It will.
Nicely done. Perfect finish there for Rokane, and Rhino's not going to be able to get away. That was a bona fide assassination hit. And that's Troops in Paris crumbling here in this right side lane. That is not a good sign for that Guardian. Elsewhere, though, we're on the left. There's a bit of a fight to be had here. Zeno is under some degree of pressure. Floz trying to tornado forward, help him out. Mart eventually gets brought down. Zeno's so low here. Floz able to deal with them eventually. Question of whether he can walk away. It ends up just being a 1-for-1 trade here, but the issue, of course, is what Alcatraz are able to do on the right.
Also, not the best spot for Calco to be in here at the moment. Had to use a lot of terrain for cover. Doesn't hit the leaping slash on the other end, so, you know, actually pretty well played by Floz here so far. And we got Lashback in the fray.
Yeah, Death Slam instantly from Mart. Left is going to be able to pop himself up, and that's an ultimate that goes for very little. I guess like a zipline boost into a attempt at a fight off the Death Slam. There was a little speculative for Troopers in Paris. Alcatraz were able to read it pretty comfortably.
Kind of Lash special at times right now, where you decide to go for Death Slam and it just doesn't work out because you just have enough of a window to get out of it. You really have to be even more well positioned than you had to be in the past. And oh boy, just a quick little shot from Rokane.
Up to 6k. Those assassination hits starting to fill the coffers of souls. Floss, of course, not able to protect Mart in that first little 1 versus 1 engagement. Obviously, picking up decay here. Spirit armor as well. Picked up fairly early. So not a lot of investment in the gun here, more just in the sustain, as we know that this left side lane for Alcatraz has been quite the nuisance so far. There's Rhino dropping down yet again. Problems for the Viscous and the Abram setup on the right. They again lose a player.
And these problems are going to start resolving themselves in Guardians down. It's a little bit tough, and oh boy, Flash at a tough spot.
Left for a little bit low. Owl eventually came in. Oh, Vegas, I think actually got a connection on Floz. The kill with the Owl. Cheeky little +5. Thanks for coming. And that's devastating. Troopers in Paris are getting pummeled in both of these extremities, both side lanes. Flick comes off second best for this exchange in mid, and so Conqueror is able to get an elimination. Parried there, of course, by Dash as they're trying to force the issue a little bit more over towards Vegas, and a power slash will cut through some of that Spirit armor.
It's hard to understate the impact that Vegas has had on the game with the Owl pressure, where every single time an Owl has been thrown out, it's resulted in elimination on the side lane. It resulted in the more pressure onto the Guardians. And already, I mean, Troopers in Paradise, yeah, sure, Zeno gets caught there, but you're down 2 Guardians pre-10 minutes on both side lanes, so your ability to actually dictate terms here in the earn fight is going to be really difficult when Alcatraz can just push out both side lanes and really get an advantage on pickup and turn-in.
It's map control. The extremities really being held. And Alcatraz are happy just to play a safer game here in the middle part of the map. Even though, like between Holiday and Grey Talon, you've got plenty of damage, you've got plenty of kill potential. You'll notice Rhino's trying to rotate in towards that mid direction here. Time for yet another Owl. These ones are coming off cooldown pretty quickly thanks to Vegas's itemization. It's again towards the left side lane. Hedwig inbound, folks. Direct hit. Mart will end up falling. Floz lucky to drag themselves away from this fight, and they will barely get away if that Zeno wants to chase, and there's the assassination. He'll take the stun from the Walker. Walk away knowing job done.
Mitch, can you imagine having such deep bloodlust that you phase through a truck to actually just hit someone? Like, he disregarded reality in that situation. Just wanted the Mirage that badly.
I mean, it is insane, by the way, what like range you can get off Killing Blow. It's 15 meters in game. It's almost always longer than you think, I would say. And of course, he's just able to get onto that. There's so much mobility, of course, available. You can always slice and dice into ultimates. That's a huge amount of coverage. It's a long way. It's like 12 plus 15. That's a lot of meters, folks. And it's getting a little bit dire here for Troopers in Paris. Earn, obviously, a factor now. But that Soul Lead is already starting to blow out, and heavily due to those Guardians being picked up when they did.
it's really problematic for Troopers in Paris because not only are you behind and you still want to contest the urn as it comes over here, but the fact that you lost both left and right lane pretty decisively when you look at where the Guardians are at right now just puts you in a tough spot where, by the way, again, special delivery. Owl up and over, and even Girardi doesn't die. Jiraiya's not going to be in a great spot to help contest the urn right now. Just the health differential big enough that they're just able to go and get the turn in free of charge.
I mean, again, there's a lot to be worried about, I guess, if you're Troopers in Paris, because Hydration's ultimate's about to come back online. You've got Lockdown with that lasso as well. Between those two, there's definitely plenty of plays to be made for Alcatraz. And then I got to start looking towards the middle part of the map and just move this line of scrimmage up a little bit further. Flick here. Obviously needs to be careful. Yamato can stave off a lot of the follow-up damage to a lasso with that shadow transformation. Xeno might have found themselves in the wrong alley here, finally dragged down by Rhino.
Yeah, Xeno a little bit deep. Troopers in Paris with a good rotation up and over, but they're going to need significantly more of that. I mean, being down 10K, nearly 12 minutes, it puts you in a rough bind. And, you know, for me, as I'm looking at this, Mitch, you got to look a little bit more closely on the Conquer. It's part of the reason why you value your playmaker so heavily in the draft is that you're hoping that when you end up in situations like this where you're a little bit behind, well, guess what? You got a carbine, you got a swap. Are you going to get the backup you need if you find the opportunities? You see the owl come on through, but see where this goes here. But Conquer, I think the one to watch here for Troopers in Paris as they look for any way back in.
I mean, Vegas is chilling. Combat barrier, spirit armor. I mean, that kind of damage that came in there just does not affect him at all. Obviously investing in cooldown reduction as well. More owls, more fun. Flaws won't be able to get away. Hydration causes the Mirage to bleed out. And now they can create more pressure on this right side lane. Basically, at this point, every lane for Alcatraz winning, or at least in, in limbo here, looking towards the middle part of the map. But there's a sense that Alcatraz are just waiting to start to pop off there. They've got that lasso still in their back pocket ready to make use of it. And in the meantime, Leffa kind of gets to free farm this left side lane.
Yeah, which is generally what Leffa likes to do when given free farm. I think it's smart, by the way. I think Calco just needs more farm to be effective relative to where it was before. But the middle, again, a little bit spicy right now. The setup in play, the swap already used, and this time it ends up catching Vegas, but it comes at a cost. The lasso in turn. You know, if your Troopers in Paris, you need a little bit more off this, Mitch.
Oh, Shadow Transformation from Dash just got blown through. Xeno turned up and added a bunch of damage to the mix. Rhino, suffice to say, they are lucky to be alive, and Alcatraz just kept enough players in mid, applied this slow pressure to keep Troopers in Paris interested in the middle of the map and less on the periphery. But eventually they see an opportunity to take a fight, ended up winning it pretty cleanly, I feel. And then they'll have their prize that Guardians picked up. No objectives taken yet by Troopers in Paris in this game. And yeah, writing on the wall already 13 minutes in. It's a 16k soul lead to Alcatraz.
They're running out of good options to get this in their favor. Again, you start running into a thing where if you get too far behind, great. Conquer gets a swap. You get a pickoff. You still lose even with your ideal conditions. And speaking of losing right now, looking here on the right-hand side, we just got Flick sitting up here. No lasso, but still a little bit creeping and just easy. Done. Over with as Conquer.
It gets worse from here as well because guess he was lingering. Rhino caught loitering at the scene, knocked up there briefly by the barrel cubes themselves, but they get lassoed out of position anyway, so they'll emerge into a very hostile landscape. It's an easy conversion there for Hydration. And it looks like more fuel might be added to the fire. Mart is loitering. There's also the Yamato here, which is scary. Dash doesn't have Shadow Transformation available right now. There's another lasso. Dash in deep trouble. CC'd into next Tuesday. Able to hit a nice little parry. Buy some time for Jirate to get on the scene. Flick now will head upstairs on top of the building. And it looks like Dash was ultimately able to live up to their name and get out of the fight. Flick as well can walk back, but still, that right side walker stands tall.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, credit to Troopers in Paris to get out and not lose even more in the situation. But the overall economic reality they find them in right now is grim. They need to get, at the very least, I mean, it's not just economics, it's also just objectives on the map. They don't even have a flex slot at the moment. We're approaching 15 minutes, and now we've hit the point in the game where you take a look at what has been bought here so far, right? You're looking at Flaws. He is fully jammed up. They need a flex slot, and they need it yesterday, or you end up making just some really awful itemization decisions. You got one Guardian, that's a start. They need to get another, and it'll also help even things out soul-wise a little bit more, but, realistically, it's a tough battlefield to navigate.
It's a question of what they have to give up in order to get these objectives, right? If they have to give up this next urn, for example, in order to get a Guardian and get their flex slot, that's really hurting them in the long term. Like, they're making these trades, but they're trading down in value basically every time. We know the flex slot's important to them, though. We'll see Troops in Paris here back up, continue to defend this Walker, and Xeno just wants to throw some catnip at this side of the map, keep them engaged, keep them interested, because all of Alcatraz starting to move to the left side. And I don't know if we'll get more than a token resistance from Troopers in Paris to avoid this earn turn-in. There are 3 players in their vicinity, but Alcatraz are always hunting, they're always circling. Hydration makes sure he gets a commanding view of the situation, spots the Abrams here, but the urn gets turned in, and off the back of this, there should be a big fight to favor Alcatraz.
I'm not even sure why Troopers in Paris peeks up there. You know you don't have people there. You had 2 people chasing down Xeno on the right-hand side, and you're still down in stats. So I get the idea of, keeping some presence there, and maybe Xeno dies on the right, but the execution was a little bit lacking. And now we'll see. Does Xeno actually fall in this 1-on-2, or is it Xeno winning versus the world? A little bit moving back and forth, just timing out the Shadow transformation right now, and it's not much of a 1v2, Mitch, when you got the Owl coming on in.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, Xeno's able to walk away from this one quite happily. There's not much to be said. Troopers in Paris have to retreat once more to lick their wounds and now find themselves at 30,000 souls down. That first Walker has been taken. And that, of course, allows for even more flex slots in this inventory. And from here on out, you probably start to turn your attention back on that right side Walker. We're still a fair way away from the next, urn developing. But Alcatraz have so many ways of trying to drag Troopers in Paris into more of these bad engagements. You're right, it's questionable. They try and go for the urn fight there. Troopers in Paris just send 3 players in there, maybe just to get eyes on the situation. But they forget that they're going up against like a Holiday, like a Mo and Krill composition. There's always a way to drag these onlookers into a fight they can't afford to take.
Also, more than anything else, it's kind of interesting when you look at the spread for Alcatraz. They've definitely been going out of their way more to keep middle and right side pushed up even more. At some point for Troopers in Paris, someone has to sacrifice and just backdoor to get flex slotted. Oh boy, Rhino in danger again, caught out.
He always gets burst down just by the Mo damage inside that combo. Flick's going to be the one that is credited with that kill, and that's what I said about these, playmaker abilities. There's still a lasso online. Speaking of which, here comes the switch up, and yeah, Xeno's able to walk away. So tanky, can really just stave off so much of this burst damage. And unfortunately, Jarate just doesn't have the souls behind him to be much of a wall. He's easily blown through by Vegas and Leffa. And Jason, this is a decent time to bring you in, as this fight is basically going to be a bit more of a formality, even if Jash can find 2. Feels like Troopers in Paris lost control of this game long ago.
Yes, it did. Back to you, Mitch.
Thank you very much, Jason, our courtside correspondent there, giving you, well, everything you need to know in our up-to-the-minute coverage of things on the Cursed Apple.
Look,
Hey, well, that's a Pulitzer Prize, ZP, if I've ever seen one.
What that really is that Jason was really hungry. He talks about how hungry he gets in the middle of games, and he prepared a lot of food, and he's worried he's not going to finish the food before he has to cast in the next game. So he gave us a 1-word response and then went back to stuffing his face. That is the actual analysis of the analysis that I can give you right now, which is still longer than what Jason gave us a second ago.
That's great. We have ZP down on the sideline, reporting on the sideline. Reporter Jason Kaplan giving you up-to-the-minute updates on exactly what's happening with our on-the-ground correspondent. Continuing on here, the lead is only lengthened. There was a moment where Dash at least was able to pick up some of those kills. They are one of the scarier factors on this Troopers in Paris lineup and had a decent start. But again, we want to draw your attention, folks, back to just how impactful these ultimates are for Alcatraz, and also that they've invested in reducing the cooldowns of them. So they almost always have, these abilities at their disposal. It's always an issue. As soon as you start to see a bunch of improved cooldowns, basically, distributed across the team, that's going to be a problem. Superior duration in the inventory for Rocane, just to make sure they are going to be hovering a little bit longer. And of course, a quickly headshot added to the arsenal. Already a tier 4 picked up. We are not 20 minutes into the game.
And this is also my reminder as we see Jarate just get absolutely gunned down off on the right-hand side, that we are approaching 20 minutes. And the flex slot is still just a far dream right now for Troopers in Paris. And at this point, it really does impact your item builds a lot, as once more, a ball of goo gets wrapped up by a magical lasso. And it just gets rougher and rougher. And, Dash is so far behind at this point, you're not threatening even as Yamato when you pop Shadow Transformation. And at 50k difference, Mitch, You know, the time to make a game-saving play may be in the rearview mirror now for Troopers in Paris.
Yeah. I mean, they say objects in mirror look closer than they appear. I just want to tell everybody it's not the case here. I mean, that thing is basically in the Paleolithic era and we're in modern day, just to give you an idea of how different those windows are, chronologically speaking. Base Guardian starting to get hammered in a little bit now as Alcatraz is set up. This should be a comfortable earn conversion. And you'll start to see these builds get even more egregious for Alcatraz. 153k at 20 minutes is pretty extreme, and you can do the math. You can see just what kind of difference that is working out to be. Even the Mo and Krill are doing a pretty ridiculous amount of damage just from their base scaling, even though obviously that Fortitude was one of the more recent items to enter their inventory, so they are going to be hard to kill. Here comes the cube to answer the combo. Decent answer. Deathslam going to come in now from over the top here. What can Mart do about this? The Owl comes in though, catches on the 4, and Rhino gets himself a cheeky little +5 for his troubles. Mart trying to drag himself back into the spawn, but it is not to be. Troopers in Paris down to 2 players, and Leffa feeling confident such that he'll walk on through that veil. We're going to start clearing these shrines, and the patron will be on the menu.
Yeah, and at this point, there's not much Troopers in Paris can do about it. But, I want to reflect on the good that we've seen here in the game, where, yes, at this point, it is out of hand. Alcatraz on their way into the money match to play against melee creeps. But for first showing, I think right now what Troopers in Paris got hit with was just the experience gap, is that mechanically, they didn't get beaten by a mechanics check in the lane phase. Like, the laning phase actually looked decent for a period of time, but eventually you just have the periods of experience, how to play as a team, how to leverage your resources, what Vegas was able to get done with Owls that eventually lead into Guardians going down. And there's just ways of playing the game that you pick up over time when you've had a lot of match experience, which pretty much everyone in Alcatraz has had. And, Troopers in Paris, to an extent, getting taken to school, but, we've had worse first showings here on Deadlock Fight Night, is what I'll say.
I think that's fair. This Alcatraz team, despite looking like a mixed roster, we know they are like one of the best teams in NA by far. How much damage is this going to do? From the shadows would have been devastating, so much so that Rhino had to cube up and oil up as there's still a fight to be had here. Upstairs we go. Mart being chased down, and Vegas hits him full on with a turbo-powered headwig, just blows into smithereens. And yeah, this one should be the last push now with a weakened patron on the table. Leffa wishes he could actually use his abilities in this Ava form, maybe make it a bit more of a fair fight, but we'll be jumping into the pit in just a moment here at Alcatraz. Will be setting themselves up with an all too familiar matchup against that melee creeps roster in our final. That's a big GG from us, folks. Troops in Paris, good showing for their first time on Deadlock Fight Night, but the streets is real.
GG's being called out across the board. Alcatraz gonna take it. Experience winning the day, but all in all, not too unexpected given the pedigree of the teams involved. But at some point you gotta get some fresh blood in the scene. And Troopers of Paris, they got their feet wet, they got baptized. It was a harsh baptism, but we'll see how they bounce back as the scene evolves, because melee creeps didn't necessarily start out all that dissimilar to Troopers in Paris, Mitch, if you think all the way back and look at where they're at now. Multi-time defending champion of North America, so these things do adapt pretty darn quickly.
Yeah, pretty legendary roster, in terms of Deadlock here. And of course, we're bringing back our sideline correspondent, Jason Kaplan, to deliver the hard-hitting insights you all know and love. It's why you're here. It's why you sub to us. That's also why you buy our merch to represent it. Jason, thoughts on that game? Because I think Zeno got his little pop off. It wasn't Yamato. It was the Lash. It was the Shiv. He looked very, very good.
I feel like everything looked really good for Alcatraz there, not just Zeno, obviously. I mean, it goes back to what we said at the beginning of the game, is like you have to be able to contest against them in the laning phase, and they did, for the first couple of minutes, and then it started to really snowball out of control, especially once Vegas got his Owls online, his headwigs just going from left lane to right lane, whatever lane he wanted to go in, it was feasting on more and more kills, and that snowball just eventually became too much. ZP pointed out in the draft, if we see Alcatraz get going early on with the comp they have, they're going to run away with the game, and honestly, with the lead they had 20 minutes in, I feel like they could have finished it even earlier, but they're more about warming up, having a little bit of fun with it. But I also agree with the sentiments that ZP said. For a first showing in DFN, Troopers in Paris did show good signs when it came to the draft. For me, that's really good fundamentals of like what they should be picking, what they should be counter picking. I think it showed some really great signs. But when you're playing against, a team, a majority of the team who's won 12 weeks straight in DFN, you're gonna have a very hard time overthrowing them and taking a map against them.
no issues with their first pick, Yamato ZP. Dash obviously was probably one of more of the brighter spots here on Troopers in Paris, but that is a pretty big gambit they take in order to both deny that hero from Xeno and also secure it for themselves.
I think you have to pick it at that point, or they had to ban it. One of the two things. I think the one guiding wisdom when you're going against a Xeno team, given his just otherworldly performance purely on Yamato, where, I mean, he's not bad at Shiv, but realistically speaking, you are a fool if you're doing the draft and you give up Yamato to Xeno. So because they didn't ban it, they had the first pick it. It was the right call, regardless of anything else at that point.
Well, if there's one person that wanted to make it clear on the battlefield today that this Owler is only big enough for the one of us, it is Vegas, your player of the match here, presented by Intel. We saw, a lot of setup, I think, here. They were obviously playing in the slower paced, Grey Talon Holiday lane. But Jason, it feels like that slower pace there, just in the lane itself, allowed Vegas to focus more on the periphery, those outside lanes, and set up some huge fight wins.
He really did. Like, he set up, I think it was like 3 or 4. I mean, you were saying it when it was happening, pretty much owling on command every time he had it available to look for more and more impact. I mean, see, here's going to throw it over to the left-hand lane. I don't know if he got 1 or 2 off of this, but in the end, they get 2 kills from this push coming through, and it allows them to really get things going for them. I mean, his presence and one of the reasons why we see Great Talon banned so often is because that owl can do some ridiculous work to snowball lanes from not even being in the lane. And then the damage he was doing later on, of course, is still going to be pretty spot on. Obviously, going to be overshadowed, though, unfortunately, by Xeno, considering how quickly the game went. But yeah, Vegas, we know we first saw him as, oh my God, the chunk he does to Flaws there. We first saw him as a flyer pick for Hydronation when he was on the team, and he didn't disappoint.
Yeah, see there towards the end, it was plus 30 on Spirit. So, 6 kills as a result of those owls for a total of 7 deaths and 18 assists for Vegas. So pretty good numbers, pretty good outcome there. But yeah, Xeno has a game that definitely allows them to, go above and beyond in our estimation. They've got a really volatile lane that they're playing in fairness. And we do see like a ton of fighting back and forth. And the laning looked fine. I think from Troopers in Paris at times, we understand why they wanted to bring the Viscous in. It was kind of prophetic because I wondered where that hero would go, but you can see how important the cube is to answer like these holiday comps and to come in as an answer to the Mo and Krill setup. So, Jason mentioned it. I do want to give Troopers in Paris credit for that. And again, it takes a long time to catch up to a team like Alcatraz. I mean, these guys they're basically part of the furniture here at the Deadlock Fight Night, and we've been doing this for 6 months now, folks, which is pretty insane. We've been doing it so long that people don't realize that I was one of the original Deadlock Fight Night casters, and that I've come back. So that's how long it's been. We are going to go to a quick break, folks. When we come back, we're diving into our money match. It's going to be a best of 3. It's going to feature Alcatraz versus Melee Creeps, otherwise known as Hydronation versus Melee Creeps. We've always had a great match between these two, and we're hoping for the same right after the break. This is your Deadlock Fight Night number 24, presented by Intel. We're in the NA region, and we're not too far away from our money match. Well, no matter where you are in the world, in your life, how you're feeling on a given day, you know, each week we're going to have for you basically a Melee Creeps versus Hydra Nation matchup in a best of 3 to give you that bump that you need. It is called Alcatraz, of course, not quite the same roster. That's why people are asking in chat why we don't have that logo. Slightly different look. Still, this Alcatraz team, Jason, looked deadly effective in our first match of the night up against Troopers in Paris.
Yeah, actually, it's not quite as good as our logo before when they were crayon eaters and they were a Hydra head eating crayons from our lovely production team putting that together. But yeah, I mean, still insanely strong team. Like realistically, it's basically anyone who's been on Hydra Nation is on the roster right now, with the addition of Xeno, who we haven't had actually played in DFM before. Very strong, very good team overall. I do worry when it comes to like maybe the big macro play against Melee Creeps. I know, you know, ZP and I were on different sides of the coin where I was saying I feel like Melee Creeps are still going to run away with this. Obviously, I had a lot of that emphasis on Quig being on the team, but ZP was keeping the information hidden that he wasn't playing today. But I still want to give it to my boys Melee Creeps because they still have shown to be like a really dominant team. And I think the effect that Quig has had on the roster is really helping them flourish and figure out the macro game a lot better.
This is your Melee Creeps roster. Sire, AVG, Posh Pop, Lomain, John, and Quig. And these guys, ZP, in fairness, you know, to what Jason's saying, they have had the measure of Hydra Nation / Alcatraz over the last couple of Fight Night finals. They've been 2-0s. This team has looked really dominant.
It's sort of interesting, though, because it's like Melee Creeps is looking good. I think adding Quig to the roster where he's not playing today, it's going to be Rocker instead, you know, has definitely been beneficial. But I also do wonder how much of that is that the Hydra Nation group of players, which continually shifts, by the way, after they lose, where it's kind of, you know, it's a shifting pool of players where, you know, you're off one iteration, you're back in on the next, like Vegas was with them for a long time, then wasn't, now is back in. And it almost feels like Hydra Nation gets really, really good when they get slapped in the face for a few weeks, and then they come back and they're good and they're on top again. And then they lose motivation, and then they get slapped, and then they do roster changes, and they bring back in, you know, someone who's on the roster like 3 months ago, and then they come back and they win. And I wonder if now we're in like that phase of like the Hydra Nation cycle, you know, playing as Alcatraz, where we're on the, you know, coming up again, where it's going to be Alcatraz going on top until they lose, and then they do another round of roster changes again, because that has literally been what we've been doing for 6 months here at DFN in regards to the Hydra Nation core.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, Melee Creeps were the first team to legitimately dethrone Hydra Nation, if we're going to ignore the Llama Lords play. And I remember hearing like how excited they were, like when they came for an interview after it, and they were like, you know, like I think it was AVG who was just like kind of screaming and was so happy with the results. And I think they lost a little bit of their passion within like the last like month, 2 months. But I think Quig joining the roster really helped them reignite that passion and really go back on like the focused mindset of, okay, we want to be like the best team in the world, not only NA. We want to be competing at these lands when they inevitably happen. And I think it's kind of give them like that extra boost they needed as a team. But it's still going to be a fight week in and week out for them to dismantle and to beat these top teams, and more importantly to stay together as a core, because they have undergone some roster changes in like the last month. Like Axe was dropped, Cool Cheese was dropped. I think that was the only 2 changes, because we had John and Quig come in, but they have to, you know, reband together as a team and set their sights on the goal, which is, you know, to be one of the pro teams in Deadlock.
Here's your history in NA. It's quite lengthy at this point. You can see it's got a lot of goofy looking Hydras on there. Obviously, last time around, it was Melee Creeps who were able to take the win last 2 consecutive weeks. So they're looking at a third there, which would be their longest streak so far. They can sort of keep that magic happening. And again, will they be infused? Quig and John in this lineup. Was Quig not on Hydra Nation prior? He was, right?
He was on Hydra Nation. While we still have this up, I need to call attention to something, and I swear to God, I'm not doing it, Jason, and just doing a drive-by a Deathy just because, but holy God, for the amount of times that we have invited TF2 boomers, is it actually true that they've only been in the money match once?
That's
like, I'm
crazy
looking at this here, and like, oh my God, that is a... I don't know why I'm just like, you know, strays are being shot at TF2 boomers right now, but that's just what comes to mind to me. I see the TF2 boomer logo on there exactly once in 24 NA DFNs. That,
yes.
Ooh.
I mean, I'm pretty sure going back to like week 2, they lost the bottom barrel in the Challenger game. So they've been like a part of like NA Fight Nights for a long time. But yes, we've seen other teams rise up, like Llama Lords, Big and Brolic here, you can see. But basically, this has been a 4-team show. We had that little 1 week that Big and Brolic were able to take it out, and they've sort of popped up here and there. It's always good to see what them, and of course, you know, your boy Calc can sort of provide. So fun rosters here, of course. North America, always a good time, always with something a little bit interesting for us. So obviously we don't need to Mo Crew 1v14 side because we have a top seed here, and we're gonna. That is,
I love the logo.
About right.
Yes, we got it. We got you, Hydra Nation. We've accurately just classified you and the players on this team. The Hydra is just in jail.
Such an appropriate, like it's such a topical name, considering what is going on in the world right now. But yes, I'm sure.
Mitch, I need to jump in and just clarify one thing. They had the name before the recent events. It is actually the world's biggest coincidence.
All right, so they've done a Simpsons level prediction on the reopening of Alcatraz. All right, let's jump into the draft here and get about it. We saw, Sinclair banned out the previous game. We saw the Kelvin being hotly contested. Bebop is the first ban aimed at melee creeps.
I'm sorry, but Deathy's in chat and he's just doing a crying face to what you said, ZP. And I'm just glad it wasn't me for once to be mean to him. Actually, I was the nice guy to him today, shouting out his Deathy's Death Slam. But the Bebop ban comes through. Again, focused towards John. He's been, I don't want to say the weakest.
He's the top KDA in Deadlock Fight Night.
Well, you know, I have disagreements with that actual number, even though it's technically true. But what is it? Out of like the 5 matches he's played, they've won 4. So of course he's gonna. And he has a KDA
of like. Oh, sorry, you have to lose games for your stats to be relevant. He's played 5 games.
To play like at least 10 matches in my eyes. I don't know. But anyways, I don't need to call it production.
I mean, that's tough. Like for TFC Boomers, that's really hard because they only get to play 1 match each week that they come here. They play 1 map.
Bow is yours.
Like, how are they supposed to get anybody on the stat board?
What is today? Is it Freaky Friday? I'm being nice to you and they're being mean.
I'm just saying, like, you set the bar so high for statistically significant sample size. I'm just putting it out there. Great talent. Got to be locked in first here for Alcatraz. You notice that your Marso was banned.
Let me finish that though. John has been kind of like the weaker link on the team just because of hero pool. He's been seen as like a Warden and Bebop player, and we have seen him branch out in the last DFN, played a couple more heroes, but that's where we're seeing the Bebop being banned away right off the bat against him. But then melee creeps, obviously with the response of taking away the Yamato from Xeno, it frees up a great talent almost every single time for Alcatraz because every team's going to have that respect of Yamato against him.
Also, I will say, as I'm taking a look at this here, there's something to be said about Xeno's presence on Yamato that you willingly give up GT to Vegas, given the level of power of those characters. Like, generally speaking, you'd rather deal with the Yamato than deal with the GT. I think Melee Creep's responding Holiday Geist is, about as top tier as you get in response. But now for Alcatraz, they're going to be able to pair up Paradox, Mirage as the combination response here. So you open GT Paradox Mirage in part because Melee Creeps is terrified of you playing Yamato. Just having Xeno on your roster right now is actually, I think, giving Alcatraz a big leg up in the draft. And I think that's not the greatest opening here for Melee Creeps, even if it kind of has to be done, because I don't disagree with what Melee Creeps has done, but I can still recognize that I think it's put them in a bit of a hole.
I mean, it's playing out the way that you suggested it would, CP. That means that Alcatraz... Look, both these teams have very strong calls to build the comps around. Get the Lady Geist, get the Holiday here for Melee Creeps. It's fine. But yeah, you feel like you maybe lose some equity in terms of denying a playmaker potentially because Yamato was where you were looking anyway. So great talent, Paradox, Mirage, first 3 locked in for Alcatraz. A very strong backbone for this team comp, Jason.
I wonder if Melee Creeps are still going to lean towards an Ivy pick because we saw Quig, I think, be the one to bring Ivy kind of back into the meta. Obviously with a little bit of a change up in the way Virtus.pro plays it, because his Ivy was pretty damn strong, but I don't know if that's something they're going to rely on here. We still have like a Vindicta open to be taken. It looks like they're going to be going towards the tried and tested Kelvin, which is always a good hero to fit into a composition generally. And then maybe that leads into a potential Shiv takeaway, because with them picking Kelvin, is Alcatraz going to ban Shiv? Are they going to pick Shiv for Xeno to deny the Kelvin Shiv combo?
Then we've got the whole Warden Sinclair dichotomy that we need to consider in the second round. That's obviously an option. Lash is, potentially contested here.
Low main played a lot of Lash for Thanos in 1 win. So that's obviously something they can kind of keep in the back pocket for like a 6th pick if they want to bring it out. And Low Main was pretty damn good when it came to his Lash.
It's interesting here when melee creeps, they take out the Moan Krill. I think this is kind of recognized that Hydration has kind of turned Moan Krill into like his main signature hero as of late. But also, if you were angling to get, say, Warden for John here, well, now, you know, in theory, Alcatraz may have more reason to take it. Alcatraz, though, banning the Shiv is also really, really interesting because you would think, okay, for Xeno's played Shiv most when Yamato's been unavailable. Instead, they decide to ban it themselves. So seeing what Xeno ends up going on here is going to be very, very interesting. But also, I think if you're Alcatraz and you want to give, say, Hydration to Warden, if Melee Creeps doesn't grab Warden or Sinclair here, you can actually come back and you can grab Warden Sinclair as a 1-2 combo. And on that same note, I don't love the Viscous pick when you know you're not dealing with a Mo on the other hand either. I don't think that's like actually the best for melee creeps to go, but we'll see. I think it's almost cinema if Alcatraz comes in here with like Warden Sinclair, because it would fit hero pool wise with what they may be trying to.
There were no channeled ultimates here yet from Alcatraz that would lock individuals down, that would like give you a great use case for the cube, but it is relatively ground ball, I guess, that their composition. Viscous obviously pretty annoying for sustaining the lane. You've got Kelvin and Viscous that both can create some pretty powerful scenarios there with like a roaming holiday. So Calico comes in again. I don't think we've been kind of neither here nor there about Calico's impact in these games. Often they're picking up a lot of those more supportive items. Maybe there's aura effects and just getting in the front line and getting their hands dirty. Here's the Infernus here. First time we've seen that today across both regions. Already like a more later game option being snapped up here. We saw the Haze, but that was something that we saw built more supportively, more for mid-game presence, and just, you know, with the curse built at tier 4 to try and lock people down. So Infernus going to be a bit more greedy, a bit more self-oriented.
Yeah, I mean, Infernus, I mean, generally people just value Infernus for the fact that you will stay alive. And okay, melee creeps, you need to grab Sinclair. Like, with Infernus, my final point is just going to be, you use him because he doesn't die and he, like, gives you continual pressure. But for melee creeps, given the fact that Alcatraz team comp-wise could still pick the Sinclair, you have now picked the Warden. You need to grab the Sinclair at the same time, or you are inviting disaster. It may not happen that Alcatraz will grab the Sinclair. They don't necessarily need to, but it is so high value against the Warden that you've tempted fate quite a bit here.
I don't hate the Lash as the last pick. I know what you're talking about with the Sinclair. I'm just thinking, I mean, is Alcatraz actually going to play it? Like, I'm looking at this roster right now, or this lineup, and I'm thinking, like, what's Hydration going to play at the moment? Because Viscous has been picked, Moan Krill's been banned.
Abrams?
Calico. You'd go Calico. Hydration has played a decent amount of Calico in the past.
Then Leffa would be going over onto Infernus, is my guess in that situation. Okay. I mean, Ivy, okay. They have a very squishy lineup, though, ZP. They have a lot of damage, but they're very, very squishy in this setup.
They've got 2 Alkfire carriers, though, between Ivy and Paradox, potentially. Can be pretty impactful when you look at how melee...
Nothing to stop Lash, though. Like, you have to swap them. But that swap, I don't think, stops the Death Slam. They can obviously put him in a different position. Like, they've got nothing to stop him, so they're going to need knockdowns to deal with him. So low main, like, again, you're gonna see him play and how mobile he is around the map. He's gonna create a lot of great opportunities, especially if it's a team that's like squishy like this and you only have a stone form as like an out. It's gonna be quite punishing in my eyes, ZP.
Also, in terms of who's playing what, there is also a world where Leffa is still in the Calico and it's Hydration on Infernus, but that is something that we have seen at times in the past. Do I think it is Hydration's best look in Deadlock in terms of where Hydration has looked the best? No. Is it something we may see? Yes.
All right, well, here you have it, folks. Melee Creeps versus Alcatraz. Draft done and dusted. The sense being that maybe Melee Creeps have crafted something a little more powerful, but the proof's always in the pudding. And the pudding is waiting for us in the streets of the Cursed Apple. We'll be checking with ZP periodically throughout the game. But for now, it's time to start up our money match. For the umpteenth time, the majority of Hydra Nation are taking on Melee Creeps in a best of 3 for all the marbles. We're off to the races. We're going to have a Lash holiday lane here up against the Infernus Ivy on the left.
You're talking about pudding, and then Vase is talking about food and game. Like, what is this? Is this a mess with me kind of day? Like, what
I'm on a diet too. I just don't complain about it constantly.
Yeah, because you're stronger than I am, mentally, physically, every way possible. So I think it should be Hydration on Ivy. I think we forgot he's also an Ivy player from like way back in the day.
Yep.
That's my guess. I haven't seen it just necessarily. I know Sai, I think, has switched up roles a little bit within the team too, because he wanted to actually change his picture to a Paradox when we looked at rosters, away from what he was previously, which I think was a Calico. But we've seen him a lot more of these playmaker heroes in the past few weeks. And it's going to be Xeno on Infernus, just to bring that up too. So we did get our answer of what is he going to be playing in this game.
All right, so we have the Paradox and Mirage lane up against the Lady Geist and Kelvin lane. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty aggressive lane with unbelievable sustain and really effective poke here. So that's something you're going to want to keep an eye out for. Obviously, Essence Bomb available to you. We've got the Frost Grenade. And yeah, Flick just gets his essences drained, exsanguinated right in front of his own Guardian.
It's actually John on Lash. And it's going to be low main on the Viscous. Okay, I didn't actually expect that to be coming true. But then again, talking about John and his lack of hero pool, I think a Lash is definitely a good pickup here. But obviously with Flick going down early, it's not a good sign here for Alcatraz, as he was sent behind bars and back to base. But again, early kills, not that big of a deal when it comes to this game at the moment. Though Rocker, he's on 20 HP, and that's Jin's mark. He's looking for that next stack up. You see him just going for the double jump, trying to see exactly where Rocker might be.
Look at the threat. Flick, yeah, trying to wrap around the side. I think they eventually end up pulling back, but Alcatraz are really looking for an edge on the right side lane. So you'll often see Brocane just wanted to try and chunk them low. Yeah, Rock has been out of the fight. This is supposed to be a high sustain lane, but Rocket doesn't have the points in that Frost Grenade at this stage, I would say, to really assist with that. And also we know that, you know, Grey Talon is a sticky threat that can be a real frontliner, but here in lane, sometimes it can get a little difficult to find success. We're in mid here, and this is the Viscous Warden lineup here. As the Binding Word comes out, Leffa respects it, tries to walk on away. It's Calico, Grey Talon in this lane for Alcatraz.
Yeah, you've got some safety. So if we're looking at like Vegas last game with the Grey Talon, he was able to really play onto the extremities with his owls. You have safety in the mid lane with the cube, and you have safety in the right lane with the Frost Grenade. And well, speaking of Rockers, you mentioned before being pushed back so heavily, he actually comes back in for a kill here down to 60 HP, but he has the protection of Poshy Pop to keep him alive. Actually, Flick goes in. I didn't expect him to continue to go for the push here, but I guess Poshy Pop didn't have any abilities up, and that will be a 1-for-1 trade.
And Flick ends up walking up at about half HP and still is able to finish the job. So pretty brutal stuff there from LA Creeps, as they end up getting a trade at best. You see, all right, Leffa just getting crushed here in mid. Of course, that's the Viscous Warden lane, so really annoying. Between our Chemical Flask and, of course, the one ability here off the Viscous. Again, a lot of poke is pretty frustrating. You can really answer a lot of burst damage with the cube. It gives you some sustain as well. A ton to work with, and Puddle Punch can definitely set up some nice 1-2 combos here.
Yeah, it's the Puddle Punch into the Binding Word or vice versa that can really create opportunities. You're trying to run away, you already get your Alchemical Flask, so your stamina gets depleted, you get put out of position, and it's really easy to set up a potential kill. And you're seeing the poke as well here on the left. But Binding Word comes through. It doesn't look like it's actually going to catch, though. And they might go on the chase onto him, just completely ignoring Vegas. And I think that should be a kill once again onto left. Really getting AVG going. He's at 3.1k souls. He's by far ahead of everyone else, having his ultimate online now. And a Warden's not a hero you want to see get ahead.
No, not at all. Last Stand already active. Again, you can set up some pretty dirty fights. And that means Alcatraz, for now, have to give up some more souls here. Otherwise, they're just walking to the threat of getting picked up and then having their Guardian pressured even further. Right side Guardian is the one that's actually taking damage. This really persistent poke, from this melee creeps side lane is definitely doing its work. And Alcatraz here on a couple of metrics are just starting to lose out. We have a few ultimates online though already. So Vegas has the Owl. Xeno, of course. Concussive Combustion is at the ready. Should push come to shove. Death Slam ready for John. Should he want to go roaming. Right now, the left side lane, it's Saya trading up with Xeno there and is forced to respect the Infernus burn damage.
Yeah, this is definitely the weaker lane of the three, I would say, for melee creeps, though. They do have that 3k potential with the lasso and the death slam. Like, there's definitely some kill opportunities, especially if they push up aggressively against you, which is why I think we're trying to see Alcatraz let the lane push against them. And a lot of things we don't really talk about too often is like wave control. You see that a lot in other MOBAs like League or Dota, but it's a very massive thing when it comes like to higher skill levels of knowing how to control your lane. Frozen Shelter's going to come through. Rokin's going to be caught out here. Bashi Pop should be able to close this one out. Oh, the 1 HP tornado away, and Rokin's still going to go down either way. Bashi Pop gets the kill, and they're going to continue to go for the dive here, going for the parry on the Guardian.
Yeah, why not? They've still got that sustain to work with now. Rocker is not going to let this one slide, apparently. This is going to be tough to walk away from. Flick is going to be taken down. And now the slide away. Melee creeps get what they asked for in this lane, and there's just not enough here from this very quick return to lane by Rokane. And yeah, being able to freeze the wave is really important, but you know, in the past you used to be able to you know, parry a melee creep, but that has actually sort of been prevented. So it's not as easy to freeze that lane anymore. You can't parry melee creeps anymore. Here we go. From that, Return of Shadows, excuse me, there from Leffa will emerge and easily be able to bring AVG down. So finally something going on in the mid lane for Alcatraz.
I'm getting a kill, though I feel like it's mostly been melee creep's side with how this has been going. John with Death Slam available, maybe looking for the opportunity. I mean, Ivy's going to be one of the harder targets to hit with the stone form. Definitely be looking for Xeno here. No flame dash. There's no way he can escape here. So there's an opportunity to really set up for this Death Slam. And I think John's off the side, maybe looking for it. And Xeno's just going to respect it and back away here at the moment. But it's only a 2K lead, though, Mitch, considering how, you know, one-sided it's felt like for melee creeps. But we're getting, you know, 7 minutes in. We're going to start to get the Sinner sacrifices online, you know, within the next minute or two. And I think that's where melee creeps are going to look to actually push this aggression. I mean, that last stand, it's already up to level... I still struggle to like call what level it is. Well, I don't know if you want to call it like level 1 is unlocked. The 2 is like 1 up above that. This is 3 and then 4. And well, the last stand's going to go through either way. And that's going to be another kill over onto Vegas. No way you're going to run away from that.
Yeah, pretty devastating combination. You've got the ability just to, with this, you know, Kelvin, to lock people in place and make it impossible to get out of Binding Word, impossible to get out of Last Stand. So that's slow. Persistent as it is basically, you know, deterministic. You get caught in it, you are basically cooked. Left side of the map, though, looks like there's going to be a bit of reinforcements here for Alcatraz. They're trying to get Vegas in position to help with this. And on the way over, it is a low main. We'll have a goo ball active. Airdrop now getting dropped straight into stone form. Good connection there on towards the lash. Still, melee creeps able to respond now when they have low main in position. Goo ball active, and Vegas gets absolutely steamrolled. And there's not much else to report. Xeno's got to slink away and lick his wounds, and hydration didn't have much impact either.
I didn't hate the airdrop combustion. I didn't really have that on my bingo card to be seen today, as they do try to send it straight forward. Even Vegas rotating into that lane, considering he died right before. But the reinforcements that a low main was going to be there in time, they had it into a 3-on-3, and they ended up winning out on the kill. And with that middle guardian being down, it allows them to go for this free roam, and you're seeing AVG. He's going to be soaking up that farm in mid lane, as you see him soaking up Sinner sacrifices over in the mini map, while the rest of his team right now is looking for that flex on here in the left lane.
Healing right pops. This, of course, is going to affect the minions as well. Jump pad and connection there. Hydration has to use a divine barrier here, but they are definitely under the pump. It's like a puddle punch that didn't quite connect, but Hydration gets caught by the last barrel. And the era of prohibition is over, apparently. Hydration brought down ultimately by John, and there's a rotate into this lane by low main. They really want themselves this Guardian now if they can get it. Low main's forced to cube. Left wants to come forward. Xeno's going to be there. Alcatraz trying to run and take a fight, but geez, low main, no chance to get away. He got left behind by his teammates after cubing up.
I still think this is an okay trade, though, for melee creeps. You can see AVG. He's taking away enemy jungle. He's taking away enemy Sinner sacrifices. Up to 8,000 souls. Yeah, they lose, you know, a player in the left lane, but I think him getting farmed like this far outweighs that, especially as they try to go for a push into him. Last stand is going to be up. I'm not sure if he's going to use it. Actually, he's going to use it. He's going to go for the chase down. You can see Xeno immediately trying to run away from this one.
Oh, he'll be caught here. Binding Word. Lasso available. It wasn't even required. Xeno did not have a concussive combustion available after that previous foray when he got airdropped in during that ultimate. Here, items coming up here. Obviously, we're well into tier 2 direction now, and getting booster picked up to help with that innate sustain that Poshy Pop already has. A Mystic shot here. Gun investment from low main. Melee creeps realizing they can start to play a bit greedier. Go for damage.
Actually, this is a big push here out of Alcatraz. They're grouping up for guard on the right-hand side. Rocker's trying to defend against this. Posh Pop's going to be there as well. The tornado will be used to reposition. The swap comes back in. No frozen shelter to be seen, so Rocker's going to fall. And I don't think you can really defend this if you're melee creeps. If anything, you have to push somewhere else to look for some sort of an objective. But you can see AVG on the mini-map. He actually started to head towards that direction. Picks up a buff. I'm not sure exactly what he secured in Alcatraz. They don't want to get caught off guard here.
A lot spent, though. Paradoxical swap and the concussive combustion both invested by Alcatraz in order to get rid of Rocker. So have an urn picked up now. Already melee creeps gearing up for the next contested objective. That, of course, is on the far side of the map, the right lane, where Alcatraz are already in position. But there's not a whole lot of reason for them to stay there. There's nothing to really farm, and there's no wave sort of pushed up to them yet. So feels like a waste sometimes to stand there defensively. And Alcatraz have to decide if they want to try and fight for it. They will have a swap back online. So Flick will be able to make a play. And looks like Xeno has returned to the lane. They might look to try and fight now with Rokane coming in on a zipline boost, but Ern gets deposited, so they're a little bit late. Alcatraz might still have to fight for this. They've pretty well engaged on the periphery, but it's just poke damage here. They're going to be able to walk away.
John, he wasn't even needed when it came to that right lane either for the Ern to actually be turned in. Instead, he goes middle, opens up a kill into Vegas. Hydration just barely escaping with, sub 80 HP. Now the counter push out of melee creeps. Like, Alcatraz got nothing off of that Ern being just turned in. They didn't get a push anywhere. They didn't get any damage really done, except the middle guardian is a little bit low on HP. And they might lose their final guard of the game here in this right lane.
Oh, that's unlucky. Paradoxical swap being set up by Flick there after hitting the carbine, but it missed somehow. I think Rocker was out of the way. Saya, though, goes very, very low. Going to get healed up inside this frozen shelter. A decent solution in a pinch when you need to top your team up. And Xeno falls to AVG. This is a problem. Rokane will be chased down. And melee creeps now happy to brawl it out. Starting to get out to a pretty significant lead. All outer guardians down. Alcatraz yet to take any guardians away from melee creeps. And already eyes are starting to turn towards these walkers. Flick had nowhere to go. Flung to the ground and leapt upon.
I think that frozen shelter to Rocker caught Rokane, but they didn't realize it until after the frozen shelter was gone, and then he was just kind of like, wait, oh, we had a Mirage here. At least Hydration was able to take a middle guardian for losing those deaths on the right lane, so they get something out of almost nothing there. But a 12,000 lead at 12 minutes is very daunting for Alcatraz, and it's gonna be kind of hard to come back from this because they really need to focus farm. It's Hydration leading at 10k with Left at 12. Compared to this side where AVG's at 14, Poshi's at 12, and the rest of the team is at 10k or above.
Once again, catch onto the Kelvin. This time, though, he's got friends. Lomain is here. Should be the cube. Kelvin keep him alive, and Rokane got caught out underneath that Guardian. Likely lassoed in there by Saya. Al hits, but where's the follow-up supposed to be? Vegas really just firing off a warning shot that doesn't have a lot of substance to it. Somehow, Flick finds himself a little too close to the sun and is burnt to a crisp. Melee creeps now up to 14k just after 13 minutes. And that's without the walkers being taken. So a lot of souls on the map still for Alcatraz if you consider those guardians, but they have only been able to pick up the one.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 2 guardian difference and a 15k soul difference. I mean, you're gonna get some souls off of those guardians, but a lot of the kills have been going the way of melee creeps. More importantly, a lot of the jungle has been stolen away out of AVG, rocking 16,000 souls now. Like, he has just been grinding away in middle. And the funny thing is, it's normally like he's the one to be an initiator and more of like a team fighter for the roster while Poshpop farms. But he's actually been, him and Poshpop have actually been allowed to just continue to farm away while the rest of their team, the other 4 players, have been just getting these catches, getting these kills time and time again, allowing their carries to get even more fed. Honestly, with the way the game's been going, it's going to be very tough to deal with Poshpop and AVG once they start to get involved in these fights.
It feels like if Alcatraz risk a full-on engagement, things have to kind of break perfectly for them. Make use of, like, combustion stuns. Find the ideal paradoxical swap. Maybe on someone like Rocker if they can lock him down and prevent Lathros and Shelter from coming out. Okay, there's an owl. Poshpop seems completely unbothered by it, but perhaps he should be. Light Drain active, and there it is, the essence swap. Buddy is fully topped up, but maybe looking to retreat back to the safety of his own Guardian because in deep has Xeno gotten. This is getting out of hand now. Pressure on the Guardian. Xeno able to take AVG out of the fight, and a 2-for-1 trade for Alcatraz. Impressive considering the deficit here in souls. Elsewhere, Melee keeps trying to trade this out for a Walker, but good response from Hydration. He's gotten there. With the Kutsu Bomb, he can sort of push the wave back out and deny a trade.
I mean, to be fair, Mitch, that was a 3-on-5 in favor of Alcatraz, so they better be getting those 2 kills, only losing the 1 player to Rokane. It was a good turnaround, but they did... I mean, I guess they didn't really lose too much, right? Because they got the Guardian, which got them a flex slot, which is important. And they didn't really lose too much HP on their walkers. So I'd say a really big step back for Alcatraz, keeping the lead within 10k now. Well, this next Urn spawning in, it's going to be an enemy territory turn-in for Melee Creeps if they pick it up. And I feel like they're going to have a favorable team fight with the comp they have as well. I just don't know realistically if they want to go for the turn-in or just deny it away from Alcatraz.
Xeno is so far from this action. Jason is going to try and take a TP, but Ern got picked up under the nose of Alcatraz. Dropped down now. There's a fight to be had. Cube used instantly now. Looking over towards Lefa. Lomain sees him inside the Frost Grenade. Plenty of healing. Plenty of sustain for Melee Creeps. Cube and Frost Grenade, even in these mid-game fights, are very powerful. And who's on the chase? Looks like Xeno was trying to find something or get back behind their Guardian. but they were kind of out of position from the start. They were shopping. They took a TP to try and get in. And his last stand, of course, to apply some serious solo pressure on his far left side lane for AVG, keeping 2 Alcatraz players here.
Yeah, AVG wasn't even in that fight. Like, Longman is so damn good, by the way. For him to just know, I need to drop this urn and get a cube off, then to turn it around into a melee onto, I think that was Leffa who was lassoed in. It was like really good macro play. Really, sorry, not macro play. Good understanding of what's happening in the game at that point. They still have the urn just going to be sitting over towards middle because realistically they're not looking to turn it in. But again, they get some good damage into the walkers. They still get a favorable trade in these fights. They turn that 10k lead back to 14k, and they're still denying enemy jungle. Like, this is it's a slow bleed against Alcatraz here with the way melee creeps are playing, but that bleed eventually is going to get you, and it's going to eventually turn into a match win for melee creeps if things continue this way.
Well, AVG is fed as heck as well, Jason. Pristine Emblem, Hanazora already picked up, so there's 2 really important T3s when it comes to the gun build already in possession. 20k souls for the Warden. Ridiculous.
I think the Hunter's Aura as well is, like, I think a really important pickup for him at this point, because it means if anyone 1v1s him, he's going to have ridiculous damage against you, and you're not going to do much against him.
Exactly. It's the bullet resist shred is important, but a fire rate is so crucial, especially considering how powerful the weapon is, but needs a bit of help in terms of just getting spun up in time. That's why you're taking high velocity mag, for example, at the start. So getting that 3x bonus on fire rate if you're 1v1ing obviously really makes it a perfect option for pushing that solo lane if you possibly can. Okay. You see Saya spotting a couple players here towards mid. That urn that was headed towards the turn in location. Alcatraz, no, they had to fight for it again.
I mean, Death Slam's up, Frozen Shelter's up, Last Stand's up, 21,000 souls for AVG. I mean, Alcatraz, you kind of have to give this away and go for a push somewhere else. Look for a walker if you can, but all the lanes are shoved up against them. The combustion going to be coming through. Then AVG gets the last stand off, and he's sustained for a long time. It's just the Frozen Shelter isn't going to be there to actually help heal him up. So it will be a 1-for-1 trade, and honestly, that's a trade that Alcatraz should be happy with.
I mean, AVG was 1v4. Virtually. They were literally on their own inside their building, caught out, and was still able to find an elimination. And at this kind of fairly close soul deficit, that is astonishing. But it is the most powerful hero on the side of melee creeps taken out of the fight early. Unfortunately, Vegas has a pretty short stint in the engagement themselves. Saya trying to get away. Leffa chases them down. Decent positioning here for melee creeps. John retreats to that high ground now. Of course, they still got the Kelvin to play with, but no Frozen Shelter. And Rock is getting some attention now. All of a sudden, Alcatraz actually looking really strong in this fight. Mermaid has got to be so careful. Healthy enough, that's good, but cooldowns aren't exactly there for them. And that's a solo and take for Alcatraz.
A big turnaround from this one. I mean, Poshupop, he wasn't in the fight because he was trying to push the right lane walker, which you can still see has a fair bit of health left. If AVG, if he was caught in that Frozen Shelter, I don't think he would have died. I think they would have been able to heal him up enough, even if he wasn't like next to Rocker there with the frost grenades. I think the extra healing he would have got plus Last Stand, I think he might have been able to survive that and really win that 1v4. So a little bit of a misplay in terms of position of how that fight actually wound out. But still, the refight is happening as the rest of melee creeps are going for the chase, and Alcatraz have to back away. But again, I talk about that bleed. They did stop it a bit, taking it down to only a 5-6k difference in souls. But that walker on the right lane and left lane are both not looking too healthy. And still, when it comes to the macro, melee creeps are definitely winning out. They're still denying so much jungle. Another Sinner Sacrifice going to be taken away. A little bit of a misstep and a good bounce back by Alcatraz, but they're gonna need at least 1-2 more of those fights to get themselves back in the game fully.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, melee creeps, obviously, you have to take those walkers in waves. You really can push them down, in one go, unless you've just won a team fight in the vicinity, especially with, respawn timers at this point in the game and also zipline boosts. So that bit of damage is pretty significant. Definitely not something to be sneered at. It doesn't really, manifest in a soul value, but they're that much closer to being pushed over and they're giving a big amount of global souls to melee creeps. So, ice here towards this left side of the map. Vegas drops down to the secret shop, looking to make an acquisition, and Surge Power will be the take for them here. Gotta look out for that one. A lot of fighting now as another urn has spawned back in, and Xeno wants to try and clear the area. Alcatraz actually pulling back from it.
Yeah, going to be going to a neutral turn in here, but a fight might be breaking out. So left off towards the right-hand side and getting a lot of damage in. Saya trying to pick up the urn, immediately gets bursted down here, giving the big advantage for Alcatraz on the fight. Not to mention, you could see Rokane teleport over here to help out, but the Frozen Shelter comes in, locks in Leffa, who falls, who is the most fed member on Alcatraz's side, but Xeno's going to come in with the combustion to turn it around.
Yeah, getting Leffa down is huge. 23k is unbelievable amount of souls, and AVG is still alive. Last stand, I think, was used earlier. Here comes a death slam from John. That's why Xeno's going to fight in the shade for the time being. Flick just disintegrated. This not looking nearly as good for Alcatraz now, but Xeno has some fight in him yet. Essence exchange, though, available here. Soul exchange, rather, for Poshy Pop. So you've got to be very careful. That Geist late in the fight can really take you by surprise. Sai's about to come back off respawn, and Hydration got utterly isolated and caught out here. And finally, Jason, right side Walker gets pushed down. And this really opens the way for an earn turn in behind all of this. Hydration and Rocane are plus 20 seconds on respawn.
So they get 4 kills, they get a right lane walker, and because they physically picked up the earn, even though Sai died right after, it stays at a neutral turn in. If they picked up this earn after that fight, it would have been an enemy turn in instead. So this makes it a lot easier for them to secure, obviously with the 4 kills on top of that, and they get extra damage done onto this walker. I think it's time to maybe bring in ZP here, because this game has been back and forth, but it's still been heavily in favor of melee creep for the most part, albeit up until the prior fight to this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that's kind of the thorn in their side that they have to be worried about as time goes on is what Leffa's been able to do in the Calico. Leffa has been getting their soul allocation up way more than the rest of Alcatraz. Actually, in the fight that Alcatraz won, a lot of it was just Leffa continually weaving in and out of the fight, like getting pickoffs in a fight that like was a little bit scuffed from melee creeps on the initiation, not quite getting what they're looking for on the engage. And the interesting thing as this goes on is that, you know, AVG's been ahead of the game, but I do think Warden getting ahead of the game, like, eventually tails off a little bit as you get into, like, the next 10 to 15 minutes. And for Alcatraz, things like the Ivy, the Mirage, and the Calico, like, their scaling, I think, still remains good. On top of the fact that I'm not in love with Lash in the super late game either, so even though melee creeps is up ahead right now, they really need to put this away on an objective basis, like, right now, or things could go the way of Alcatraz.
Jeez, that is a hasty frozen shelter coming out there. Death slamming for John. Virtually aborted, rather. He's trying to get out. This is a bit awkward for melee creeps. Rocker and John are so low. They have to get out. Warpstone used, but geez, you are not going to be able to shake this kind of tail, folks. Calico on the hunt. Another walker taken down, so at least melee creeps can guarantee if they lose this fight, which is not guaranteed, that they can have a walker for their troubles. Flick trader for Posh Pop here. Possible low man is caught as well. He's going to have a tough time escaping, as mobile as he tends to be. But now the rest of melee creeps, the living members, AVG being very healthy, now is getting drawn back into a fight. So Alcatraz have done a good job, Jason, by taking engagements where there's no Warden to make use of, but Daddy's home. AVG's back in the fight now. Here's the Covenant, comes on down for the bit of healing. Stoneform used to try and drop on AVG, but they get left for anyway. Yep, well, Fed Warden's still relevant at this stage of the game. He has not been outscaled just yet.
His health bar, man, he dropped down to like sub 50 HP. It must have been sitting on 6,000 souls. I mean, the thing is, Alcatraz were smart to take that fight initially because they saw Sai and AVG on the left lane taking the walker, and they realized we have to make a play. We have a man advantage here. But they get the walker. The rest of the melee creeps buy enough time for those two to rotate back in and still come out with the man advantage at the end of that fight. 24,000 souls now in lead here for melee creeps. They have 2 of these walkers down, and they're probably going to have a kill on Rocane here as well, leading to a potential mid-boss. Or a third walker. Probably a third walker, more likely.
Makes sense. They probably don't feel like they have quite enough of a soul lead yet to give them some determinism. And hey, take the mid-boss fight when you have a bigger advantage. It's going to make sense. Here through the middle part of the map, you saw the wall come up. He's a death slam. Oh, buddy, that's not good. That is not good. Follow-up is going to be good. Rescue being used to try and hastily get Vegas out of trouble. And he's trying to duck and dodge away. The mid-walker goes down. A Flicker's already fallen. Sire wants to take a close fight. And God, everybody's piling in here. Vegas getting plenty of attention in the locker room. Getting a big old swirly and back to spawn for his troubles. John over the top here to make sure there's no stragglers getting out of this frozen prison. In comes the slam, and out goes Xeno and Leffa.
Damn, man. Like, again, I feel like John, his only mission this entire game is where is Vegas and can I death slam him? Because, again, I think that was like the second, third, maybe even fourth time we've seen him just go for solo death slams onto him to take him out of the fight. So now maybe the creeps to get the middle walker, so the third walker of the game near their flex slot. They're also going for mid-boss while this is happening. Earn has spawned in, and they're sporting going to be up to a 40k lead once it's all done and dusted, both getting runes on the left and right hand side. Like, melee creeps off the last fight. A complete turnaround this game that I don't care how far left is right now. I don't see Alcatraz getting back into this with this lead.
The magic carpet here is unbelievably based, by the way. What I love about this item is that it's not just the gimmicky ability. It's you actually get like a range extender and a duration extender effect on the magic carpet. So more than just being able to fly around, which is great. It also gives you that bullet shield and spirit shield after the fact. So pretty great for escapes or for getting into those fights. Very fair is low main, like extremely so. In a pretty good spot now. Starting to think about, you know, putting some extra damage down in the fight. Notice improved spirit there at tier 3 has been picked up alongside the heal bane. So a lot of buffs going here for the Viscous. And Jason, this was probably the more questionable part of the draft, I think, if you ask ZP, but it's worked out pretty well at this point. I saw that was an Echo Shard picked up.
Yeah, we've seen this. I think it was in One Win Bombshell that we were casting Echo Shard Viscous. I mean, you can put out a ton of burst damage or the double cube. Like there's a lot of like things you can do with it to really to give the sustained survivability you need. Maybe you need to throw it onto AVG to help out, maybe to help him heal and clear his debuffs. But we're gonna see the urn being pushed back in. John stood up for a death slam. And I mean, already off the bat, the damage is so overwhelming.
Push Pop does not care for that damage incoming. Getting out of control here. Over the top goes John. Death slam. Good catch. That's 2 at least by the looks of things. Instantly supply drop has to be used though for hydration to try and get on out of there. Big damage on Xeno though, and Alcatraz are in no condition to fight right now. Last stand is active. Hydration's got nowhere to go. Tries to drop an Alc Fire as a parting gift as he gets on out. But eventually, that Ivy is going to meet her maker. To the high ground goes John. Divine Barrier popped everything in the kitchen sink used by hydration to try and keep him alive, and it is just not going to be enough. Tries are about to be mowed down, and we might see a patron knock to boot.
I think we're going to see the finish actually with the lead they have, 54,000. They don't have a lot of ultimates online, but they might not need it. I would imagine they might even play it actually safe here considering how things are going. But you know what? No, commit to it. Stick around. And Melee Creeps, come on. I mean, they're doing the smart play, to be honest. You want to like lock down these wins. You want to still practice that mindset of like locking in games. No matter if it's the slower play, especially when you get to, you know, those big lands coming up one day for the game. But this has been tough, man. Like Melee Creeps have had an answer for pretty much everything Alcatraz has been doing.
Yeah, it's been brutal. There's been a couple of fights where Alcatraz have gotten good engagements, but Jason, they've all seemed to occur while AVG was, you know, farming a side lane. As soon as we get these full engagement, it seems to be pretty cooked. Slowing Hex thrown out there by Sire. They've definitely been able to provoke a response here from Alcatraz. Paradoxical swap to try and catch onto them. Low main blown to smithereens. Again, we notice more of their itemization going in the damage direction now, but that's a big frozen shelter. Look at all the people caught inside of that. And that buys enough time now for the rest of Melee Creeps to get here. Silence, though, being hit on the John. Still looking, though, to get involved and looking for a big death slam opportunity, I'm sure. Vegas gets caught once again. Slam follow-up is good, and also Hydration was caught inside of that. That's tough. Outfire is not going to keep you alive here, unfortunately, Hydration. And that'll be Alcatraz reduced to 2 players once more.
AVG, he wants more. He wants this final kill on the Xeno. He's going to fall. And Rokane. Sorry, it was actually Rokane he was chasing. And with the wipe coming through, that is going to be the first map as well. Melee Creep's going to come out after 29 minutes to pick up the first map in this series. And honestly, I mean, Mitch, minus like one mistake Melee Creeps made, I feel like that entire match was in favor of Melee Creeps.
I feel so. I mean, even from the lane, there were some very strong lane matchups, and the weakest Melee Creeps lane was still reasonable. It was that sort of holiday lane in the middle part of the map, but the Lash, I want to say. But their side lanes were great. They were able to take those outer Guardians pretty much straight away, or at least, you know, early in terms of Deadlock terms. And, you know, the pressure on the Walkers was, you know, ever present. Or a couple of occasions where there's an overextension to take the Walkers, and they're weaker at times because of their soul distribution, given that AVG is the one that's holding most of them and they're the one that wants to play solo. It just happens that people rotated into AVG's lane to try and set up those eliminations, and it had a pretty successful laning phase. I thought that Kelvin and Warden lane matchup was really oppressive. So good start here for Melee Creeps. Let's bring ZP back in. A lot to talk about here. Not the best start here for Alcatraz.
Well,
no, not at all. Nor the best start for my camera, which decided to freeze randomly. But you know what? It's fine. We're back. I think we're back. Probably.
Yo, we're back.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, it's reset. But honestly, I mean, for Alcatraz, the thing that was a little bit troubling to me when how they went into this is that I think maybe only half their team actually got on the heroes that they would be historically comfortable on. I don't love loading into the game and then seeing Hydration on the Ivy, nor seeing Xeno on the Infernus. I think there was a world where like Leffa actually got pretty good soul allocation on the Calico and even was able to turn one fight. But overall, I don't think the Calco is going to be the answer, because even with Leffa playing it super well, it's just not the hero that used to be in those situations. And I don't know. I look back at this, and for me, I just feel like mistakes were made in draft relative to what the players in Alcatraz usually like to play. Even securing some things like, say, Flick on the Paradox.
Well, there's two things for me that really stood on that game. Well, one, I want to give credit because I was obviously talking very positive about melee creeps, but a big positive for Alcatraz was like they were very smart in taking fights at proper times. Noticing when like one or two players weren't there, they would go for that hard engage with off the back of Flick with the paradoxical swap to like force the fight, but they couldn't finish the fight quick enough to actually get out or to like buy enough time so they could escape. So AVG didn't come in or Side didn't come in together to really punish them. But then also another positive that I wanted to mention was like, I wish we had a stat for how much jungle AVG stole away from Alcatraz. Because once they got that Guardian down, he was left in the mid lane and he was constantly taking away center sacrifices, enemy jungle camp. And I think that's where they started to build up like a really, well, him in particular building up a lead, but also melee creeps building up a big solo lead against Alcatraz, taking away the farm and taking it yourself, getting like the double result from it.
There's so much here that guarantees binding word actually goes off, right? We started by looking at the lane where, you have low main puddle punching someone forward so they towards the center of the binding word radius so they can't get out. We Holiday can obviously knock people up with the barrel, guarantee their binding word. There's like a ton of ways to make this work. I thought Flick had some really good swaps. I feel like that was, the playmaker that Alcatraz needed in that game. Was able to find some good engagements, early on. Sometimes catching, Rocker out. There were a couple of those situations that looked really good for them, but the fact that AVG can go like 1v4 and still at least trade was concerning at this point of the game. It's only 23 minutes, but they're already up to 25k gold, and they didn't really ever slow down. And then Holiday does Holiday things like getting Brocane out of the game, denying the global presence from your opponents, and just like the map wide pressure from them is pretty good. And ZP, it's just a based Warden dominant game for you.
I think part of it too would probably relate to the fact that you think about how the things kind of transpired and how fights had to be engaged on. And the front line was basically non-existent for Alcatraz. And we're in a meta right now that, especially when you look at EU and you look at how a lot of teams try to play at the moment, they try and stack the deck with frontline. And I think going back to the draft, it got a little bit weird because I think Alcatraz was worried about running into a Shiv Kelvin combo, so they end up banning the Shiv, which normally they would have put Xeno onto. And when your front line is just the Calico, I don't think you're giving the best opportunities for players like Vegas to have proper room on the Talon, nor are you giving like enough room to Rocane or enough direct fall through the Flick when Flick is able to get swapped. So I actually think, as I've taken time to process this and think about how the team fights in this last game went down. Yeah, I mean, AVG went wild on the Warden, but also I think going wild on the Warden is a lot easier when your only frontline threat is a character that doesn't even want to be attackable in the frontline half the time in Calico. So to me, I think Alcatraz going into game 2, they have to redefine their draft to get more frontline, either higher prioritizing something like the Geist earlier on, making sure they get the Shiv, or picking an Abrams. Abrams I don't think was either banned nor picked the entire thing. So yeah, either way, they got to change some stuff up.
Look at this Kelvin healing. I mean, AVG in the chat, big shout out. Thanks for the sub. Points out that he buys healing booster because they have a Kelvin just to get the extra sustain, which is extremely based. Great little strategy, and it pays off very, very hard to take down this Kelvin, especially when you're dealing with pretty frequent alk fire applications from hydration, for example. It's kind of nice to have something to counteract that damage over time when you do want to have some of these longer fights, right? You have Warden, you're really trying to get full value out of that. So there it is. Game 1 done and dusted here. We're going to go to a break. We'll come back game 2 in this best of 3 series. It's $1,000 on the line, courtesy of our friends over at Intel. And Melee Creeps have taken a decisive lead in the series. But if you're an NA fan, you'll know as always, it's never over until it's over. So don't go far. We'll be right back.
will be bothering us for a while.
One game into our best of three, folks, here as melee creeps take the lead over Alcatraz. What's so funny? Huh?
Just seeing you like lick your lips and
What's so funny?
finish off your chicken and broccoli or whatever it is.
Today it is chicken, rice, and some spinach leaves. It's not bad, actually. A little cherry tomatoes in there. Look, I've got all the colors of the rainbow. All the ones that matter anyway. It's the colors of the country you reside in, Jason. How about that?
When we worked at ESL together, every day we had a microwave like next to our office. He would heat up like some like cube beef or pork with some broccoli, and we'd eat it every day, and it stunk up the entire office. Dude, that you just knew Mitch was in whenever you smelled it.
It could have been worse. Like I could have been that guy who heats up fish in the work microwave. Do you know what I mean? And also,
pretty
let's
close,
not talk
though.
about let's not talk about smells because there was never mind. You know what? It's fine. All good. I've been in Studio 5
and Studio 4, Mitch. Let's talk about those smells.
DP.
No,
Obviously great to have you on the show.
People can use their imagination as we move ahead to see what, if anything, Alcatraz will change up in their draft, which, by the way, they need frontline. Pure and simple. They can't do the last draft that they just did. It was not effective in the least. And if they want change their fate, they need frontline of one way or another. And it probably won't be Yamato because I expect Melee Creeps will be banning Yamato off the rip.
I have to, right? Alcatraz first pick here, so they run the risk of giving Xeno the Yamato if that's not addressed pretty much straight away, which they did last time around, if I'm not mistaken. Alcatraz also banned the Shiv. They banned the Shiv, even though that was an option for Xeno. And Xeno ended up on the Infernus, where they went 4 and 8. It was fine. The Bebop here, of course, taken away from John. It's got to be a Yamato ban here, surely.
So we didn't get to talk about it much, but I'm real happy to see the way John played the Lash, because even though they let the Great Talon go first for Vegas, John was death slamming him like multiple times. And he was waiting until he was already in the air as well to like get that guarantee kill, because he's not going to have really the ability to escape after that. I feel like he did a really good job of eliminating the presence out of Vegas in that game, and not punishing Melee Creeps for letting a Great Talon go first.
Okay, first pick coming up here from Alcatraz. We'll see what, if anything, has changed. I mean, smart money when I look at this would be along the lines of you'd think they would go for Paradox, but maybe they feel like if they don't grab the Paradox for Holiday, they'll get one of them back on the return unless they can pick up something like the Geist going on in, which was a huge problem. But okay, they decided to go Holiday. So in response for Melee Creeps, you have to expect Paradox +1 here. And for me, based on the last game, I think it's going to be probably Paradox Geist. Yeah.
Seems good. Melee Creeps make great use of the Holiday previously, but we saw the Paradox able to fill much the same niche. With Bebop out of rotation, it's the only other real playmaker that you have, unless you want to try and do what oh god, they were just on when I challenge a team in NA tried to do and use the Kelvin for that. So great. Actually, no, it was an EU. I think the Great Talon here, you can still take a Paradox.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because you could grab the Paradox and go along with it. It kind of blew my mind because usually GT is banned, but you're right, GT was available. So now you could GT Paradox, but then you give up Frontline in response, and Frontline's going to be more of a premium with Yamato being banned. So they're going to still go Geist. And I kind of feel like for Alcatraz, I'd love to see them take the Paradox away too. I think Paradox Holiday is still really effective, and then you get what Frontline you can after.
If they do take away Paradox, it really limits what you can use as an engage tool. I wonder if we'll see Lash as a pickup for Melee Creeps, and maybe a Mo and Krill. Obviously not Lash right off the get-go, probably more towards the back three. But for Alcatraz, I mean, you go Shiv here, right? You go Kelvin Shiv because you need to set up Xeno, and Kelvin Shiv is an insanely strong lane. So
yeah, that should give Alcatraz a bit more power, especially if they're like operating in a side lane. That was the issue for them against Melee Creeps, is they got kind of boxed in on both sides of the map, and it was just an easy rotation from Melee Creeps eventually when they wanted to take that mid Guardian. They had I think there were 3 Guardians to 0 at one point, even though Alcatraz was able to fight back. So Shiv, please. Mirage is going to be option instead. CP just not, I mean, Mirage is not a flashy hero. Can we just like establish that? But the amount of times I have a game where I say Mirage's name a total of 0 times and I look at them and they've got top hero damage in the lobby is astounding to me. They don't stand out, but they have this consistent output that, is hard to spot like its impact, but it's important to have one in your team, I guess.
Mirage is really good, but I don't love prioritizing the Mirage here, especially when you still need to get reasonable frontline. You could have secured one of the top lanes in the game. I mean, I don't know. I was mixed because like One Win Team looked bad when they prioritized Shiv Kelvin this early and giving up things like the Mirage. But now in response, if you're Melee Creeps, if you're not going to play it, you certainly ban Shiv here. Whoa. And I worry a little bit about Xeno's hero pool, especially when you still need the flesh out your front line. The one upside here from Alcatraz is that they do have options here to get a Mo to go with the Holiday, and I think Mo is probably actually going to be their like most highly valued pick that they go in here, because I don't think they want to put Hydration on Ivy again.
I was going to say you could ban Mo, and then you could always just pick Shiv if you wanted to as Melee Creeps, because then you take Mo out of Hydration's hands and you still deny the Shiv since you're going to have first pick after this ban.
Does NA care much about taking Sinclair? What is that, a pocket ban? Is that because Alcatraz are trying to angle for something that's more heal dense with the Kelvin? Like concerned about like heal bane affliction type combinations? Like what is the idea here?
It almost
For a way ban.
Yeah, that.
Huh. Oh, one down. Okay. That is super interesting. I mean, Zippy is molding. And so they get the Shiv.
Yeah.
Instead of Alcatraz having a chance to, you know, either take it out of rotation here because they didn't choose it over the Mirage. They could have left the Mirage open and went the Shiv. But their priority is a bit different to what we thought.
Okay, I don't know if you're putting Flick on the holiday, but there's also a world where you go into like the deep Flick lore here. You get Abrams, you run an Abrams Kelvin lane. You get more frontline, and you like Abrams Mo also could work here in setting up your front line to an extent. Although, again, I still don't really know what you're putting Xeno on. I mean, maybe it's still going to be like another, you know, Xeno on Infernus game is where we're heading to.
Okay.
But
okay,
we'll see. They get the Mo for hydration, though, at the very least.
I mean, you've got more of a front line. You've got some good catch. Like the lasso combo, no matter what order you use it, should net you a kill, especially if you want to throw in Frozen Shelter on top of that to lock things down.
Catch. Yeah. 3 playmaking ultimates, virtually. That's fine. A lot of initiation. Here's Viscous. Round this out. What are you cubing necessary? The swap, I suppose?
I mean, I'm assuming it's going to be hydration on the Viscous, not the Mo and Krill for this one. I mean, we've seen hydration be very good when it comes to Viscous. I mean, you think it's going to be on the Mo over Viscous?
I think it's going to be a Mo over Viscous just because you think about when we've seen hydration play in the last like month. I would argue, I don't have the stats in front of me, but I think like over 50% of his games have been on Mo. I just think on pure playtime alone, there's no one else you would put him on Mo. I mean, yes, he has Viscous in his historical pool, and it wouldn't shock me that much, but I just think from what we've seen, you probably keep hydration on the Mo. Sure.
I mean, the Sinclair here is nice. I mean, you now have access to any of those 3 initiation ultimates that we just talked about on your opponent's side. So Melee Creep's trying to bring Sinclair to leverage the power of Alcatraz's composition against them.
What I do.
Also, maybe sort of wards them away from trying to round this out with a Warden. They're lacking damage here? I feel like they are. I mean, we need something for Xeno, no?
Oh. I thought you were talking about Melee Creeps. I mean, yeah, the thing is, we're not really sure what Xeno's pool is going to be beyond the Shiv, beyond the Yamato. Obviously, we did get to see Infernus, because we haven't had him actually playing here in DFN. So in terms of like what he's going to rock within his composition, it's kind of up in the air at the moment past those two.
I got you.
But with the Infernus being locked in, probably Infernus again.
Okay. How do you feel about this Alcatraz draft, ZP? You feel like they miss out on like getting the Shiv into their composition, but everything else kind of like pans out fine, right? This is going to be a Wardenless game, which is a little bit rare. Also with the ban of the pocket here, do you feel like they're happy with this?
It's sort of interesting. I mean, I guess hero pool wise, I think they're probably going to put Vegas on the Mirage, maybe. Like, I'm trying to think what Vegas ends up playing here, and that seemed... Oh, bye-bye, Jason.
Bye, Jason.
Jason, Italy has struck. So Jason is gone.
I'm out.
But he's back.
He's here.
He's just like the Hydra, you know. He got put in jail for a month, but...
Jason,
yeah, I don't know. Like, I would have liked to have seen the Shiv, but overall, maybe giving up the Mirage was just giving up too much power.
All right, here you have it. Yes, just to answer, by the way, the chicken is not red, Lotu. It's cooked. All right, Jason Kaplan, do you want to cast some Deadlock with me or no? What are your thoughts?
I guess.
All right, you know what? I'll take it. You know, some people would kill for this opportunity. I'm just putting it out there, bro.
Kelvin. What?
Oh,
Yeah,
Xeno on
you
the
know what?
Kelvin. Okay.
You know what I want more than casting with you, Mitch? Some Deadlock?
What's that?
Gymming with you, Mitch, because it's been a long time since we've gymmed together. And I don't need you making fun of my chicken legs, but I do enjoy making fun of your chicken breasts.
Okay, that's not
For
bad.
people don't have context, he's got a strong lower body, weak upper body. I got a strong upper body, weak lower body. Together,
Yeah.
we are
We're a full
strong person
combined. Yeah. Apes together strong. Kaluza, thanks for the 3-month subscription. So Xeno, not on the hard carry. Rocane, which we've seen before, by the way, is going to be on the Infernus here. Leffer on the Mirage. Vegas going to be classically on this Viscous. Probably could have seen that coming, I think. And AVG is going to be put in a position to be, again, a bit more of that solo presence. He's picked up the Shiv.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what we expected to go for Shiv when it comes to melee creeps. Also seeing Rocker playing Great Town, and gonna have a lot of faith in him to carry, with John swapping over to the Ivy. You know, if you've been watching Poshy Pop stream, he's been playing a lot of Ivy as well. So it's actually been kind of like supporting, not like full gun like we've seen out of Zergy necessarily. But it's definitely something within his wheelhouse as well as Saya on pocket. I feel like in general, when it comes to this matchup, and I'm going to bring ZP in really quickly just to discuss this. I feel like if you're talking about, you know, here are people playing comfortable heroes, I think melee creeps kind of hit the nail on the head.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of comfort to be found overall for melee creeps. I think the one thing they don't have is that I do think in terms of like the two playmakers between Paradox and Holiday, they're uniquely just better and tend to favor Holiday over the Paradox, which I think is a little bit unique because a lot of teams, even if they favor or will pick the Holiday more, they perform better with the Paradox. So that's one thing where I think they would have rather have that. But other than that, you know, melee creeps, a lot of what they're on is what you would expect to see them on normally.
Sinclair got through as well. I'm very curious to see what Lomain's sort of aim is going to be. Surely some great ultimates here to copy on the side of Alcatraz. It's one of the scariest parts of their entire composition. Little crack shot there from Flick. Opting for a healing right first. So definitely an indication that Flick's feeling like they're in a bit more of an oppressive lane scenario, and it is Sinclair's shift, so I don't blame them for feeling that way.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of poke coming their way. I mean, the cube obviously can save you and heal you up a bit, but it is on a very, very long cooldown, especially when it comes to how quickly this poke can be back through. And you can already see low main position off to the side, looking to actually get behind them and shoot behind the Guardian here with the Spectral Assistant to get some extra chip damage in. Really make it hard for any angles for Alcatraz to play in that lane.
Oh god, he's burning. He's burning! There it is. First pick up, Rocane turning up on the Infernus, reminding us of just how fearsome they've been in this role in the past. And a very important pickup here. So that is two strong lanes here for Alcatraz, which is a far cry from what we saw in the first game. Kultu Bomb here won't do too much to dissuade Rocane from coming forward. Infuse already picked up. Yeah, they're really not messing about. They want to try and take some of these fights. John here. Pressure down, able to stave off these incomers. But Alcatraz, yeah, on all fronts are looking better right now.
Yeah, the only lane they're really, I guess, struggling is on that right lane where you're seeing low main and AVG just really far pushed up. I do kind of worry what's going to be the first Guardian to fall. And if melee creeps can free up AVG to just solo farm, we could see a very one-sided match for AVG in particular. But the pressure Alcatraz are applying on the left and mid lane, you have to imagine it's going to be an initial take out of them to free up one of their carries. Most likely leaving Left in the mid lane to farm, sending out Hydration to gank. I mean, but to be fair, like we don't really get to see Left Hydration in a lane too often anymore these days, it seems, even within the Hydronations comp or, you know, within Alcatraz. But they're a very fearsome duo together, like definitely two of the best players in North America.
Yeah, sometimes the comps just haven't really lined up that way so as to put them both in that position. A little carbine shot there, finds some damage. The Sire still wants to be a bit of a harasser in that lane. Keep an eye out towards that left side. Keep an eye where Rocane is positioned, because Xeno's quite far forward, actually looking to try and take a fight. Essentially solo here, but it's a really great opportunity for some free harassment. And with the healing right now, you can basically cover over that damage. Another point into the Frost Grenade, and we are drowning in sustain.
Well, something that Sai is not going to have here as he falls. The return kill should come through, but John's going to lose his life for it. So again, Alcatraz off to a strong start, getting 2 kills in the 2-for-1 exchange in mid. Some decent damage onto the Guardian off the bat too, as he's going to back away from this one. Not really able to give up too much more. I think, I mean, the left and mid lane are just being so dominating for Alcatraz that melee creeps don't really have a response, especially with the early deaths. With Rocker not being put in towards middle, he's not going to have the ability to just get a heavy poke in off the bat. And you have to credit to Rocane to being obviously one of the key factors to that, being able to get that initial kill into Rocker with the burn that we saw.
Now again, these initial kills don't necessarily result in a soul deficit yet, but look at the damage on the Guardian in mid. It's definitely part of the map where Alcatraz have been trying to push a little bit more. This lane is all on the left. They're just starting to get some chunk in themselves. See headshot booster, extra sustain picked up into the build here for Rocane. We'll see that burn damage is really a problem, especially if he can, get multiple applications of that procced on his opponents who, I mean, Ivy can give you that sustain in lane, but, the Bonder... Okay. Now, I was under the impression that being able to parry melee creeps had been taken out of the game.
You can do it, it just doesn't stun them anymore.
Right.
So it used to stun them, so they would just delay the wave, so you can keep them around to attack the next wave that comes through, but they can just still attack, which is how he's able to spam parry.
Gotcha. All right. That might get looked at later on. We'll see. Hex thrown out here by Lomain. Cube there over in the corner, so definitely knowing they're putting pressure down. Here comes an Owl into the lane. Connection onto Vegas. Takes him very, very low, but there's not enough opportunity to find extra damage. So Vegas is going to be able to drag himself away. Rocket trying to relieve some of the pressure on the right side.
I think if anything, that actually still works out in the end because it forces Vegas to heal and allows him to get some good damage still into this Guardian because it's probably it is going to be the lowest of the game. I think I haven't seen the left one in quite a bit of time, but you see how low it is on your screen right now. So yeah, it doesn't net them a kill, but gets them some extra pressure. In the meantime, mid lane is actually having a fight break out. I'm not sure which way that one's going to be going. Just said John, relatively healthy. Saya's only low one, and they do get the kill onto Leffa. As Hydration is on half HP, most likely going to escape this one. So maybe it comes down now for Alcatraz. Put some pressure on this left lane. I mean, you have Rocker, who's only at 4,000 souls. He's a little bit scared to kind of peek directly into this. Not to mention with the Frozen Shelter and Combustion. If you can get both those in on one person, they're going to die.
Yeah. It's just on a fire and ice and not the good kind. You do not want to be hanging around for that. So both teams actually are playing pretty powerful side lane, aggression here. You see this Sinclair and Shiv lane is pretty terrifying, and they are putting a ridiculous amount of pressure down. This would free AVG up now to go and farm a little bit. Parry stays in it somehow. There it is. Vegas picked off. AVG gets the Guardian kill as well. It's all coming up. Millhouse, Flick has to try and drag themselves away, but AVG was in their way. So that's 2 kills plus a Guardian. Melee Creeps find that first major objective pickup and get a pretty juicy fight off the back.
So now, what are they going to do? Are they going to leave AVG to farm up, which we can see he's already in the jungle doing so? This allows low main to free up to rotate around towards other lanes. Another Owl comes in on the Hydration to net them another kill. And Melee Creeps, after the initial defensive play they had to pull off in 2 lanes, has started to strike back here. We're sitting on a 4,000 soul lead. Lasso's going to come through with the stolen Lasso, and they might be able to get a kill onto Leffa once again to connect. Carbine going to connect down to 500, 600 HP, and they will back away because you know what? Xeno is in hot pursuit.
Yeah, I like this. Xeno turns up at just the right time, and now you're good for 2 kills here. Yep, John and Saya fall. Lemaine, healthy enough. It looks like Melee Creeps tried to start a fight that they couldn't finish. There were like, what, 3, 4 of them there? It looked like a pretty decent opportunity. 3 of them, I suppose. Kind of fell flat.
Yeah, just didn't have the damage off the back of that Lasso. Must have had some ability cooldowns there since we're still relatively early into the game. A little bit of a fight over to the left-hand side may be happening in towards the jungle side of Melee Creeps. I think Poshipop might be getting caught out here as there's going to be a collapse out of both teams. Airdrop already coming through. He has Burning Stone form to mitigate some of the burn damage.
No way!
He shouldn't survive this. Gets around the corner. Hydration's going to be there. He's going to fall.
He gets in for their troubles, though. So that was the kill getting picked off. Syed out here to clean up. Dangerous looks. And Melee Creeps were able to just edge out an advantage in that fight. And they still have that 3k soul lead as a result of them picking up the first Guardian because they've been defending theirs on the left lane pretty staunchly. Now in a position to shove the way back and actually get the second unanswered Guardian of this game. Just a small edge, but winning that fight out, having good rotations. This is the Melee Creeps macro on full display.
Yeah, the flex slot coming in big. We do see the rotation of Alcatraz though towards the mid lane. They want to look for their own Guardian here, as AVG is still going to be farming up against Vegas. Guardian down to about half HP. No Frozen Shelters. There's no big ultimates to stop this, but there's no players on Melee Creeps here in the vicinity to actually help out. This Guardian should be falling as the Owl's going to come screeching on through. And they might be able to get a kill on a Rocane.
Divine Barrier Flame Dash pops. Rocane trying to get the heck out of there. Owl came in there from Rocker. Lemaine though pretty low. Looks like a long fight to be had here, but where's the sustain for Melee Creeps? Poshipop providing some of the healing. Flick is down. The initiation tool, or one of many for Alcatraz. Swiped off the table. Still popping some heals. Frost Grenade here that was well. And God, you got to believe the Kelvin comp in the longer fight is going to thrive. So Melee Creeps wisely opt to back away. But it looks like they've got Xeno caught out. Out of nowhere comes AVG. He's been quietly farming up a storm. 2 to 3k souls ahead of the next closest player. And he is hitting like a truck.
Restore to block it as well. That's going to be the stone form directly on top of the cube.
Oh, no.
Be picked off. They get the kills. They might even be able to get some more damage off this because they have the urn picked up. They have the right hand buff to pick up. I think AVG is going to pick it. It's going to be gun. Not the worst pickup for him. And they're going to look to just secure this turn-in off the back.
John Ling is a little bit too far forward, too long in mid, but this is the easiest urn take I've ever seen. Lock that one in. Melee Creeps now up to a pretty healthy 9k soul lead, but Poshipop. Oh, there's this lingering in mid. That's a little uncomfortable. Then in fairness, Alcatraz have pushed pretty deep into enemy territory. With that mid Guardian down, Melee Creeps' safe zone is a little bit further back than it is for Alcatraz in that part of the map at least.
This is where AVG punished them so heavily in the last game, was just denying a lot of jungle camp. And I think we're seeing a little bit of an adaptation for Alcatraz. I mean, knowing there's no mid garden to retreat to for melee creeps makes it a lot easier to invade over towards this middle side. But to prevent their own jungle camps from being taken away from the enemy side, it really limits the lead that melee creeps could build off of this, though. 10k, 11 minutes in, is still a pretty big damn lead, to be honest, Super.
At this stage of the game, it's very considerable. And there's the constant threat of Rocket just sending an owl into a side lane to interfere or potentially turn the fight around. AVG has made a ton of use of that solo farming opportunity, and now with some breathing room here to clear this farm, because obviously that's a Guardian on the right side laying down all this zone pretty safely in the hands of melee creeps here. Maybe a group in this mid direction, but I think Alcatraz, I'm sure next stop is going to be one of these side lane Guardians. They've just got to try and make the right call.
And obviously as time goes on and that soul lead builds and builds and builds for Alcatraz, they need to get that flex slot. John has been caught out in the jungle.
Deep.
Yeah, and this is where Alcatraz can kind of thrive, and where I think melee creeps were able to get such a big edge was like getting these picks in the jungle. AVG trying to dodge away from that knock from the barrel so it doesn't get lasted on in.
Oh, good dodge. Love that. It's some of those abilities, but still, AVG's looking very, very healthy. Resto Locket there active as well. Takes the jump pad. I like that. Really, he's full rage. I mean, this is the kind of time you want to be taking a fight, and there is backup here for AVG. Sire's not too far away. A paradoxical swap here. Yep, comes at just the right time. They catch out the Viscous, and Vegas bleeds out. AVG still positioned to fight till they want to, but this is where melee creeps want to take a winning fight, Jason, because there's the last Guardian waiting to be snapped up. Hydration wants to go in and try and take a fight, though. It's respected by AVG. He's had great positioning over the last couple of moments. Dodging the lasso, able to fight now safely underneath the Guardian. We're looking for more. Leffa gets dashed into now, and there's an execute still available. And yeah, that's brutal stuff. Even with Kelvin, Xeno trying to save them with that ultimate. Not nearly enough.
That hand cannon to the face, man, blowing Xeno's head completely off. In AVG, like, thing is, you can't really, it's really difficult to get through him because there's a rescue being built up on his side, so he gets healing from that. He has restorative locket, so he heals from that. He also has, I think that was Infuser I saw, so he also gets some extra healing from that too when he uses it. Plus Ricochet with his maxed out serrated blades. Like, he's going to have a lot of sustain in these fights, and now you see him being left alone to take the mid farm at 14,000 souls when it comes to the resource allocation. I mean, ZP 10k lead. It's tough to come back from this if you're Alcatraz. It's definitely doable with the comp they have, but I don't know. I feel like we're going to hit a tipping point that they can't come back from at some point here.
Well, we'll catch up with ZP in just a moment. Lasso not an option there for Flick. Didn't really see a prior opportunity. So Hydration's just going to burrow and walk away. The damage mitigation keeping him nice and safe, as that was a paradoxical swap that ultimately doesn't yield too many results. Might have been just a warp zone there available. Oh, Leffa just losing out to AVG. Once again, they're getting out of control.
Combo up for Hydration. Gets hexed up as well as they continue to go for the chase. Saya is going to be stomped on by Flick as Xeno gets the kill. Trying to make a push on the left-hand side to get themselves a flex unlocked with low main locked in with the lasso, and they're going to be able to have it for themselves. It's a good little use out of rotations and of just overwhelming one of these lanes here for Alcatraz, considering the timing. I think one downside is the urn will be spawning in 20 seconds on the right-hand side of the map, and melee creeps already have people in position to secure it.
Took another objective.
Yeah, they've got that right lane canvassed out. They were even hoping to advance, push the wave up towards that Walker, but Vegas was there where he needed to be. What's the drift across here for Parshi Pop? Just a presence in mid here. Probably just calling out the location of those three Alcatraz players. Collect some of these buffs. They've just spawned up. Of course, the urn as a result too. Vegas has to respect now. There's a big grouping up of melee creeps on the right side of the map. And even over towards mid, Sire is going to set up the way for this urn turn in.
Just barely a neutral turn in too. And with AVG being the carrier, I would almost hope he's actually going to hand this off to someone else, just to make it a little bit easier for him to apply the damage in these fights. They do have, more importantly, Rocker split pushing up against Leffa. If Leffa can win out in this 1v1, it would free him up quite a bit for him to travel on over to go for the contest. But Flick's already in position to do so. I don't think he's actually been spotted, as the rest of melee creeps are running right by him.
Let's take out
And AVG is just going to run it in. There should be no way you get it with Hydration having combo up.
Yeah, he can't. Hydration will be there. The disrespect. Here comes the combo, but perhaps that's just what he wanted. In goes Hydration. Rather, out goes Hydration. AVG causing him to vaporize. Now Leffa Has to throw a tornado through AVG's direction. Everybody is scared of the ship right now, and I don't blame them. Big gun damage up close. Xeno blows up, but he got himself the soul urn. And maybe that would have been worth it for Alcatraz if they weren't at risk of getting some big damage done to their walker on this side of the map. All of Melee Creeps are grouped up. It's a solid lost fight for Alcatraz as Melee Creeps have everybody still standing. Yeah, they lose the urn, but what they might gain may well make up for it.
Yeah, 5 for 1. Not a bad trade for them. They should be able to get some decent damage onto this walker if they all go for the push on the left-hand side. The trap should clear him from it. Really well-placed trap coming in throughout a rocker, and you can see Hydration immediately being forced to back away. He has defended the walker for now, though, still pretty healthy at this point. But one thing I want to note, though, is I think AVG wanted to run the urn so he can get to 5 points so he can max that ultimate for the resets in the fight, because he's been very careful about who he's ulting. So I think that's why he wanted to go for the turn-in and just lock it in, because he would have been able to get it up to 5 at that point and have the resets for that engagement.
Yeah, which is, if you can be ahead in souls as the ship, there's a window. You try and build that level 5, and you can just basically take over those fights on your own. Fighting at full rage as well was pretty crazy, because you're getting like, what, a 20% thereabouts increase. And again, at max level, the enemy health threshold is like 28%, I think. So easier to get those guaranteed executes, which is pretty important in some of these longer, more drawn out fights, especially when you also have the execute potential of like a fully maxed owl on Rocker's side. Alcatraz have to be careful not to get too low. It's just as well, though. They have the cube to sort of protect against an owl, and they've got really good sustain from the Kelvin.
Yeah, I mean, I would need to see like the full builds for what Melee Creeps is running. Thing is, they have a lot of damage with John, with Rocker, with Saya, even Pashi, that it makes these resets really easy. A little bit of a combo into our last window combo onto Saya. I mean, if they're gonna throw 3 ultimates to kill you, I think you're gonna say worth, even though you do die, as the Al had come in to maybe buy some time. And next, the Alcatraz has been forced to retreat because they used up pretty much every ultimate they possibly had in that fight. Yeah. And in the meantime, AVG and Low Mid are pushing the left lane here, Uber. They're looking for a walker.
Yeah, still with that walker value. They've sort of softened it up already, but Jason getting down to about 60%. Now, sort of more to be done. Melee Creeps can snowball a fight when you're on the right side and have dual lane pressure on those walkers. But that left side walker is basically not long for this world. I think Leffer can't do too much, but look on now. Might consider using Traveler to get into this fight on the right side to protect, the second walker that is going to be under threat right now. Rokane does have concussive combustion. Pretty fed as well, but that Infernus needs more time. Look at where Rock is at, money-wise. Look at where AVG is. Melee Creeps have a big soul distribution on 2 of the most terrifying heroes.
I'm gonna sit on a 20k lead. I mean, realistically, the longer this goes on, the more and more likely a mid-boss take could be. But I mean, with the soul difference we have, this next urn, when it comes in about a minute time, is going to be in enemy territory. And I'm not quite sure, though, that Melee Creeps wants to force a big 6v6 fight. Thing is, it's spawning in on the... should be on the left side, which means the turn will be over on the enemy right, which is actually kind of favoring for Alcatraz, considering they have 2 walkers there to retreat to if they need. There's no way they can really be split pushed in that situation, but Melee Creeps have to pick up the urn and deny it away from Alcatraz. That's a lot of souls they can use to get back into this. I think that's where you're seeing Hydration already kind of float towards that area with the urn in 30 seconds, but he's going to need some backup here. I think actually, if you're Melee Creeps, you let the urn get taken and you just shovel these walkers. I think that might be the better play.
Away walks Rokane now. That right side lane pressure has been ever present. Now, of course, Melee Creeps looking just to dominate that side of the jungle too. Not a lot to farm for right now, but we are scant seconds away from buffs coming back up. So there's some convergence on the left side of the map here. That's, of course, where the urn is going to spawn. And an easy enough scoop up for Melee Creeps, having taken that left walker. There's a fight in the buff area, though. How far do they want to push in order to find Xeno? They've run into a bit more than just the Kelvin, though, and here comes a goo ball, locks AVG up. He is full rage. Definitely in a good position to fight, but is the rest of them there? Yes, Melee Creeps might look for a big engagement. This could be a mid-boss conversion. Rokane is not going to be able to get away. Flame Dash just doesn't carry him far enough. And in comes AVG. Now we're going to start to see just how scary these executes could be. Vegas left are both down. It's only Xeno Hydration Flick left to work with. And Xeno's just trying to get away, barely alive, bleeding out. Poshi finds that pick off with a long-range lob of the alchemical fire. And Alcatraz are down to 2. A disastrous scenario for the challengers.
4 kills coming through yet again. They can turn in the urn. They can go for mid-boss. AVG in the meantime wants to just take away as much of this jungle camp as he possibly can. Mid-boss has been started by John. So this should be a mid boss into an earned turn-in into looking at like a 30, almost 40k lead. This is looking all up for Melee Creeps here. And if you're here, we can bring you in really quickly to talk about this. I feel like Melee Creeps with AVG so farmed. I mean, to be fair, they're all really so farmed right now comparatively. Alcatraz are going to struggle to get back in.
And there's not a lot of options they have to get back into it. Ideally, you live in a world where Flick gets a lasso on the AVG, you pull AVG back, you combo him, and then somehow burst him down in time to not have him flip the fight on you. But even at that point, the overall difference between the teams is so high that they would have to do that, somehow get out, not do trades, and do that again repeatedly, and also get an earn as a result. The level of execution, meanwhile, for Melee Creeps is almost as simple now as just run at them. Like, Alcatraz has to go through all the equations and all the, like, very specific plays to make, even the simplest of advantages work, and Melee Creeps just hold W. That is the difference between the two teams and where they're at right now. And, I mean, right now it is looking very likely that's going to be Melee Creeps winning NA here once again, in a pretty dominant fashion, no less.
+5, by the way. +5. God darn it. Sinclair just picked up Echo Shards, so expect more of those hexes to go down. And now, of course, that was a comfortable earn turn-in. Time all thrown up here. Carbine at the ready, but there's not really anyone to point it at here. Alcatraz down to 3, and they kind of split. Flick's in mid, trying to shove that lane out a little bit and maybe hope to protect this walker, but now there's nowhere to go for the holiday, and I think they've been discovered by Alcatraz. Still, Flick with the mobility, able to get away. Now we start looking at these base guardians, start to chunk them down. You can see the sole leader. I don't need to read to you what's on the screen. It is a massive advantage now for Melee Creeps, the kind of which you don't come back from.
Oh, Zeno, he's just trying to hide. He's trying to escape from this one. Sai on 9 HP, so it's possible to get a kill, but AVG's going to lock it down to Zeno again, getting the reset on that ultimate. That's to be the flex spot unlocked. The final one here for Melee Creeps is going to take the patron down. I mean, they still have Rejuvenator. I don't know if they're going to stick around much longer than this, though, considering there's going to be a full squad of Alcatraz left. And Rokane went in by himself.
Yes. Yes. AoE damage, right? Concussive combustion. Anybody? Pretty powerful. Obviously, AVG now is, with the resets, churning through 5 ranks in that ultimate. Just basically culling everybody from the face of the earth. The health threshold quite high, so easy to get off those guaranteed kills. Rescue beam counters at the lasso. Tears for Flick now as Melee Creeps will continue a bit of a legacy they're building out here in North America. A patron moments away from being taken down. AVG's more than happy to farm a little bit more, and that is the game. Melee Creeps in a 2-0. Once more are your Deadlock Fight Night champions for North America.
I mean, one thing we've definitely learned when it's come to DFN this week is that Rescue Beam is getting stonks, man. Like, it is insane value we've seen now out of EU and North America, whether it's to run away from a last standing warden or to use to counter out on a lasso. It has been doing God's work here in keeping individuals alive. We talked about, like, one way for Alcatraz to get back into the game was if you hit a nice lasso on an AVG, then maybe you can burst him down, but the Rescue Beam completely shuts that down. And it helps net Melee Creeps yet again. Another win here in DFN, Mitch. It's been great to see. Obviously, it's not necessarily like a full normal team squad for them to fight up against, but Melee Creeps still proven to be the best team in North America at the moment.
Absolutely. On an individual level, they look great. Really impressed. This is obviously a game they're able to take without Quick in the lineup. So Melee Creeps got a lot to work with here, ZP. And man, I mean, it doesn't matter what AVG was playing tonight. It seems like they were really just able to straight up carry the match. Really impressive performance from them. Coming in off a side lane, kind of farmed up there and just, getting multi-kills in these fights mid-game.
Look, I think Melee Creeps not only had a great mechanical performance on an individual level, but I'll still go back to the draft and think that they really did outdraft Alcatraz on multiple ends. Number one was that they just had better frontline in both of the games. I think frontline wins you games in Deadlock right now. And the second part here too is that they went out of their way to just put Zeno on the weirdest heroes possible relative to Zeno's hero pool. I mean, part of that was also self-inflicted, where they made sure to ban the Yamato straight out, which I think is what you absolutely do versus a Zeno team. And then number two, and again, this is where I think it's a little bit self-inflicted, they did have the opportunity to grab a Shiv Kelvin lane, and they decide not to prioritize the Shiv, and they don't get it in the second game, and they just end up with hero pool problems, which is kind of the problem sometimes when you do more throw together rosters that aren't necessarily a complete team, is that you get holes in who can play what. And I think a lot of the reasons that you had some issues in the draft for Alcatraz is that the roster of players that they ran here tonight was not necessarily a roster of players that had the most flexibility across the board to run like any possible hero combination or permutation. So I think that really bit Alcatraz in the end, and Melee Creeps didn't miss a beat and punishing it and playing to the max.
Just gonna look at you for a bit, Jason. That's all right.
It's fine. It's fine. Just enjoy my beauty.
Give me a couple moments.
Enjoy my tan from the beach that I've been getting, as you can see on my chest. Enjoy.
Yeah, you actually
these muscles I got that I'm not going to show you on air.
Yeah, will you flex for me? Will you flex for me briefly, real quick? Can you just throw me a little squeak?
Well, if you want to see a flex, you can head over to my OnlyFans. No,
that's crazy. You don't have one, bro. I would pimp it if you had it. I would honestly do that. All right, let's move on. Let's talk about a player of the match here. I think it's a pretty obvious decision. Almost as obvious as the fact that Jason's afraid to show his biceps in my presence. It's AVG if we're into a player of the match. Look, it started. I'll give you something to talk about here, Jason. Started on Warden. Great performance. Again, win the side lane, leave Warden there, get him farmed up, make him high impact. And the same plan here was enacted for the Shiv.
I think, to be fair, right? I think he played obviously really well individually. But for him to play like he was able to, your team has to play around you. They have to inevitably, all right, we're going to let you farm up. We're going to let you take jungle. We're going to let you take a lane just to get yourself propped up to a position where you can become this threat. But I think the one key thing about AVG, at least when it comes to him and Melee Creeps, is the timing of when they bring him to fights is really spot on. Like, he knows exactly when I need to start engaging with my team because we need to start winning some big fights here, or knowing when I can take away jungle camps. I think all in all, like him and Poshipop have kind of been this really cool dynamic duo within the squad, which honestly is kind of why I'm saying with the addition of Quig that Melee Creeps, I think to me, if you're comparing the heights of all the NA teams, like the best they've been at any given point, I actually think they're better than Hydra Nation at their top level. I don't know if maybe ZP has something to say against that, but I think with Quig now on the roster and with what they've been doing, that they're showing they have this entirely other level to their team.
I think NA is generally in flux. I mean, you can't debate the fact that Melee Creeps has been on top here, but I also, to me, when I look at it, I don't think that Alcatraz is necessarily behind on a mechanical level overall. I think the issues that they ran into here tonight, more than anything else, draft was not in their favor. I think hero pool considerations were not in their favor, and Melee Creeps, in setting up their game plan, I mean, executed perfectly. And a lot can be said to be like, oh yeah, you just put farm onto the Shiv or put farm onto the Warden. Well, you still have to execute it properly. And I think the point you brought up that's pretty good is just the idea of like AVG hitting the right balance between sitting out of fights for a while, getting a lot of farm, and then coming back in the fights at the right time, because every now and then that can be an issue for teams where you might get a super farm character, but that super farm character is out of fights for so much of the game that you're almost forcing the rest of your team to be doing a 5v6, and you didn't really get that feeling from Melee Creeps overall. So I mean, for me, it was one half really well played by Melee Creeps, and one half I think Alcatraz has not really found their right mix, especially when it comes to overall strategy here just yet.
I mean, the comparison to me is quite striking, where Rocker in the first game is like 44,000 healing, 43,000 healing. Xeno's only able to really amass 19k. It's a shorter game in fairness, but it's not half the length. It's just harder for Alcatraz to really leverage this Kelvin as much as they'd like to. I mean, 7 deaths here for Xeno is a little bit tough. We talked about like the role assignment for Xeno, whether that's sort of, tough for him to overcome. But you can just see like another like deathless game here for AVG is pretty unbelievable. Rocker also was getting out of control. Definitely felt like Melee Creeps were able to funnel the souls in the right direction.
I think too, when I'm looking at this and thinking about other things that led into it, I think on a broader, more meta level, I think the fact that Melee Creeps would have their way to like prioritize Geist in both games was really, really important in a game that you've also decided that you're going to prioritize frontliners and also ban Yamato at the beginning. I think when Yamato is out of the game and you've like decreased the amount of viable frontliners, Geist actually goes up pretty radically in value and how you're able to create space in fights and where you're able to go. And I know we didn't like talk about that as much over the course of the game, but I don't think you can underrate the value of Geist once you start taking out pillars of the game that are usually present right now because you feel you need to take them out because it's someone else's signature hero.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We have got an interview on deck for you guys in just a moment. We're bringing player of the match, AVG, into the call. AVG, thanks for joining us, man. Another clean 2-0 for the Melee Creeps. How you feeling?
Thank you. Feel pretty good. Feel high energy. Yeah, I feel good. Feels nice.
Yeah. Now, we've kind of gotten to the point now, I feel like, especially if you're using the fight nights as an example. Jason has a look on his face like he's going to ask you something really rude. We'll get my question out of the way first. You guys are now pretty much at the top. This is 3 wins in a row in fight nights. You're also seeing teams like the Alcatraz, the Hydra Nation roster kind of, retooling a little bit, trying to get this all sorted out. So you guys definitely top of the heap. How do you sort of stay motivated, especially, where we are in like the development of the game, to sort of stay sharp, to stay on top of your game, to turn up week after week and post these results?
I'm just gonna ask, before I answer your question, I'm gonna ask a question. Do you want me to like answer like candidly, or like should I be like a little bit political?
I think candid's fine. I think candid's fine.
Yeah, you don't. The truth is you just don't. The game has no updates in like a while. Like, my whole team's like dead inside. We just play because we everybody who plays the game professionally obviously enjoyed the game at some point, so we're all here waiting. We're like here for the long ride, and at the given moment, win or lose, obviously it feels good to win, but like losing is not going to impact us too much. It just is what it is. The game is like super repetitive, and kind of to just one word answer your question, you just don't you don't stay motivated. It's hard.
Let me ask you this, in terms of more micro strategy for a game like today, where you're going up against Alcatraz. How much do you think that Alcatraz ran into some hero pool related issues? Because it felt like, looking at your first ban and how you guys kind of dictated after that, you were going out of your way more than anything else to make Xeno have a bad time, or at the very least not get Yamato. Like, where do you think hero pool and maybe a little bit of lack of versatility on the Alcatraz side came back to bite them?
We definitely targeted their hero pools. I feel like that's just like fairly standard stuff. The thing is, like, one of the biggest and most difficult things about making a team and being part of like a professional team in Deadlock, more than anything, I think is identity. And I feel like, the troopers in Paris, I'm good friends with all of them, and I think that a lot of the struggle for becoming a good team is figuring out who you're supposed to be on your team. And like Pasha is like a broken record when we play. He's constantly talking about like everyone has to stick to their identities. So don't mess up the draft and like pick random shit. And it's because like figuring out what you're supposed to do on the team and everybody kind of feeling comfortable to do what they're supposed to do on the team, it can be very important. Some people are just inherently very flexible and versatile, but when you have too many of the same player type in the team, it's obviously going to make things difficult. Like, I think those guys, all of them are extremely individually very good, probably the same as us. But the truth is, they're not a team. Like, they're like a group of like players, and we're like a real team. So obviously, it's going to be like there's just going to be a difference in the way that we inherently play the game. And that's not to disrespect them or anything like that. It's just the truth that is just like the truth is that they're very good, but their team is not a full team. Like, it's not like they would need more time. If give them like a week or two and the game's 100% would be like a lot more challenging and a lot more like competitive.
Okay, I think it's my time. What's going on, King?
Of course. I don't know, man. I'm like falling backwards in my chair and shit.
Okay, well, what I want to ask you for is, so we know I think you're one of the few teams out there that actually like actively streams and like shows their comms when it comes to scrims, which if you guys out there haven't seen, you need to check out their Twitch channels and obviously their YouTubes as well, because they're one of the few teams that do that. If you definitely want to get into Deadlock as a pro gamer, that's one way to learn. But for people who haven't seen it, within Melee Creeps in particular, I've been talking a lot about like your and Poshy Pop's role, but I kind of want you to like talk about like what your role is specifically in the team and how you guys play out a match, but also how the supporting players in your team make that happen. Like, for instance, you being left alone today to farm up quite a bit in the jungle and in the solo lane.
Okay, so you just asked a very, very like deep question, so I'm just gonna try. It's like I can't give you a real answer, but I can vaguely answer basically without taking up too much time. The thing is, the roles bounce around, but you have a rough idea of what you're supposed to do. So on our team, I play the frontline carry, so I always play the Abrams, the Calico, the Shiv, those kinds of characters, and my job is basically to, in essence, it's the frontline for the team, and Pachi on the other hand, it's the backline for the team, and that is like kind of the rough like explanation of it. But why does the farm get spread the way that it does? It comes down to who wins lane first. So me and Lomain in both of those games won lane first, and because we won lane first, he is going to go roam, and since I'm stronger than the guy that I'm laning into in the one, so basically Lomain will go roam, and then they have, okay, I'm getting too technical, but basically the point is Lomain will go roam, and either they have to send somebody to match his roam, or they 2v1 me. The thing is, I'm strong enough to probably fight the 2v1 and not lose the lane since we already won lane. So their best option is to go match low main because otherwise they're on a ticking time clock for their other towers exploding. So then they choose to 3v3 mid, but the difference is I'm stronger than the guy I'm side laning into because I won the lane. So since I won the lane, I fight the guy who I'm side laning into, I beat him up, and then I take all of his camps, and naturally I scale beyond whoever is laning into me. And oftentimes the characters make a lot of difference too, because the guy who was laning into me early that game was Viscous when Lomain went to go roam, and Shiv is just better than Viscous at carrying the game in that middle point of the game. So when I hit the power spikes once I filled my slots, I always say this to my team, like, you guys need to wait, I'm soul leader, just wait, I'm gonna fill my slots and I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna fight. I'm behind them, I'm gonna like carve these guys up basically because I'm ready to go. And that's the whole point, is that when people are fighting in the mid lane, they're not bought up because they're like constantly being active because they have to be in response to the fact that Lomain is rotating. So when you win that first lane, you're basically dictating the pace of the entire game, and if they don't match that pace, then they just kind of auto lose. And in terms of like the role separation of why it plays out that way, like I said, it's just who wins lane. The other players on the team, inherently, the person that I lane with, Lomain usually, and the person that Pasha lanes with usually, will play characters that don't want farm. So when we win lane, like when me and Lomain win lane, Lomain will always be the one to go roam, I will always be the one to stay. Now you can call that leaking strategy and stuff, but you know, everything's changing once the new patch comes out, I assume. So yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you, King, for that answer. It was a very, very good answer. And again, if you guys haven't noticed, go check him out over on... What do you mean?
Is that why you never call me King?
Well, you got to be King if you want to be called King.
That's
AVG's King.
That's crazy. What about King Cobra, baby?
Well, aside from the fact that Lomain is out here saying pull the plug, you know, you've said too much. I'm gonna squeeze for a little bit of extra info here, just because I thought the draft part was like super interesting. In addition to like all the great info you just dropped there, but you know, one thing that was interesting to me is that you're taking a mono out of the draft. You're already like kind of pinched on frontliners. How important was it to just get the Geist early on? Because I feel like Geist value actually goes up even more as you've like reduced the pool of frontliners to get any sort of like presence in some of these fights.
I'm gonna be honest, that was not really our intention. It's kind of like a consequence of the overarching strategy. And the overarching strategy is to ban out Thanos's like two characters that he's Thanos on, which like Xeno is like presumably being Thanos. We ban his Yamato and we take his Geist. Those are the two characters that I'm told he's really good on, so we just kind of ban him out, you know, and yeah. And then obviously the frontline stuff is a natural consequence of that, because now they're forced to like kind of have to top 3 or you know whatever other frontline characters, which like kind of messes up the draft entirely.
Yeah, definitely spun them out a little bit. I don't think we saw Xeno in like a comfortable role at all that series, and Furnace and then Kelvin. So AVG, appreciate it, man. I think it's great to have you candid conversation here as well, especially just on some of the finer points. So I appreciate you imparting that onto us, and yeah, so we'll see you next week, same time, same place.
I appreciate it. Take care, guys.
Take care.
Man,
that was
really
AVG.
I don't call you King, huh?
That's crazy, bro. I've known you for like how long? That's crazy, bro. You meet one great frontliner, you get in a tizzy all of a sudden, and then it's just pet names. Okay, bro.
That's the thing, Mitch. He's here every week, you know, for DFN.
That's crazy.
Boy.
That's crazy, dude. Okay, listen. You know what? You wish I was here more. I know you do. We're gonna move along though here, and of course, mention the fact that with this win, Melee Creeps, of course, will be invited back next week into the money match. So a win here, get some $1,000 thanks to our friends at Intel. Of course, they will be back next week and will be very judiciously selecting their opponents. It'll probably be some permutation of Hydra Nation and maybe a little bit more than that. But it's been great to have you guys here so far. Thank you very much, everyone in the chat as well, for treating us so well. Thank you for everybody who subbed. Thanks for welcoming me back outside of Jason after a bit of a stint away. It's been a pleasure. Next week, number 25, and it's an auspicious number, of course, here at Deadlock Fight Night. So thanks for joining us so far. See you next week for more EU and NA Deadlock action, and maybe, just maybe, there's a little patch in the works. That didn't come from me. That's just what I'm hoping for, like all of you are in the chat. So hopefully we'll see you then with some more Deadlock action.